Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Broccoli Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Salamander Mutation Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. So, why are we here? Class 1A, B, Shinso, Big 3, Eric, and some others are currently in Class 1A's common room. They were all suddenly called by Nizu by Hatsume's request. Why is Deku-san in the metal chair? Eri tugged Mirio's shirt. All right, Hatsume exclaimed as she finished setting up a huge screen attached to the chair where Deku is sitting unconscious, patting the device. This baby is called Multiverse Viewing. Muscles here is the catalyst my baby chose. So, let's see what his other versions looks like. Locating Multiverse. Multiverse found. You are now watching The Lost Ones Weeping. Disclaimer, Hatsume said as the video is loading, some of this are very close to our world, or could have happened here. The screen flickered on. Drums started to play. In an inverted white on black background, Midoriya's hero notebook, a hand holding a pencil, and the notebook open to his hero costume page splattered with an unknown liquid appeared quickly and shakily on the screen. Already the first one, and it looks bad, Kirishima said. The visual doesn't scream happy, Siro pointed out. I hate how the foreshadowing is here but the beat is so upbeat to me, Jiro said. It flashed Midoriya's face for a second as the guitars kick in. His green eyes stuck out in the pale setting and he was smiling slightly as he stared at the fourth wall. I would seriously jam to this if it wasn't visually unpleasant, Jiro sighed. Please be okay, young Midoriya, All Might silently prayed. He looks like he's about to do something, but it seems it's not preferable, Aizawa said. It showed Midoriya's classroom, the desks facing the camera with nobody in them, when suddenly Midoriya appeared in one. He looked at the camera sadly. For a split second a different image flashed, him sitting alone at a desk that was now black with nothing else around him. He was wearing different clothes and was smiling now with his head resting on his hands. Suddenly it zoomed in, a splash of liquid erupting next to him, then to his hero journal. Wait, I didn't catch that. Tetsu said, was he wearing a different outfit here? This is going somewhere we all don't like, huh? Todoroki mumbled. It switched to a view of a couple of torn-out pages. Drawings and writings of Mount Lady and Kamui Woods were tossed next to a pencil. Then it switched to a fully open notebook, the words All Might scribbles out largely on both pages and splatters littering them. So it's going during that incident, huh? All Might muttered to himself, already had a bad feeling about this, and it's just the first one. Why is it always his notebooks? Mineta asked, as some actually agreed with him. Those notebooks are important to the nerd. Bakugo grumbled in annoyance in this first viewing because his gut feeling is telling him that he's involved to this too. Those are some good drawings, Mandalay hummed. It probably helps him to visualize stuffs, Midnight responded. It showed the classroom for a few moments, the image shaking and glitching slightly. Then the lyrics started. Feel it cutting into me? That doubting painful knife. It showed a side view of Midoriya as he walked forward. It zoomed in, shaking once again. Feel it deepening the rift. Finally hit just right. That is some crazy symbolism right there, Tokoyami said. That expression seems to be so un-Midoriya-like, Sato said. Couldn't take the love I had. So weak and burning low. It showed the scene with All Might in his weak form on the rooftop, a cold and menacing look on his face. What kind of face is that, All Might? Hisashi managed to ask in normal voice. I didn't make that face when I first met him, All Might answered him. But it turned into a weapon. Only hurting me, this I know. Midoriya, looking hopeless and heartbroken, reached out feebly for his idol as he turned away from him. It then switched to him facing the camera, looking in pain and holding his heart, different pages of his notebooks falling around him. Is non-fiction. A shadow fell over his face and the pages corrupted with red ink. Looks like Midoriya is just giving up on his dream, not sparkling at all, Aoyama frowned. Positive mindsets can go a long way in their own rights, Nizu said, placing down his teacup. Not being optimistic makes you more prone to giving up easily when faced with a difficult or stressful situation. Having the right people by your side can influence you by much. So please do remember that, students. As the scene changed, the same open notebook as before was shown, now splashed with a dark liquid. A quick view of his classroom from a different perspective also appeared. Then it went back to a normal perspective. It showed Midoriya sitting at his desk, his head leaning on one of his hands, and he was writing something. So good with numbers, science, math I like. But I'm terrible at English, so I despise. It showed a front view of Midoriya being harassed by his classmates as he just put his head. Hisashi is confused. His grades to my subject is actually impressive. Pretty much in every subject actually, Midnight coined in. He put his pencil to his lips like he was thinking about something hard. This part of me that wants a simple right or wrong. And I feel that everything I choose will always be false. It showed his hero costume design page before it was scribbled out with red ink again. We really need to work on his self-esteem, ectoplasm side. We should have a therapy for him just in case, Nizu, Aizawa said. I agree, Nizu said. I got a feeling that there's more to things that we didn't know about Midoriya-kun. He looks like he's ready to throw all of the things he worked hard for away, Awaze said. Not a good sign, Kendo commented. Usually when people throw away things that are most important to them, they tend to sway away from the path they originally want to walk into. Are you saying? Kendo nodded. This universe might be him being a villain. The teachers gripped whatever they are holding when they heard Kendo's deduction. A child with so much hero potential swaying away from the right path. Especially someone who is as bright as Midoriya. And today, it showed a hand reaching out. Homework. It showed a blank piece of paper. About me. Midoriya looked happy and almost normal while handing in the paper to someone. A blank sheet. It scratched out his face with red pen. Don't tell me he throw away his emotions too, Shinso whispered in his mind. It's progressively getting worse, Tamaki whispered. He didn't know Midoriya very well, but he still felt sympathy for his situation. The kid was so much like Mirio. What happened for him to be in this path? Now this is quite troubling, Nizu muttered. We really do need hound dog or a professional therapist. Aizawa's blood ran cold when he heard Nizu. Wouldn't that mean his problem child did almost swayed away from the heroic path? Accomplished. Content with this life I will now live. Midoriya reached out for all might in his buff form as he turned away from the boy before disappearing. He's just accepting that he's suffering, Momo gasped in sadness and shock. The other students as well. He's not even trying anymore. Toshinori. Chio growled at the former hero. Looks like I have a bigger role on this. Toshinori held his head in guilt. Till I think, why are we? Sometimes, no always. He looked back at the camera coldly. Saying how we're sad and saying how we're lonely? The bottom half of Bakugo's face was shown, smiling. We need the effing context. Mina shrieked in terror. Midoriya gritted his teeth in sadness and frustration, looking back at his so-called friend. Can you even read the blackboard written clear as can be? Bakugo smiled down at him like he was having the time of his life. Can you even read his mind? See that kid's lost fantasy? Midoriya looked up at him with a distraught fear and sadness on his face while sweating. It looks like he can't even cry at this point now. Uraraka's lip quiver. Can you even find the one who dyed his red heart to black? Bakugo held him by his collar, yelling in his face. Hey, who could it be? Bakugo was still smiling. Bakugo! Todoroki answered the question in the song. Definitely, Ida nodded with a frown on his face. Bakugo chid and looked away. Guilt was pooling on his stomach but not enough for him to acknowledge it. Hey, someone tell me. It showed his notebook midair after being thrown out of the open window. Can you even solve the question with your abacus yet? Midoriya was looking down at the notebook in his hands after picking it up out of the pond. Can you even stop the rope from hanging him by his neck? He looked down at the book with hopeless resentment and anger. Everyone flinched at the previous lyrics. Yes, including Bakugo. I sense the climax coming now, Tokoyami muttered. Do you guys notice that the background is getting more and more dark as we go on? Manga asked. I bet it represents his feelings being bottled up until they explode, in a very dark way, Kuriaro nodded. Revelry in the dark. Tokoyami said. That's never a good thing. He should have talked about his feelings, Shiozaki said. Oh God, please cleanse this boy's poor soul. Midoriya and Bakugo walked past each other in separate directions, Bakugo looking happy with himself while Midoriya looked down. Did we really choose it right saying we're okay with this way? It zoomed in on Midoriya frowning. Hey, just tell me how. It's not like I care now. The scene switched to one that was in full color, looking normal and happy. It was a pencil, his hero notebook, and an eraser sitting on his desk as the sun shone on them. Then it switched to the notebook now charred and abandoned, floating in the dark koi pond. I was wondering about the water damage to his notebook, Uraraka said as she was giving Bakugo a deadly glare from behind. I really like the music even though it's effed up, Jiro said bopping her head slightly to the beat. At certain point, Ida gave up on reprimanding them for their language. I know right. Mike exclaimed. Hold on. Todoroki looked up in realization. Todoroki, no. Tsu shook her head stopping the boy before he could even say a theory again. Counting days like numbers. Midoriya was looking at someone in front of him that they couldn't see. I got a bad feeling about this, 13 said. They all passed their prime. The person was revealed to be Shigaraki Tamura. OF-, Bakugo said, and chaos ensue among them. How did he even him? Mike screeched. Attack him class was one thing. But manipulating his key problem child was another. And again hypnotically swimming through time. It showed Shigaraki's face up close. He reached his hand out to Midoriya, who reciprocated the action, his hand hovering above the villains. Behind the power and guards I put up. I hide. He has too many hands but don't take any of them. Kaminari screeched. Slap them. Away. Don't touch those hands. It's not sparkling at all. Knowing they had long died. Midoriya was looking at the camera. He was wearing a vest over a white dress shirt with partially rolled up sleeves and a tie. His left arm was reaching over to something off screen. He was still smiling and not flinching at all when a large amount of blood erupted from where his hands was pointed. Jesus F. Christ. Mina screamed. The rest of them had similar reactions. Don't curse with God's name, Shoizaki screeched as she was also screaming with the others. Class 1B doesn't know Midoriya well but his kindness is very well known throughout UA. No. Young Midoriya. All Might gasped loudly, resulting to bloods being spat out. He become a villain. Toru said in disbelief. Oh my God. Bakugo whispered, realizing how close that was to actually happening and how much of an amazing villain Deku would be, as he hates to admit. That he just killed someone. Midnight realized, clasping her hand over her mouth. The kid can't even hurt an insect. The people in that universe are effed. Bakugo said in trance. What do you mean? Siro asked, keeping his eyes focused in the screen and the frozen image of his classmate. Everyone else was looking at Bakugo for answers. I mean that Deku has information on every pro-hero he's ever read about or seen, which is pretty much all or most of them. He has each page of his FING notebooks memorized so he can visualize it whenever he wants. That includes us too. He has ways to defeat us all, and I don't mean incapacitating. As a villain, he'd be unstoppable. Bakugo explained. He was also writing on them during the sports festival. Uraraka supported the words of Mixplody. The teachers doesn't know what to react. They're in between of proud and horror. But later on realized that they were all just glad he was on the hero side or else the league would have won from the first time they've attacked. From problems. A hand was holding a knife. My resolve. It showed a missing poster with his picture on it. Can't solve. Midoriya was looking forward wearing his villain outfit and smiling some more. The homework. The other members of the League of Villains appeared next to him, including Toga, Shigaraki, Dabi, and Kurojuri. As his grin widened, his eyes glowed a red that completely contradicted his normal green. Is it bad that I can kinda see this happening now? Mineta asked, still deeply unsettled by what was playing out before him. Yes and no. Hatsume said, speaking for the first time. Like I said, it was very likely that this could have happened in our own world, but also. Well, I really don't have an opposing point, so yeah, it was more likely that Muscles would become a villain rather than a hero, she admitted, with a more bad outcome of some things. No way, Mike exclaimed, as everyone has their eyes widened by that. What's the ratio exactly? Nizu asked. 45% villain, 9% vigilantly, 26% hero, and 20% some other miscellaneous fourth thing. She listed off, seeing the confused look of the others. She sighed. Death. The 20% was his own deaths, either from suicide or murder or natural cause of death. These worlds are so effed up that I don't know how to be rated, Monoma frowned. Accomplished. Content with this life I will now live. Midoriya was holding a knife and smiling alone, when suddenly the background darkened and All for One appeared behind him, observing. All Might shivered at the thought of his successor being the enemies instead. He's not even second-guessing what he's doing at that moment, Shinso said. He just went straight to killing people. With AFO's training, even without a quirk he could become a real problem, brains alone if we are talking, Mirio said, also deeply unnerved. Or, he could just give him a quirk if he really wanted to, considering AFO has a lot of quirks in his arsenal. That's not a good thing to think about. Mike said, the little listener is a good kid, I don't he would be swayed here. Imagine spending many months with that BSRD, Bakugo growled. I had to spend a day with his protege and nearly barfed because of how talkative he is. But he's hundreds of years old, Yayarozu said. He must have a ridiculous amount of knowledge to share. Maybe that's why we haven't caught Shitstain yet, Bakugo growled. To think. It showed the back of Deku's head as he walked towards one of Kurogiri's portals along with Dabi and Toga, the latter looking at him crazily. And he speaks. He walked into the portal. The demon inside us. The four members emerged into the other side, now in a new location. Various other random villains also appeared, starting forward past them. Shigaraki started talking and Dabi activated his blue fire, saying, "Let me just leave." Deku looked slightly surprised, looking forward. They got a full view of what he was looking at. It was Class 1A, with Eraser Head in the front. So instead of Shigaraki, Mop Top was the one who attacked USJ? Setsuna asked. It's effing us. We're screwed. Bakugo realized, along with most other people. I would have said this was the USJ attack if Crazy Girl and Staple Face hadn't been there. Kaminari added. They only showed up at the training camp. He probably found them, then recruited them to his team. I don't think this is going to turn out in our favor. Nizu said. Saying, someone kill me. The image zoomed in on Bakugo's shocked face as he recognized the person in front of him. Split-second images of him bullying Deku flashed as it switched to the villain's amused face. Can you even read the blackboard written clear as can be? Can you even read his mind? See that kid's lost fantasy? Bakugo looked up at his childhood friend angrily, though he still looked shocked and was sweating. Imagine finding out that your childhood friend became the opposite of what they always wanted to be. Midnight said. Nizu was already sending. Can you even find the one who dyed his red heart to black? Hey, who could it be? Deku put a hand to his face like he was thinking, though it was fake. He was still smiling, and as he moved his blood-colored eyes seemed to leave streaks behind. Hey, someone tell me. Bakugo readied explosions in his hands. Holy! The scene zoomed out, so Deku's whole body came into view. He pointed his knife out, smiling almost innocently. Can you even solve the question with your abacus yet? Can you even stop the rope from hanging him by his neck? Bakugo reared his arm back, sparks flying from his hands, and he got ready to attack. Did we really choose it right saying we're okay with this way? Bakugo looked at his former friend with regret and anger, either at Deku or himself. His smile widened. He brought his knife up closer to his body. Hey, just tell me how. Hey, just tell me how. The whole image changed to an inverted black on white, indicating it was a flashback. For a second it showed Midoriya, frowning and looking forward. Then it was his own missing poster with Bakugo holding it. In the picture on the piece of paper he looked happy, though Bakugo looked the opposite. He looked distraught and confused, gripping onto the paper tightly. Can you even find the formula of Aria now? So he just came out as a missing person? Kamakiri asked. But does that mean that one day he just went missing without a trace? Wouldn't the police or heroes do something? Bakugo asked, then something clicked. God damn it, of course they all wouldn't. What do you mean? Kirishima asked. Well, you saw that whole thing with the teachers earlier and how they never did anything to help, they nodded. It was kind of the same with heroes and the police. Whenever one of them found out Deku was quirkless, every one of them avoid him like he's a FING disease. That's unbelievable, Lita exclaimed. The teachers are also enraged by that. But Midoriya has a really strong quirk. Albeit that it destroy his body, Midnight said. How could he be quirkless? Deku has an X-ray to prove it, Bakugo grumbled. He got his FNG quirk on the day of the FING exams. Everyone, sans from Chio, Tashinori and Nizu, gasped at it. That's really late to get a quirk. No wonder he break his bones every time he use it. You mean he got his quirk only for a few months and still the strongest of Class 1A? Monoma exclaimed, that's bullsh. Bakugo nodded. He would have said FNG All Might gave Deku FNG, but these extras aren't supposed to know. Midoriya walked away from Bakugo as he reached out for him. Can you even scream the dreams you swore would never go out? Bakugo was looking intently at what was revealed to be a corkboard with a bunch of lines and pieces of paper attached to it. It reminds me of the one in Todoroki's room, Tsuyu whispered. We don't talk about that now, Uraraka whispered back. That's so sad, Kodai said. He's been looking for him when the authorities gave up. He seems to realize that he actually cares, Shoji said, but realized it too late. He's on the villain's side now. It showed a picture of them as kids when they were still happy, with Bakugo holding a fishing net and Midoriya jumping in excitement. Who was the one who let my hopes just curl up and die? It went back to the present, Bakugo and Midoriya still facing each other. Hey, who could it be? Bakugo gritted his teeth before running at him. Midoriya just continued to smile calmly, not at all concerned. Bakugo gripped the villain by his collar, yelling in his face. When will you grow up? Midoriya smirked. What the heck is growing up in the first place? This seems to be the after effect of years of degrading and abuse, Shinso said. No wonder he can't move past this. This is also something that can't be fixed in a couple of minutes and a simple sorry, Shoizaki said. That other Bakugo should earn it. Can a single person out here just explain it to me? Deku gripped the arm that was holding him tightly, using his strength to flip Bakugo over his shoulder in his signature move. Hey, just tell me how. Deku looked down at Bakugo with amusement plastered on his face. It's not like I care now. The explosion user reached out for Deku as he walked away again before passing out. Ooh, he knocked you out cold. Zero laughed. Shut it, you goddamn flex tape. Well, I guess we know who won this one, Mike said. Eraserhead was just staring at the screen, not really saying anything. He didn't have anything to say nor to react. That whole world was just effed up. He was just calming himself in his mind, because that isn't his problem child. His problem child is going to be Hero, not FANG pawn for all for one in his FING game. Bakugo woke up after an undetermined amount of time. He laid there for a bit, getting his bearings before standing up. He turned around and was met with Kirishima and Todoroki walking towards him. Kirishima looked worried while Todoroki just looked lost in thought about the whole thing. Kirishima draped Bakugo's arm over his shoulder, supporting him. He gave his friend a questioning look as Bakugo looked down, brooding and thinking hard. Images of the Midoriya he used to bully and the villain that had just attacked them were running through his brain. Suddenly he turned, noticing something. He looked up into some sort of tall mountain or natural structure, where one of Kurogiri's portals was still there. Deku was standing in front of it. He looked down at his bully, looking content before turning away. It zoomed in on his red eyes, memories and past anguish settling deep within them. His backstory and memories shared by both of them flashed. Bakugo looked at him with a regret and surprise on his face. More visions flashed, finally stopping at an image of Midoriya smiling. The screen faded to black. They just let him get away? Mineta screeched, biting one of his ball. Do you really think they could do anything in their situation? Kaminari. I really hope this would be the only sad universe we will see, Toru sighed. Remember that ratios earlier, Ojiro told her, it would be highly unlikely. They could all sighed at that realization. Locating multiverse. Multiverse found. You are now watching Myar. Music started playing, again sounding decently upbeat, but it didn't help to hide the fact that this world was going to be a sad one. Just as I was about to take my shoes, it showed Deku in a middle school uniform as he emerged onto a rooftop. The black cloth was torn, burned, and ruffled in some places, though he didn't seem to notice or care. The image cut off his eyes, but they could still see the bandages that were taped to his cheeks. As he was walking forward, he seemed to be slightly surprised by something and stopped. Up on the rooftop there I see. It switched to show the back of Deku's head as he looked at what was in front of him. A ways away, a figure was there, standing on the other side of the roof's railing. The wind ruffled their clothes and threatened to push them off as their toes dangled over the edge, but was slightly too weak. A girl with braided hair here before me. It zoomed in on the person's face, revealing it to be, as it said, a girl. She was also wearing a school uniform, and her long curly emerald hair went past her shoulders, loosely braided. Yellow ribbons held them up, and they were the only thing that stuck out in the muted colors of her surroundings. She looked back at Deku with a freckled face and sad green eyes, but they didn't seem broken, just hurt. Despite myself I go and scream. Deku took a large step forward, reaching his hand out and calling to the girl as she swayed dangerously. Hey, don't do it. Please. Whoa, wait a minute, what did I just say? I couldn't care less either way. That is so un-Mito-like, Mina frowned. The girl continued to stare at Deku, waiting for him to say something else while he looked shocked at his own words. And to be honest, I was somewhat sad. This was an opportunity missed. What? Aizawa and Toshinori were both alarmed. Opportunity missed. He was planning to jump. He looked at the girl with slight anger gracing his features, but it seemed half-hearted and didn't convey much. The girl with braided hair told me her woes. You've probably heard it all before. I really thought he might be the one, but then he told me he was done. The girl said, looking down sadly at her shoes while a few tears streaked down her face. A black silhouette of a boy with spiky hair and another that looked to be the girl was shown. The girl reached her hand out to the boy, but he just turned and walked away off screen. The girl fell to her knees, white tears cutting through the black image. The guy kinda looked familiar, doesn't he? Someone whispered. Deku's already partially angry face contorted into one that more resembled rage. For God's sake, please, are you serious? The girl looked surprised that he started yelling all of the sudden, and more tears flooded from her eyes. I just can't believe that for some stupid reason you go here before me. He continued yelling. Are you upset, 'cause you can't have what you wanted? You're lucky that you've never gotten robbed of anything. An image of what looked to be a headstone flashed momentarily, and they were only just able to make out the name Inko Midoriya that was carved into it. The word robbed flashed with it. What the F happened to Auntie? Mrs. Midoriya. The girl looked down, smiling slightly before wiping her tears away. I'm feeling better, thank you for listening. The girl with braided hair then disappeared. The green-haired girl stepped back over the railing, giving Deku one last smile before her form faded away, almost like she wasn't even there to begin with. Alright, today's the day. Or so I thought. Just as I took both of my shoes off. Oh no. Come on. It showed Midoriya once again stepping forward towards the roof's edge, but again he stopped short. There was but a boy short as can be. A small boy wearing large thick-lensed glasses turned to him as he crouched on the edge. He wrapped his arms around his thin frame in some form of comfort, but it obviously wasn't working. His enlarged eyes were overflowing with tears of sadness. Another look-alike. Despite myself I go and scream. He approached the boy hesitantly, eventually coming and sitting down behind him on the other side of the metal bars. The boy looked surprised and maybe a bit touched, while Midoriya just had a troubled expression. The petite boy told me his woes. You've probably heard it all before. Everyone ignores me, everyone steals. I don't fit in with anyone here. It showed the boy in a classroom, faceless students bustling around everywhere but his area. Only 1 or 2 people remained by his side, but they were quickly snatched away by the others as they left, leaving him behind to put his head down on his desk and silently cry. Deku whipped his head around to face the boy, having previously been staring off into space. He flinched at his once again enraged expression. "For God's sake, please, are you serious? I just can't believe that for some stupid reason you got here before me." The boy in the glasses shriveled away slightly, looking over the edge like he was contemplating just jumping right then and there. Deku saw this, though, and grabbed his upper arm to stop him. "But don't you know? You're still loved by everyone at home." An image of a woman that looked exactly like Inko was shown, comforting the boy as he cried and showering him with love. He hugged her, sobbing, before the image dissolved. "There's always dinner waiting on the table, you know." Sobs can be heard all around. Another quick image flashed just like before it disappeared. A large figure was standing over a crouched child, holding something in his hands. He was swaying, signifying that he was drunk, and swung at the boy. He dived out of the way, but the man caught hold of him anyways. They didn't get to see what happened after that. Was Deku-kun's dad? Bakugo shrugged. "Never met him." The word loved appeared along with it. The boy turned back around with a look of realization on his face. "I'm hungry," said the boy, and he shed a tear. The boy, short as can be, then disappeared. The boy's figure once again faded out of existence. Why do they keep disappearing? And like that, there was someone every day. It showed Deku on the rooftop talking to a variety of different people each day he went up there. A girl with short green hair and flushed cheeks, a boy with ragged shoulder-length hair and no freckles, one that was tall and lean, and another that was short and out of shape. I listened to their tale. It showed each one of the people talking to Deku and spilling out their sorrows and problems to him while he listened. I made them turn away. Each confrontation ended with the people disappearing into thin air after giving him some form of a smile. And yet there was no one who would do this for me, no way I could let out all this pain. "You can always tell us, Deku-san," Eri cried, as many agreed with her. As the musical interlude started, Midoriya was walking down a hallways in the school, a blank look on his face. On the wall next to him, memories and experience were projected as he thought of them. One was of Bakugo holding him by the collar of his shirt and yelling in his face, while another was what looked to be a funeral. Bakugo flinched whenever he appears. A third was of him scrubbing off words scrawled all over his desk while a withered flower in a small vase was placed in the corner. The words like "die" and "quirkless freak" were smeared but still legible and present when he decided to just give up on cleaning it. Bakugo was feeling something and he didn't like it. The next one was of him in what looked to be his bedroom, but the only decoration besides the bare minimum amount of furniture was a single beat-up All Might figurine. A thin blanket was wrapped around him as he was crying silently in a corner, shaking in fear. He nearly jumped a mile when there was a loud banging on his door. For the very first time there I see. Finally Midoriya reached the rooftop, but he had a look of shock on his face and was stiff. Someone with the same pains as me. Having done this time and time again. The image flipped so the boy in front of him was visible. He wore a yellow cardigan. The boy turned to look at Midoriya with a sad smile. He too had many bandages littered around his body, but his more casual clothing made them more noticeable. The bright yellow of his jacket stuck out just as the girl's ribbon had. "Oh my God. I just want to stop the scars that grow," he spoke, looking away slightly. "Every time that I go home. That's why I came up here instead." That's what the boy in the cardigan said. Whoa, wait a minute, what did I just say? I couldn't care less either way. But in the moment I just screamed, something that I did not believe. "Iche. Don't do it, please." The last line sounded more like a question or plea than a request, and even while singing his voice shook violently. "Oh, what to do? I can't stop this boy. Oh, this is new." Midoriya had a look of fear and panic on his face and tears flooded from his eyes. The other boy looked almost completely unfazed and turned back to the railing. "For once I think I've bitten off more than I can chew. For once. But even so, please just go away so I can't see your pitiful expression. It's just too much for me." He cried as he dropped to his knees. "I guess today is just not my day." The boy sung softly. He looked away from me and then he disappeared. The boy, rather than fading away, instead turned around and walked back over to the roof's entrance. He didn't disappeared? I think I got it, Momo said. So do I, Nizu nodded. There's no one here today. I guess it's time. Deku gazed sadly at the empty rooftop. Just me, myself and I? No, no, no. Hey, let's get away from there, okay? Midobro, how about we go back downstairs, yeah? He started walking towards the edge slowly. There's none who can interfere. No one to get in my way here. Taking off my yellow cardigan. Wait, what? He took off the yellow garment that looked luminous and see-through, almost resembling a spirit, before letting it be swept away by the wind. Watching my braids all come undone. Ghostly ribbons and non-existent hair fell loosely down onto his shoulders. This petite boy, short as can be. Another smaller figure appeared next to him. Is gonna jump now and be free. He smiled at the camera, before turning around, stepping over the railing and falling. No! Everyone screamed in horror. A loud sound of someone falling was heard. People are screaming, some are calling for ambulance. Help! A kid jumped off. Then the screen turned black. Locating Multiverse. Multiverse found. You are now watching Deku? I think he's some pro. Huh. Everyone is confused. Even after an hour-long shower, Izuku still felt the weight of the past 24 hours clinging to his skin. All Might looked down on him from every wall in his room, judgmental eyes staring straight into his soul. You can't be a hero. Not without a quirk. Be realistic. Izuku went to bed crying for his broken dream. I just want to know who said it to our cinnamon child. Mina grinned maniacally. The voice gave it away. Dumbass. Everyone turned to the former #1 hero after Bakugo said it. His room looked empty without all his All Might merch. It wasn't that Izuku hated All Might now, it's just that every time he looked at the smiling hero, all he could think was you can't be a hero. Just because Izuku was finally coming to terms with that fact didn't mean he needed it playing on a loop in his head every time he's at home. He still had a few posters up from some of his other favorite heroes, but he'd changed his sheets to a plain black set that he'd found collecting. Dust in the linen closet paired with a gold pillowcase. It wasn't official merchandise, but it reminded Izuku of Eraserhead anyway. As you should, Shinso said smugly. This other Midoriya likes Eraserhead like him. It had taken a few days for him to gather the courage, but Izuku had finally sat down and updated his hero analysis notebooks, leaving out the parts on All Might's secret weakness. To us. Oddly comforting. He had thought it would be painful, and it was in some ways, but it was mostly familiar, like his analysis was the only part of himself that hadn't shattered alongside his hero dream. That was why he found himself, during his latest bout with insomnia, browsing a lesser-known hero forum. He'd found it several years earlier and quickly figured out that a lot of underground heroes used it to communicate with each other, since it offered encrypted chats and accounts were only known by random numbers, rather than usernames. He'd spent about 2 weeks back then figuring out which accounts corresponded to which heroes, but he had never posted himself. As Izuku drowsily scrolled through old posts, a crazy idea occurred to him. If he couldn't be a hero himself, why couldn't he help the real heroes be better? How good is his analysis anyway? Midnight questioned. Nizu was silently questioning that too. If Midoriya's analysis are that good, then maybe he found his own personal student. The teachers felt a shiver down their spines, somehow making a mental note to not leave Midoriya with Nizu alone. In the morning, he'd blame it on sleep deprivation and then promptly die of mortification, but that didn't change the fact that, at 2 o'clock in the morning, Izuku Midoriya sent 10 underground heroes in-depth analyses of their quirks and fighting styles. New message. 12579. Eraserhead. Thank you for the analysis. It was eye-opening to see my strengths and weaknesses from an outside perspective, not to mention the ideas for improvement. There's your answer, Midnight. Mike enthusiastically said. Now I'm curious of these notebooks that he has. Oh God, they forgot about Nizu. Izuku was hyperventilating. Eraserhead, the Eraserhead, had thanked him for his analysis. The Eraserhead. The way he's fanboying is cute. It almost made up for the Kaken and his lackeys beating him up again during lunch. Not quite, because the bullying had gotten worse since the sludge villain incident, but it came close. Excuse me? That's so unheroic of you. Bakubro. Kirishima looked at the ash blonde who has been quiet. I'll tell later, Bakugo said, sighing deeply. He was bound to face the consequences sooner or later. Several other heroes had also sent him messages thanking him, while others, who had apparently heard of his analyses from their friends, had asked him to send them theirs. He was just finishing up verifying the identities of those who had requested analyses, to make sure he wasn't accidentally helping any villains, when he saw a blinking notification in the bottom left corner of his screen. That's actually so smart of him. Glad he did, or else we're doomed. Hey, we should ask about his analysis to ours. Oh yeah, maybe we can improve our quirks with it. New message. 12579. Eraserhead. Do you analyze villains? He didn't, some gasped. Aizawa nodded. Oh, he did, but seriously. He's just a middle schooler. That's too dangerous. Private chat. 58726. Ms. Joke. Does anyone know who our mystery analyst actually is? 87657. Mr. Brave. Does anyone know who any of us are? We're called underground heroes for a reason. 58726. Ms. Joke. Point taken. 72598. Sir Night Eye. It is a valid question though. He came out of nowhere. How do we know he's not a villain giving us false information in order to defeat us? 58726. Ms. Joke. How do you know it's a he? 12579. Eraserhead. So far, all the information he's given me has been accurate and no villains have known information about me that they shouldn't. Besides, if he was a villain, I think we would have already been targeted, considering he could have easily beaten any one of us using the information in the analyses he sent us. As strange as the situation is, I think he really is trustworthy, but only time will tell. 58726. Ms. Joke. It's possible he's a pro who's new on the scene. 87657. Mr. Brave. With that level of analysis? More likely he's some veteran deigning to impart his infinite wisdom on the younger generation. He's had an account on this site for years, I checked, but he's never posted before now. I mean, if we didn't know, we would also think he's a veteran pro, Kaminari said as many agreed on him. The nerd has been writing them since he was 4, Bakugo supplied. Obviously his analysis would improve over time. Nizu began laughed crazily. He did found his own personal student. 58726. Ms. Joke. Maybe it's Nizu? 12579. Eraserhead. No, I already asked him if he was behind it. I'm leaning more toward a retired pro. 72598. Sir Night Eye. What are we even supposed to call him? If he's a hero, what's his codename? 87657. Mr. Brave. Yeah, typing out mystery analyst every time is gonna get old real quick. 12579. Eraserhead. Well, there's only one logical way to find out. It had been a little over a week since Izuku had impulsively started sending his analyses to pro heroes and he had quickly fallen into a new routine. Go to school, hide from Kaken at lunch, more school, run from Kaken after class, maybe catch a villain fight on the way home, do homework, eat dinner, complete analysis requests from the hero underground, go to bed. Most of the time, heroes simply wanted an analysis for themselves, but a handful had started sending him videos of villains in action for him to analyze. Kinda wish it has less mentioning of Bakugo though, Uraraka said. They both need counseling, Aizawa said to Nizu. Today, Izuku logged into his account hesitantly, with Kachan's most recent jeers still echoing in his ears. It had been a bad day and Izuku had failed at both hiding and running, resulting in twice as many beatings. Why had he ever even thought he could be useful to actual heroes when he was just a weak, useless, worthless, quirkless Deku? But you're not. Don't listen to them. That kind of mindset is worrying though, Toshinori frowned. That Eri needs help, Chio also frowned. Other universe or not, they are still connected to each other. Meaning Midoriya used to feel like that or is still feeling like that in our world too. That struck a chord in Bakugo's heart. That Izuku shook his head and opened his inbox to find a new message from Eraserhead. New message. 12579. Eraserhead. By the way, what's your codename? Kachan's voice echoed in Izuku's mind. Useless. Worthless. Deku. Poor Dekun, Uraraka said. I know he used that name here because I told him it means, you can do it, but for him to use it because of the bullying is worrisome, Ida finished. Private chat. 12579. Eraserhead. His name is Deku. Mom, I'm going to meet up with some friends tonight. I don't know when I'll be home, but it'll probably be pretty late, so don't bother waiting up for me. Izuku yelled as he finished packing his laptop and tried to get his bright red shoes on the correct feet. Okay baby, his mom smiled with tears in her eyes. I'm so glad you have friends, you've seemed so much happier lately. Tell them I said hi and invite them to dinner sometime. I want to meet these friends you're always talking about. Do you think his mom would invite us too? Some asked, even teachers are curious. I met his mom before, Todoroki said with a deadpan face, but his tone is very smug. He met Mrs. Midoriya after the cultural festival. She is so nice though. I grew up knowing his mom, you ain't special half and half. Izuku hummed non-committally as his mom pulled him in for one last kiss on the cheek before he ran out the door. It had been almost 7 months since Izuku had wormed his way into the underground hero community, but tonight would be the first time he would be meeting any of his friends in person. There was a massive drag ring they had been following for a while and a lot of heroes were coming together to take them down. They had even invited Izuku, Deku, to tag along and maybe even be on site to help strategize when their plans inevitably went off the rails. He'd warned them that he wasn't really ready for combat, but there were enough other pros that they didn't think it'd be problem. The raid itself wouldn't be happening for another few months anyway, but everyone involved was meeting tonight in a secure location so they could make sure they all work well together and start planning. Wait. Isn't that dangerous? The meeting wasn't in an area Izuku was highly familiar with, but since he'd gotten involved with the underground, he'd spent a lot of time studying maps to create better location analyses and plans for the heroes he helped. So when he exited the train, he confidently followed the mental map he'd memorized before he left. The rundown apartment complex didn't look like much, but it was typical of the areas his friends worked in. He climbed the stairs to the second floor, found the correct apartment, and took a deep breath. Then he knocked. Oh man, I can't wait for their reactions. We're just waiting for Deku, right? Ms. Joke asked, lounging back in her chair and putting her feet up on the scuffed table. 14 other underground pro heroes plus Detective Tsukachi were all gathered around in the dingy apartment, idly snacking on refreshments as they waited for the meeting to officially begin. He should be here soon, Eraserhead replied flatly. There was a knock on the door, and there he is now. Sir Night-Eye rose and called through the door, how are things in Tokyo? The group had chosen a question-answer password system to ensure that no uninvited guests crashed the party. Everyone inside waited with bated breath, prepared to attack or evade should the answer be incorrect. The weather was terrible, but the food was great. The heroes exchanged shocked glances. The password was correct, but the voice was that of a teenager, not an old man like they had been expecting. They waited 1 second longer, then Knight asked, "Who is this?" "Deku." It was stated as if it were a question, and the person on the other side of the door was apparently young enough that his voice was still cracking. Night-Eye looked to the others for confirmation and Shota shrugged, gesturing to open the door. May as well see where this leads. The kid, because it was undeniably a kid, on the other side of the door was not what Shota was expecting. He was short and scrawny, with just hints of muscles starting to show on his arms, and his dark green hair looked as if he'd lost a battle trying to comb it. To complete the look of an innocent teenager, he was wearing jeans and a t-shirt with Eraserhead squinted to read the writing, yep, that said pants. Deku was wearing a t-shirt that said pants on it. That isn't very fashionable of you, Midoriya-kun, Aoyama sparkled. Of course, Deku would very stupid clothes in a important meeting. It seemed that the rest of the heroes were just as shocked as Shota was, because the whole ensemble sat there silently staring at the kid until he started to awkwardly shuffle his weight between his feet. Finally, Mr. Brave broke the silence. "You're Deku?" The kid flinched and Shota sighed. Mr. Brave was more brash than most heroes, but he did get the point across. "Yes." Again with answering as if it were a question. Every head turned to Detective Tsukachi, who just nodded, confirming that the kid was telling the truth, but he looked just as shocked as everyone else. Everyone turned back to look at the kid, who apparently really was Deku, who was still standing awkwardly in front of the open door. I guess, Ms. Joke started slowly. We were expecting someone older? The kid just shrugged. Well, Shota thought that's that. He sighed. Come in and let's get started. It's illogical for you to just stand there all night. And close the door behind you. The kid nodded frantically and practically tripped over himself in his hurry to close the door and sit down. Just who was this kid? Well, Detective Tsugachi started. Now that we're all here, I guess we can get started on the mission. Wait. Ms. Joke leaned forward in her seat. Most of us haven't worked together before, so wouldn't it be a good idea to get to know each other a little more before we get down to business? Wouldn't it be good to get to know Deku? Our curiosity will distract us otherwise. Actually, Deku spoke softly, most of you have worked together before, but only in groups of 2 or 3, and no one here has worked with everyone else here with the exception of me and maybe the detective, but I don't know if I count since I do most of my work virtually. The kid seemed to realize that he was starting to mumble and shut his mouth in a tight line as if he were expecting to be scolded for it. Yeah, Mr. Brave bit the bullet. Despite the fact that we've all worked with you, Deku, we don't really know you. Seems kind of unfair when you know enough about each of us that you could probably kill us in our sleep if you wanted to. Deku's eyes widened and his arms started flailing. I would never do that. And I really don't think I could anyway. My analysis isn't really all that special, anyone could do what I do. Shota didn't agree with that, but he decided to let it lie. I think Brave makes a good point. What hero school do you go to? Because obviously this kid is training to be a hero, considering he already helps them on a regular basis. Hopefully Nizu would at least be polite when trying to steal him from wherever he was attending. Me? Impolite? Nizu laughed as he sipped his tea, appearing on Aizawa's scarf. And no, Aizawa did not scream. It was Mike, Parrish that thought. That I'm still in middle school actually. I go to Aldra Junior High. I don't know where I'll be going to high school yet, but I think I'm going to apply for UA's General Education Department. Nizu and the teachers took note of the school's name. They need to investigate that school anyways. Well, at least Nizu wasn't going to burn any bridges, but why not the hero course? From the way the kid hunched his shoulders, Shota could tell he was trying to appear smaller than he was, which was already pretty darn small. Interesting. Despite how much I'd like to, I can't be a hero, He took a deep breath, as if stealing his courage. I'm quirkless. I started as a Gen Ed student on my first year. And I basically fight quirkless, Aizawa grumbled. He just needs proper training and he could have been the first quirkless hero. Shinso hummed in thought. The words seemed to echo in the small room despite the fact that Deku hardly whispered them. He had to have an analysis quirk, or at least one that altered his intelligence. He couldn't be quirkless, could he? Though it would make some of his behavior make a lot more sense. We brought some footage of known drag ring members for you to analyze, Deku. Apparently Tsukachi didn't know how to deal with the metaphorical bomb Deku just dropped either. If you're ready? Sounds like something Tsukachi-kun would do, Toshinori chuckled. The kid reached into the yellow backpack he'd brought with him and pulled out a standard notebook and a few pens before nodding. The detective turned on the small TV that had been set up at one end of the room and it started to play footage that a security camera had caught of the drag ring they were tracking. Almost instantly Deku started muttering while his pen started flying across the page. Obvious mutant-type quirk, most likely some kind of fish? No, aquatic mammal. No scales. Most likely can't breathe underwater, then, but probably still weak to fire quirks or dry environments, kind of like Gang Orca. Then some kind of darkness manipulation quirk. Does it allow him to make solid objects, or just shadows? Could it be used to make someone effectively blind? How bright does light have to be to cancel out the ability? Most effective to corner in an enclosed space with bright light, or with other allies to make him hesitant to completely black out the area. It's amazing how well we can hear his muttering now, Jiro mumbled. But knowing what he was actually saying is crazy. Zero exclaimed. All that from a few seconds video? How come we haven't asked for his analysis? Deku kept analyzing while the heroes stared at him wide-eyed. Yeah, they'd all read Deku's analyses, but it was another thing entirely to see it in person. The video ended after about 5 minutes and the next started playing automatically. Deku hardly paused in his mutter storm, just continuing his notes where he left off. Shota pulled his eyes away from Deku when he saw movement in the corner of his eye. Ms. Joke was gesturing to him frantically, widening her eyes and lifting up strands of her long hair before pointing at Deku. Shota looked at her in confusion and she rolled her eyes. "Use your quirk," she mouthed. If he had some kind of analysis quirk he didn't know about or was hiding for some reason, it might make sense. It wasn't that Shota didn't believe the kid was quirkless. Tsukachi didn't call him out on it at least, but it couldn't hurt to have some additional confirmation. Making sure that Deku was still focused on the video and not looking at him, Shota activated his quirk. The rest of the heroes had already noticed the side conversation and were looking at the kid, waiting for any reaction to having his quirk cancelled. Deku didn't even seem to notice Shota's eyes on him, much less a sudden absence of his quirk. His mutter storm continued at the same pace as before and his pen didn't slow. The kid didn't even stutter. It surprised Shota enough that he blinked and his hair fell in front of his face. The heroes traded glances and Shota could have sworn he saw Ms. Joke mouth wow. He agreed full-heartedly with the sentiment. So, his analysis really is just his natural smart. The police had only managed to scrounge up about a half hour of footage from the cartel, but that was enough to fill almost half of Deku's notebook. He put down his pencil and started massaging the stiffness out of his hand. Okay, I think I have a good idea of what we're up against. This is a lot more footage than I usually have to work with, so that's nice. I'd never thought about that, Mr. Brave said. I guess we all guessed you were older, so we weren't about how dangerous it must be for you to go out and supplement the videos we send. I am so sorry. Deku looked confused. What do you mean supplement? Sir Night Eye spoke this time. You know, hitting the streets, finding the villains in the videos and making your own observations. If I'd known Deku was a kid, I'd never have let you do that. Deku looked panicked and flailed his arms again. I never do that. My mom would kill me and then ground me until I was 80. The videos you send me are usually more than enough, and sometimes I can manage to find some news footage, but I wouldn't dream of following these guys myself, I promise. Sounds like something Auntie Inko would do. Really? She literally had my hag to ground me for saying motherfucker in elementary school. You mean all the analyses you've sent us are based only on the videos we've sent you? Shota said incredulously. He remembered a few times he only been able to find a minute or so of footage, but Deku had still provided a high-quality analysis. From the faces around the table, he wasn't the only one. The Shirikawa murders, Ms. Joke sounded numb. I only sent you 15 seconds of video. Deku gave a shaky smile and rubbed the back of his neck. Yeah, that one was kind of difficult. I couldn't really find anything else in the news or online either. But the mission worked out okay and you caught the guy, so it wasn't that bad. Ms. Joke looked slightly nauseous. Are you effing serious? I would so be Ms. Joke if it was me. Imagine figuring out a plan just after watching a 15 seconds video. Couldn't be me. More like couldn't be all of us. All of us but Midoriya-chan, Karo. Somehow, the meeting progressed without any more major surprises from Deku and they set up some tentative plans, but mostly things would depend on what happened with the cartel in the next few months. It wasn't until the meeting was wrapping up that Shota realized that this meeting wasn't in a safe part of town, which wasn't a problem for the pro heroes and professional detective in attendance, but was a problem for the 14-year-old Deku. Kid, do you have someone coming to pick you up? Deku shook his head. We don't have a car. I just took the train here. You don't have to worry about me. Somehow that just made Shota more worried. Tsukachi seemed to agree with him. I'll take him home. You don't have to do that, detective. I'm fine really. This isn't for you, Deku. I, as a cop, don't feel comfortable letting a 12-year-old walk home alone at 2 in the morning. At least someone has the decency to get him home, Aizawa grumbled. Imagine what would happen if he going into trouble after meeting with a bunch of pro heroes. I'm 14. Not helping your case, problem child. Shota hid his smile behind his capture weapon when Deku had the audacity to look betrayed. He couldn't help himself. This kid had potential. The Aizawa with them echoed what the one on screen said, causing everyone to get a good laugh, which was needed because the first two was traumatizing. Tsukachi was already grabbing his keys and heading for the door. If I'm taking you home, I'll probably need a real name. I already told you that you don't need to do that, the kid muttered, but he gave a blinding smile anyway. I'm Izuku Midoriya. As soon as the door was closed, all semblance of professionalism disappeared and Ms. Joke squealed, "He's so adorable." Did you know he was so adorable, Eraser? Why didn't anyone warn me? Exactly. Shota took the most cutest student this year. Midnight cried. Maybe because that adorable kid is a good enough analyst to take down a serial killer with only 15 seconds of video, Night Eye deadpanned. Ms. Joke at least had the good grace to look embarrassed. He ain't wrong. What does it say about us that we legit thought that a 14-year-old was a retired pro for 7 months? Mr. Brave laughed, causing a chain reaction as each of the pros in the room started to chuckle. Eraser raised one eyebrow. I think that says more about him than it does about us, but he still couldn't stop his smile. One of the heroes sobered as he realized something. The fact still stands that Deku is a quirkless teenager and any plans that required him to be on site just went out the window. The room went silent for a few moments as the heroes considered that. Oh no! I'm pretty sure they would find a way for him to be on site. Not necessarily, Night Eye spoke up. Teenagers can still be on site if it's part of an internship. See, there's a way for him to be on site. Thank God. Or else I would be so upset and give him an internship myself. I call dibs. Ms. Joke yelled. Mr. Brave scowled. You can't just call dibs, Joke, he's not even part of a hero course yet. But he will be, Shota said. I have a hard time believing Nizu would ever pass up a chance to teach someone like Deku, even if he had to get in through the sports festival. Though that wouldn't stop Shota from putting his name in for the recommendation exam. That kid needed every advantage he could get. Nizu didn't know what he was expecting when he opened his inbox that morning, maybe another complaint about Togata losing his pants again despite his massive improvements since the sports festival. It certainly wasn't emails from 15 pro heroes, only 2 of which had ever recommended a student before, all requesting to recommend a single student to UA. Wait, really? The students looked at Nizu as Mirio was actually laughing as Eri asked what they mean. Unfortunately, I still get those kind of emails. Nizu sighed deeply. Nizu sighed. Most likely this Izuku Midoriya had a technology manipulation quirk and was trying to increase his chances. It had been done before, but never this obviously. Oh well, it would be relatively easy to check. The student really should have looked at which pros taught at UA before including Eraserhead on his list of recommenders. He pressed the intercom. Aizawa, would you come to my office please? A few minutes later, his door swung open right as Aizawa was about to knock. That is so creepy. How did he know he was there? He's an animal, he has heightened senses. The teacher just looked at him unimpressed and said the second thing to surprise the principal that morning. Is this about the student I submitted for recommendations? Nizu's eyes widened. You mean it wasn't a fake recommendation? Aizawa just glared at him. Is it that hard to believe that I might take a liking to a kid? Sadly, yes. Yeah. You did kinda almost expelled all of us on the first day. Detention for all of you. No, Nizu smiled in excitement. But would you like to explain why 14 other pro heroes also recommended the same student? Anna dash. Aizawa swore under his breath. They all recommended him too? Nizu nodded. Whatever story was behind these recommendations was quickly becoming more interesting. Aizawa just shook his head. I knew we should have discussed this last night. It's illogical for everyone to recommend him. He sighed heavily. Do you remember when I told you about Deku? I remember you asking if I was the one sending out mysterious analyses, if that's what you mean. Aizawa nodded. Well, he's gotten quite the reputation in the underground, but no one had ever met him face to face before last night. He's part of the group that was invited to raid the Durago cartel. Nizu gestured for Aizawa to continue. He's 14. If Nizu had been drinking tea, he would have been tempted to do a spit take. He had read some of those analyses. A 14-year-old did that? He could see why so many pros had recommended Midoriya. If he had been there, Nizu would probably have put in a recommendation of his own. I see. I take it he's already planning on attending UA? Yes, he told us he's applying to general education, but I think he'd jump at the hero course if he had the opportunity. I can try to give him a pep talk if he needs more convincing, although maybe Mike or Joke would be better for that job. He doesn't seem to think he can be a hero. Nizu pet his head to the side. His analysis is already sought after by working pros. Why wouldn't he think he has what it takes? I get the feeling that he hasn't had a lot of encouragement from anyone really. He's quirkless. Now Nizu was really glad he wasn't currently drinking tea. It wasn't often that anyone managed to surprise him, and here this Midoriya had managed to do so 4 times in 1 hour, and he wasn't even here. Are you sure? Netza had to ask. Aizawa just looked tired. I activated my quirk while he was analyzing a video and I honestly think he didn't even notice. He didn't pause, stutter, or even decrease the quality of his analyses, and Tsukachi didn't register anything he said as a lie. He paused. I know that there's never been a quirkless hero before, but if anyone can do it, Deku can. But you and I know just how biased the entrance exam is and he isn't exactly made of muscle. With his mind, I think he'll have a better chance at passing an obstacle course and interview than an all-out brawl against robots. Everyone was just quiet at this point. Everyone is so focused to whatever they are all watching to say anything now. I agree, I'll send him the invite for the recommendation exam. Does he know you recommended him? No. Well, I guess it'll be a surprise then. It was definitely a surprise. Mom? Do you know why I have a letter from Yue? Izuku looked at the envelope on the table like it was a bomb, which, for all he knew, it could have been. His mind was moving a mile a minute trying to figure out why in the world Yue would be contacting him 3 whole months before the entrance exam. Why would he think Yue would put a bomb in a letter? Was this normal? Was this just saying that they received his application? No, if that was the case then they would have sent it right after he submitted the application months ago. Was something wrong? Were they rejecting him because he was quirkless? That had to be it. Izuku felt his heart sink. Of course the policy allowing quirkless entry was probably a PR ploy. He could already feel the tears fighting to fall from his eyes, making it difficult to see the clear type of his name on the envelope. Of course he wouldn't be able to go to UA. He was an idiot to think otherwise. Poor Midori. Okay, who the hell did this to Mop Top? I just wanted to talk. So do we get in line, Setsuna? All of you get in line. Me and Ida-kun would go first. Shut up all of you, Aizawa told them. If anyone is going first, it would be us teachers. He means, Midnight cackled, Dadzawa will go first. Izuku? Izuku, what's wrong? What did the letter say? Izuku's voice was choked with tears. I don't know, I haven't opened it yet. The alarmed look in Inko's eyes softened. She knew how bad anxiety could make things seem. She'd struggled with it herself for years, after all. If only she'd been able to give her son a quirk rather than an anxiety disorder. She pushed that thought down along with the guilt that came with it. No use thinking that now, those kinds of thoughts weren't going to do anything to help Izuku through his anxiety attack. Breathe with me, Izuku. How about you open the letter before jumping to conclusions about what's inside? Izuku didn't respond, but he did calm down a little. Would you like me to open it for you? In this household, we only love and stan Midoriya. I wonder where is young Midoriya's father? I don't know, All Might, where have you been? Young Todoroki no. This time he took a deep breath and shook his head. He still reached out like he was expecting the letter to bite him, but it was better than him crying over a sealed envelope. Izuku was careful not to tear the envelope as he opened it, and Inko watched his face with concern as his eyes tracked along the paper and gradually grew wider and wider with every line. Dadoku? Izuku? Are you okay? They want me to take the recommendation exam. Izuku said numbly, they want me to take the recommendation exam. What? How? Well, that's not good. Inko tried to smile through her worries. She had been so happy the last few months since her son had finally seemed to come to terms with the fact that he wouldn't be a hero. It wasn't that she didn't want to support his dreams, but she'd sleep a lot easier at night if she at least knew that he was safe. What? Aizawa was livid. Isn't that basically saying she doesn't support his dreams? I think so, but Mom, Izuku looked up at her. The recommendation program is based on recommendations. Who would have? He trailed off, but Inko could practically see his brain making some connection or another before he whispered, no, it couldn't have been. But who else? They wouldn't have. Not for someone like me. Would they? He seemed to snap out of his reverie. Mom, I need to message some of my friends. I'll be in my room, okay? Inko just nodded. Oh, okay, I'll tell you when dinner's ready. Izuku smiled, but it seemed more like an afterthought. He was still shocked. Thanks, Mom. You're the best, before heading off to his room. Inko picked up the forgotten letter and read it through. It may not be what she wanted, it definitely wasn't safe, but what if it was really what Izuku wanted? Could she really say no? Basically what you were implying earlier. Izuku hurriedly logged on and opened a group message to all the pros who were participating in the raid. Blue group 12857. Deku. Would anybody care to explain why I got a letter from UA this morning inviting me to take the Hero Course Recommendation exam? Several users are typing. This is gonna be hilarious. 58726. Ms. Joke. Yeah, I might have had something to do with that. 87657. Mr. Brave. Wait. You did. I recommended him. 12579. Eraserhead. We should have discussed it. Nizu called me into his office and thought it was a prank. It was completely illogical for us all to recommend him. 12857. Deku. 72598. Sir Night-Eye. I don't think it's that illogical, Eraser. After all, he's taking the exam. 12579. Eraserhead. While I see your point, he still would have been invited to take the exam if he only had one recommendation. Any more than that is just inefficient. 12857. Deku. Hiwaso Kfiaz Jaf Ho Ifak JD Castius. 58726. Ms. Joke. Deku sweetie? Are you okay? 72598. Sir Night-Eye. 12579. Eraserhead. 87657. Mr. Brave. Oh shit guys. I think we might have killed him. 12579. Eraserhead. Kid, you're scaring us. We need you to tell us if you're okay. 72598. Sir Night-Eye. Tsukachi took him home, so he knows where the kid lives, right? Who has his number? 12579. Eraserhead. I'll call him. 12857. Deku. Sorry guys, my mom came in and I had to calm down and explain to her why I was screaming. Wait, please tell me you didn't call Tsukachi. 72598. Sir Night-Eye. Sorry kid. When you stopped responding we were scared something had happened. 12857. Deku. At 12579. Stop. I'm okay. Please don't call the detective. 12579. Eraserhead. I explained what happened and that it's a false alarm. Sorry for overreacting, Deku. 87657. Mr. Brave. Yeah, sorry dude. 58726. Ms. Joke. Ditto. 87657. Mr. Brave. So why were you screaming? Did you see a spider? 12857. Deku. Do you guys really think I could be a hero? 12579. Eraserhead. Obviously. Your analysis is better than even most pros are capable of and you choose to use it to help heroes rather than hurt them. You've got more potential than my entire class this year. Don't tell this is the year before? Oh god. The class 1A before us. So we really did almost got expelled? 58726. Ms. Joke. You expelled your entire class this year. So it is the same year. 12579. Eraserhead. Exactly. 12857. Deku. What I do really isn't that special. It's just a hobby I've had since I was a kid. 87657. Mr. Brave. Deku, you had the entire underground convinced that you were a retired pro for like 7 months. 12857. Deku. I am so sorry. Did I make it sound like I was a pro? Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry. I'm gonna have to read through all my old messages and make sure, and I'm probably gonna get arrested for fraud and impersonating a pro, and I am so sorry. 58726. Ms. Joke. He's freaking out. It's so cute. 87657. Mr. Brave. Ha. Dude. Stop freaking out. It was our fault for assuming. No one's gonna arrest you over a misunderstanding. Unless Eraser's still on the phone with Tsukachi? 12579. Eraserhead. If I was, I'd have him arrest you, Brave, not Deku. 72598. Sir Night Eye. I'm more concerned about why you don't believe us? 12857. Deku. Just. Nobody's ever told me I could be a hero before. It feels nice? 58726. Ms. Joke. Who do I need to kill? Mood. Same, Ms. Joke, same. 12857. Deku. What? 12579. Eraserhead. Joke. 58726. Ms. Joke. Joke, yes. 87657. Mr. Brave. How many pitchforks do I need to bring? 72598. Sir Night Eye. Guys, if you make Deku scream again, his mom will be the one planning murder. I'm glad the Sir of that world is having fun, Mirio. 12857. Deku. Thanks guys. It's been fun, but I need to go reevaluate my life now. 12857 has left the chat. Ah, the poor green bean is embarrassed. 72598. Sir Night Eye. Are you happy now? 58726. Ms. Joke. No, because people haven't been giving my son the love and encouragement he deserves. Exactly, Ms. Joke. 12579. Eraserhead. He's not your son. 58726. Ms. Joke. Does that mean he's yours? 12579 has left the chat. He didn't deny it. Weebin knew Shota adopted Midoriya. Please, he literally have joint custody papers ready. Shut it, Hizashi. Too bad Aizawa-sensei had to go through All Might first, seeing he's Midoriya's father. Todoroki. 72598. Sir Night Eye. At this point, we can't change how people have treated him. All we can do is make sure he knows we believe in him moving forward. 72598 has left the chat. 87657 has left the chat. 58726 has left the chat. Nizu sighed as the students were chatting away with one another. Turning to Hatsume, he said, "One more and we'll have a break." Okie dokie. Locating Multiverse. Multiverse found. You are now watching Panic. Why are they all sad, Lemillion-san? Eri asked Mirio. The man didn't know how to answer that. Exclamation mark TW suicide baiting, cutting, and panic attacks exclamation mark. Oh no. That doesn't sound good. Even after all this time, he still needed help. It felt like a betrayal to ask for it now though. He had finally been given a chance to stand equal with all those he had admired for so long, given a quirk of his own from the one who stood above them all, had friends for the first time since he was 4. Most of all, he was still alive despite everything the world threw at him. He knew that he shouldn't have asked for anything more. And yet, H16 was found dead outside of their high school by several students early this afternoon. They are thought to have committed suicide by jumping off the roof of their school. According to some of their classmates, was often the target of bullying due to them being quirkless. Oh no, Toshinori's heart dropped. He had a feeling where this is going. Izuku's hand tightened around the towel on his neck. He had gone out for an evening run, and when he had arrived back at the dorms, all his fellow students were enraptured by the newscast blaring across the TV screen. Several had looks of horror. Others looked visibly uncomfortable with the subject matter. One pointedly avoided looking at the TV, his own fists clenched as he tried to ignore the happenings around him. The freckled-faced boy stared at his classmates in horror, but for different reasons, his mind racing with sudden questions he was not prepared for. Had any of them ever treated someone without a quirk like Kaken had? What? Deku Squad are beginning to feel anger. What did his friends think of the quirkless? What would his friends think of him? Would his death have affected them the same? Oh my god, some gasped at the negative thinking of the certified sunshine of 1A. I really just wanted to talk. Who the F are they? That last thought startled Izuku out of his thoughts. His throat clenched even as his breaths quickened to a frantic pace. He could feel his heart pound, trying to burst through his chest. His vision blurred as the first tears slid down his cheeks. No, he couldn't break down here. Someone would surely take notice and draw the others' attention. Then what would he do? They would all turn on him the moment they learned he used to be quirkless, right? Even if they didn't, the inevitable change in how they would view him would destroy him. So, without a second thought, he fled to his room, unconsciously activating his full cowl. He flung his door shut behind him, not caring when instead of shutting it blew through the frame and whipped around on its hinge to put a dent on the hall wall. The thought that someone might walk in to see him in this state never crossed his mind. He was far too frantic to care as he ripped the drawer of his desk open. Pencils and papers alike flew out, scattering around the typically tidy room as he searched for a very specific bottle. Tucked away far in the back, he found it as his chest started to tighten, much like his throat. Both his hands quaked as he inspected the label on the small orange translucent bottle in his gasp. Good, not expired. He hadn't needed these for so long that he was honestly worried that they might have. His eyes darted around the room looking for his water bottle. A curse was heard only by air when he realized that he must have dropped it in his mad dash to his room. Taking a deep breath to try and hold himself together, Izuku bolted out his door and down the hall. He never noticed the startled pair of sky-blue eyes as he dove into the closest bathroom. Shaky hands fought with the childproof lid as he tried to take deep breaths. He could hear the voices swirling around and around his head. Echoes of his past and his own doubts dug deep into his psyche, twisting the knife even deeper into his heart. Finally, the lid popped loose, spilling small white pills out onto the bland, tiled floor. He'd worry about the mess later. One pill held tightly between his fingers, Izuku stuck his head under the sink faucet and turned on the water. Young Midoriya? The voice of his hero and mentor called out. Izuku nearly choked on water before he could whip his head free from the flow. Y'all might? Toshinori Yagi took in the scene before him with deep confusion. The pills that were splayed about the room. The panicked Izuku whose chest heaved and down in a way that he hadn't seen since the day he raced forward to rescue Bakugo. The others are confused of what it meant. The sludge incident, Bakugo grumble. The demon nerd ran in without thinking. What caught his attention the most, however, was the pleading look in his young student's eyes. They screamed out to him for him to leave. To forget what he saw. To understand. But most importantly, they screamed for help. The teachers are making eye signals to one another. They would make sure that none of the students should be like that in their world. For a moment, the two just stood there staring at one another. I see, can you explain? Izuku wanted to. God above, he wanted to explain away why it felt like his whole body was shaking. Why his felt like he was going to break into a million pieces. The pills scattered across the floor could have spoken for him, but they most likely would tell the wrong story. He didn't know if his heart was going to stop or explode from how fast it was beating. Toshinori held up his hand before pointing at the pill between his successor's fingers. You were about to take that, right? Why? Izuku nodded, though he wasn't sure if the motion could be differentiated from his shaking. Is it safe for you to take? Inquired Toshinori. The boy immediately nodded, a moment of calm clarity that had been absent since the beginning of the conversation. Take it, then we can talk, muttered the teacher, stepping back into the hallway. Why, yes. And just like that, Izuku shrank into himself once more. Toshinori ran a hand over his face as he listened to the water turn on behind him. He had not been expecting such a sensitive discussion when he arrived. Stepping off the elevator moments earlier, he had been planning on checking on his successor after his evening training, because he knew that the kid had the habit of overdoing it like 80 times over, when he had heard the door crash into the wall. Hurrying over to the source, he gasped as he watched Izuku practically fly from his wrecked dorm, down the hall, and into the bathroom. The look in the boy's eyes were too similar to when he had mistakenly told the boy that he couldn't be a hero. They were too dull. Too broken. That tugged their heart so bad. Especially Toshinori's. That was something his eyes should never look like. He heard the water turn off and looked back into the room. Izuku was leaning heavily on the sink, his body visibly shaking. A few of the pills caught his eye again. The voice of a teacher yelled in his head that he should have questioned what the pills were before allowing him to take one. Yes, the boy showed none of his usual hesitation when questioned, but what if they were something harmful? He shook the thought from his head. His young Midoriya taking drugs? No, based on what he saw before them, the pills were most likely for his students' anxiety attacks. He did find it strange that despite seeing the boy have numerous attacks that he had never seen him take them before. Stepping up to the trembling boy, he placed one of his skeletal hands on his shoulder. Young Midoriya, come. But dash. Don't worry about the pills. The retired hero gave him a reassuring smile as he quickly texted Aizawa about the situation. The other teacher had come with him to check on the students and was still down in the comments. He would be able to distract the others long enough to come and help hide the evidence of the boy's breakdown. Izuku stiffened under his gentle hold, but gave up without another word. He took a shaky step to turn, but stumbled over his own feet. Toshi was fast enough to brace him before he fell. Sighing slightly, he wrapped one of his lanky arms around the boy to help guide him back out of the bathroom. Their trip didn't take long. Once they were safely back into Midoriya's dorm room, he took a moment to try and unwedge the door from the wall. He grunted as he did his best to work it loose, failing miserably. He contemplated trying to shift into his muscled form for the split second he would need when a familiar cloth wrapped around the handle and yanked it free. Problem child being bothersome again? Aizawa sighed as he helped Toshinori reposition the door. The blonde immediately bristled, not appreciating the usual banter about his protege after what he had seen. He quashed it down, knowing Aizawa meant no malice. Toshinori glanced at Izuku once more. The kid had not moved from where he had left him in the middle of the room, arms curled tightly around himself. The light glinted through the doorway, catching on the fat tears rolling down his freckled cheeks. His shoulders were hunched up and his whole body shook. The sight made the teacher's heart clench. "I'll handle it," Toshinori said firmly to his teacher, nodding to the bathroom. "Right?" Aizawa ran a hand through his hair, turning toward the scene of the crime. He looked over his shoulder, debating on something for a moment. I don't know if this means anything, but the kids were watching the news report on the suicide victim from yesterday. Toshinori's sunken eyes widened before he hurriedly propped the door back in the broken frame. Turning quickly, he watched as Izuku finally crumbled into soul-shaking sobs. The boy curled further and further into himself, trying to become as small as possible. Feeling his own heart shattering, Toshinori plopped down next to his successor. Gently gathering him up in his arms, he held him tightly as his boy cried, fighting his demons that the hero was sure he had fought for years and would fight for years to come. Why hadn't he questioned it more? When he had heard from the boy that he was quirkless, he remembered his own days of being teased and taunted by others. But at least back then, he wasn't the only one growing up quirkless. The population was a little more evenly split. Kids that did have quirks still probably had at least one relative that didn't. The quirkless knew that they were a dwindling breed, but they weren't alone. But in the span of his life, the world had changed drastically. It was a terrifying thought. It had taken less than 50 years from being a world where everyone knew someone without a quirk to them being so rare that they were targeted, looked down upon, and driven to suicide. The world that they were building was supposed to be one for the better. But how can that be better when children like the one shaking in his arms were killing themselves to escape it? The heroes looked down in shame. Was it really like that? Sorry. Izuku struggled to get out between his sobs. "Hey, this old man ain't worth much anymore, but I can still give a warm hug," Toshinori lightly laughed, petting the boy's curls. "Not old," he felt the boy mumble more than heard. "You're only 4 years older than Mom." Toshi blinked before gaping at the boy. "How'd you figure that out?" "My age is the second most well-kept secret next to One for All." "One for All?" Shinso voices out. "All will be explained later." An Endeavor is 45 years old but has been trying to surpass all might his whole career, Midoriya muttered, sobs starting to fade into hiccuping breaths. Looked like the meds were starting to take effect. Must be pretty strong stuff to take effect so soon, the man mused. Since He has been active for about 25 years, that means All Might has to be close to his age. But He probably started being a hero straight out of school, so the earliest he could have started would be 17 or 18 because there were no such things as PR provisional licenses until 20 years ago. A high school degree or an international equivalent was required for a H-hero license back then. So All Might had to at least be 45 but Endeavor's graduating class from UA only had 2 heroes that are still active, Shim and Snatch. The 2 classes prior have no active H-heroes and the Th-3 after all joined up with agencies A as soon as they graduated. So All Might has to be 48 because that's the only age that makes sense. Everyone turned to the said retired pro, but seeing the shock in his face confirmed what the other Midoriya said. Holy shit. Y'all sure he doesn't have an intelligence quirk or something? IFANG told you, Deku grew up quirkless. Thank God he was never corrupted. Toshinori found himself thinking, his intellect combined with his observation skills and fanboy tendencies would have made him a terrifying and calculating villain. What the hell am I thinking? Midoriya would never have walked down that path unless someone forcibly dragged him. Even then, he would break every bone he has fighting against each step. Izuku sniffled, pushing himself further into his arms. Sorry. What are you apologizing for? Huffed Toshinori, squeezing him slightly. Your overanalytical mind is one of the things that makes you who you are. Never apologize for that. Exactly, Nizu voiced out. And I do wish to develop that mind even more. Shivers down to their spines. May the world survive to Nizu. The teen nodded before trying to move away. Toshinori allowed it, but just enough so that the boy was not in his lap anymore. Don't want to talk about it? He asked quietly. The freckle-faced teen shook his head, paused, then slowly nodded. We don't have to. Toshinori patted his leg, offering a choice for the boy just in case. I need to let it all out, Izuku said, once more curling into himself. That's doubly what my therapist said. Therapist? The teen nodded. Those pills. They're for W's when I have A attacks. How often? Izuku shrugged. They don't happen often anymore. I think this is the first one that I've had since the entrance exams. Since you gained one for all, Toshinori whispered. They almost asked, but then remembered that the man promised to explain it after this viewing. Izuku's mouth drew into a tight line before he spoke again. Why? But my daily meds help too. You take more? Toshinori felt his eyebrows furrow on his brow. Another slight nod. But my dosage has been progressively been going down. Midoriya, my boy dash. PL please don't be mad. Izuku pleaded, hands shooting for his teacher's shirt. I've been trying so hard to get off to them. To prove that I don't need them. He doesn't have to prove himself at all, Snipe said. His meds are nothing to be ashamed of. Exactly. Why do you have to prove that? Toshinori was confused. There was nothing for Izuku to be ashamed about. Fighting against your own mind on a daily basis was one of the most difficult things in the world in his opinion. Not everyone could do it, which is what led those like that poor child to... Toshinori's eyes nearly popped out as both his jaw and heart dropped. And Midoriya didn't dash. No. Izuku shouted, hands rushing to his head, clutching at his green curls. I never tried. Fear gripped him as he gripped the teen's shoulders. Did you ever think it? Silence answered him. Toshinori had never heard anything louder in his entire life. Izuku, he gasped, unconsciously shifting his form in his shock. Aizawa left the building for a moment to call for Hound Dog. They need to check the student's mentality fast before it gets out of hand without them noticing. The boy flinched, trying to pull away from him. Tears once again poured down his cheeks, following the same tracks as before. Oh my goodness! Toshinori breathed, body snapping back. His hands never left his successor's trembling shoulders. He felt himself start to shake as tears pricked at his eyes. The idea that his poor student had been suffering for so long wounded the retired hero deeply. What if he had become another statistic? Just another child forced to fight through a world that refused them, breaking their backs and their souls simultaneously. He couldn't imagine it. Wouldn't. "I'm so sorry," wailed Izuku, body instinctively trying to make him as small as possible. Toshinori yanked the boy back into his arms, holding him close as he cried. Rocking back and forth, he held him tight, willing away all the pain. He couldn't imagine what it was like. He had his own insecurities and his own anxieties, but he had never had to face the villain that was suicide. Anger bubbled under his skin. Who was it that made this child face such a darkness? Why hadn't he seen the signs? Izuku was a happy ray of sunshine in the right setting, but he was a bundle of tangled nerves in anything outside of what he had determined was safe. Flinching away from surprises. Obsessive with the few things that he cares about, proudly terrified that someone would try and take that happiness from him. Sure, Toshinori soothed. He could think about all of that once he calmed his successor once again. "I am here, my boy." The cries continued on as strong, small, scarred hands grasped at his shirt. He was here, but what in the world could he do? Bakugo's mind is racing as they go on. What if in this world Deku really thought of that? What if he did cut himself because of him? It took about another hour before Toshinori felt that Midoriya was calm enough to talk about what had happened. "Young Midoriya," Toshinori started. This time, he pulled the teen away just enough to look him in the eye. "How long have you been dash?" "Had." Izuku mumbled, I don't think about it anymore. I never want to again." "As much as I pray that you never do, you're smart enough to know that you probably will," Toshinori thought sadly. "Even so, how long?" "That I had started when I was 12. Everyone's blood ran cold. That was too young." "No, seriously. Who did this to him?" "I really just wanted to talk." "Get in line, Kaminari." God, he was so young. At 12 years old, he should have only been worried about what to wear and hanging out with his friends. Not thinking about ending his life. I shouldn't complain. Oh, others out there have it much worse than me. "Stop that," Toshinori scolded, looking the boy dead in his eyes. "Whatever others have gone through, that does not make your experiences less valid. Something that you went through left a scar on your heart. That isn't something that you or anyone can deny." Tears welled in the boy's eyes again but did not fall yet. Toshinori wiped one of his freckled cheeks. "I am sorry that I didn't notice this sooner. If I had, maybe I could have been of some comfort." "No. You have nothing to apologize for," Izuku exclaimed before nervously fiddling with his fingers. I don't like to think where I would be if I hadn't met you that day." "Nor do I." "Neither can we." "Even so," Toshinori smiled, "please let me or one of the other teachers if you need any help. You are not alone, my boy. Let us help you." He watched the boy's lip tremble between a pout and a smile. "Please do not take this the wrong way, but did the news of that child's plight trigger this?" the teacher asked after a moment. A single nod was his answer. "I'm sorry. I know that I shouldn't let these thoughts bother me anymore. I have a quirk. I'm not. Like I said, it is a scar. Some days it will feel as if nothing ever happened, like you can go on through life thinking that the worst is over. But other days it'll feel as if it is happening all over again. The pain will be so real that all you can do is pray for it to end. There is no shame in that. Just room to heal so that the bad days get further and further apart," the ex-hero whispered calmly. "Your medicine is also nothing to feel shame for. It is no different than me taking the pain meds and the numerous other medicines that I must take for my injuries. Do not be angry for needing them." "But You do need them," Toshinori interrupted. "You might not always need them, but for the time being, they help you keep those thoughts at bay. They help you create a life for yourself that you can be happy with. They help you take a step at a time until you can stand in the light without them. They do not cure you. They do not make you weak. They help you stay strong so that you can face your demons." Thank you," his successor hiccuped, wiping at his eyes. "Of course," Toshinori smiled. "Want to talk about it now?" A sniffle then. "And no, but I still need to let it out. And normally I tell my mom, but she's so worried about me now that I have a quirk, I don't want her to know." "Like I said, I am here," the blonde offered. Midoriya shot him a shaky but grateful smile before taking a deep breath. "Let's see that I had just come in from my evening jog When I heard the news, all I could think of was what everyone would think if they found out that I had been. Toshinori frowned. He could see where that would be a terrifying train of thought. I got so scared that the friends that I had finally made would hate me like everyone did before I came to you. Izuku continued, I don't want to lose them, but at the same time, I can't stop thinking about it. Toshinori rubbed gentle circles on his back. I don't want to know or to ask them, but at the same time, not knowing is almost just as terrifying, the boy finished. Are these your first friends? Toshinori hesitantly asked. When we were really little, I had Kaken and a couple others. But then I never developed my A and they became my bullies. Bullies? Toshinori's frown deepened. Midoriya sadly smiled. Kaken really is a good person. But back then, everyone would only ever tell him how great he was and how he was going to be the best. I think he developed a superiority complex at a young age. I became the outlet that he needed for his stress because I made myself an easy target. I stuck my nose into things, and the fact that I kept trying to become a hero even though I was so inferior made him question things. I was the only one, so I had to be wrong, or at least that's what I think he thought back then. Now he's changed. Realized that he isn't the only one meant to be great. That being great isn't the only thing out there to be. They all turned to the said boy to see him holding his head in guilt, regret, and shame. It was fairly obvious what was said were all true. Doesn't excuse what he did, he pointed out. Midoriya shook his head, but the smile stayed in place. No, but that doesn't matter to me. I'm just happy to see my friend changing for the better. I know a lot of people would think of Kaken as a future villain, but that couldn't be further from the truth. He has a lot of rough edges, sure, but deep down he cares a lot. Toshinori didn't say anything to that. He agreed with the boy, but at the same time, the explosive teen had caused his friends so much pain that he had thought of ending it all. If he had, he would have been responsible for it. The teacher knew he was going to have to address this with Bakugo. The teachers nodded. They really do need to address this. Bakugo's records were clean while Midoriya's isn't. That alone set up a lot of red flags. He would also need to see how the rest of the students were handling the shocking news. But first, he needed to help the boy in his arms. Young Midoriya, why don't you show me your hero notes? Toshinori said quietly after a long moment of silence. Huh? Emerald eyes blinked, some of their familiar light coming back. You've never properly shown me the notes you took on me, Toshinori grinned. Oh, showed at sure. Izuku nodded, crawling onto his hands and knees. He slipped under his bed and pulled out a green tote that was filled with notebooks. Toshinori smiled as he watched the teen debate which one to pull out. At least he wasn't shaking anymore. Why don't you just start with the first one? It took a moment for the flustered boy to gather himself enough to hesitantly pull out the very first notebook. The edges were well worn and the handwriting that covered the childish Hill's cape was large and unsure. He had known that the boy had been working on his notebooks for years, but this one looked like the boy had just started to learn how to write. It was touching, really. Midoriya really was his and many other heroes' biggest fan. They sat together for a long time, flipping through page after page. They managed to get through 3 of the notebooks, with All Might taking the most space in the first 2 and only 10 pages in the third, when a loud yawn came from the freckle-faced teen. Getting tired? Toshinori teased, ruffling the boy's hair. He whined, rubbing at his eyes. Maybe. Then you should sleep. Don't you wanna? Izuku yawned again. You're about to fall asleep anyway. Toshinori smiled, grunting as he stood up. Get some rest. We can talk more in the morning. Yes, sir, Izuku grumbled, not bothering to stand, favoring instead to drag himself up into his bed. He plopped heavily into his pillow. Toshinori frowned at how the boy's fingers dug into the bedding. He moved to comfort the boy once more when he heard the boy's voice squeak out. All Might. Yes, my boy? Can I ask a favor? By this time, Aizawa came back with Hound Dog. How is he? Aizawa asked as Toshinori entered the teacher's lounge back in the UA main building. Asleep, the blonde sighed, collapsing into a chair. I had no idea it had been so bad. Aizawa shifted from his seat, dry eyes taking in the exhaustion of the skeletal man before him. Exactly how bad? Toshinori ran his hands over his face. That's suicidal bad. The underground hero couldn't help skiing in a breath. Hatsume, how accurate are these to Midoriya in any way? Hound Dog said, speaking in human language. His feelings, to say the least, Hatsume answered, his thoughts buried so deep. The resentment he placed to himself. Stuffs like that in worlds like these. There are probably some happy ones which correspond to his positive feelings. So these dark worlds are within him for a long time that no one saw. Hound Dog nodded. That is worrisome. Everyone has a face of concern. Midoriya was feeling like that? That there is something that Midoriya has not told many people? He chewed on his lip for a moment before continuing. He was quirkless until something triggered his quirk to manifest during the entrance exam. Aizawa wasn't sure if his eyes could go any wider. So was theirs. No wonder Midoriya can't control his quirk. Because of that, his life was made quite difficult by his peers, he continued. I suppose hearing about how another was faced with a similar life threw him back into that world. Aizawa pinched the bridge of his nose. So when he first started here, he really was just a kid that's quirk had just manifested. Why weren't we told? It was his request, as he was hoping for a clean slate where he was treated the same as everyone else. Toshinori leaned back in his seat. Aizawa mimicked the other teacher. We need to do something about all of this, Toshinori whispered. This issue needs to be addressed with all the students. You have something in mind? Yes. Lemillion-san. Does Deku-san feel like this? Eri asked with a frown. She doesn't like it when her hero is sad. He was always smiling with her. Deku-san should always smile. Young Midoriya. Toshinori called out the next morning as the students of Class 1A started to file in. All might. Izuku jumped. The blonde gestured for the boy to follow him. Come with me for a moment. I'd like to speak with you. The flustered boy looked back between Ida and Uraraka, both who had noticed how jumpy their friend was this morning and were visibly concerned, and his mentor. After a nervous pause, he trotted over to the blonde. Toshinori gave a reassuring smile to the two left behind before guiding Izuku down the hallway. He could feel the uneasy aura that the boy was giving off as they came up to the lounge. Couldn't say that he blamed the boy. Having anyone see your greatest moment of weakness was traumatizing. Sliding the door open, he gently pushed the teen in by his shoulders. Good morning, Midoriya. Principal Nizu greeted from his spot next to Aizawa on the couch. Principal. Mr. Aizawa. Gee, good morning. Izuku quickly bowed. Midoriya, Toshinori told us about your panic attack last night, Aizawa stated, rare concern working into his voice. The boy visibly paled. Toshinori placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. You did nothing wrong. Remember that, Toshinori stated, pushing the boy onto the opposite couch. But we have all agreed that this is something that we need to address with the rest of the students. But Toshinori held up his hand. We brought you here so that you would not have to sit through the class should you choose not to. What? Midoriya-kun, we are training you all to be fine heroes, correct? Nedzu sipped his tea. The quirkless have all the same rights as the rest of us. But as you know, people can be cruel. To be able to help them, your classmates first need to understand where they have been and what struggles they have had to face. That way maybe you all might be able to help prevent someone facing that cliff of despair alone. Aye. Izuku's hands clenched the fabric of his pants legs. It is not going to just be 1A. All teachers in the school have instructed to change their lesson plans to broach this topic today, Aizawa stated. As such, if you would rather, you are free to take today off and return to the dorms. Scarred knuckles turned white. Dunno. The teacher sounded. Aye. Izuku swallowed before looking at the teachers, eyes shimmering with unshed tears. I want to be there too. The teachers sat in silence before Toshinori shook his head with a smile. Well, it's not like we didn't figure that you would say something like that. Aizawa scratched his head. This isn't a life or death situation that you have to force yourself to fight through. No one will think any worse of you if you took the day off. I think that I need to be there, Izuku stammered, fidgeting with his hands, and more for myself than anything else. Maybe that's selfish of me, but I don't think I could be back in my room wondering what everyone is thinking. Fair enough, Aizawa sighed, pushing off the couch. He gestured for the boy to follow him. Let's hurry up and get this over with then. We all should do that too, Hound Dog slowly suggested. Nizu nodded in agreement. This is also a matter that should be discussed with everyone. Good morning, Mr. Aizawa. All might, the class chanted as the three walked in. Izuku spared the two an uneasy glance before scurrying to his seat. The teachers could feel the unspoken question on the minds of all the students. They looked at each other before Toshinori nodded. This was going to be a long day. Today is going to be different than what we are used to, Aizawa started. The class tensed up. As I am sure you have all heard, a student at a nearby school committed suicide recently. It is believed that it was due to his treatment as someone without a quirk. Because of this tragedy, the principal has asked all the teachers to hold a class regarding this issue. Toshinori picked up. To start off with, we would like each of you to tell us what your personal views on the topic of the quirkless and what we as a society should be doing to help them. Please. We want you to give us your actual beliefs on this matter. Stand up when I call your name and give us your answer. Aizawa glanced at the trembling Izuku. Aoyama. The blonde boy jumped, looked around before standing up. He flicked his hair back. I believe that they are still sparkling souls even if they can never shine brighter than me. Conceited much? Everyone else sweat dropped, except Aoyama. That sounds exactly like what he would say. Young Ishido, Toshinori called off. The pink girl jumped up from her seat. Taking a moment to gather her thoughts, she said, never really thought about it. There was a kid at my school that I never met but I never really talked to them. But they seemed happy even if they were quirkless. Aizawa nodded, indicating for the girl to sit down. Azui. With a rib bit, Tsuyu stood as Mina sat down. I feel like people should follow their dreams but sometimes that may not be possible. They probably should stick to safer paths. Toshinori and Aizawa fought not to visibly wince at her wording as they saw the slight flinch of Izuku's shoulders from the corner of their eyes. Azui croaked sadly. Young Ida, Toshinori continued. They shouldn't be treated any differently. Ida proclaimed, hand chopping the air with his usual enthusiasm. If someone with a quirk and someone without a quirk are in need of rescue, I will rescue both of them. Uraraka. I feel like they should be able to live as happily as they can, the brunette nervously said, fiddling with her fingers. Young Sato. I know that they can have a hard time finding jobs but they can still find some ways to be happy, right? But sadly, people with quirks often make it harder for them, Monoma whispered. And some outright refuse them for it, Vlad whispered as well. Kuda. They may not be able to be heroes but they can still live their lives. Young Kirishima. The red-haired teen rubbed the back of his neck as he stood up. I mean, it's our duty to help those that can't help themselves, right? A few of the students blinked. Something seemed strange. Kaminari. Pretty much the same as Kirishima, the electric teen shrugged. No, Kaminari whispered. They still have a right to live as a normal person. Young Ojiro. The teen stared at his fists for a moment before speaking. What I have at my disposal is a tool to help everyone. Shuji. I will always do everything in my power to help those in need, even those without quirks to help themselves. Young Jairu. The punk girl rolled her head side to side before speaking her own mind. I mean, they would have a hard time trying to be a hero. I'm not sure anyone would accept them into a hero program without a quirk. But there's still a lot that they can do out there. Zero. They can't help themselves so we help them. The trembling of the poor boy by the window was getting hard to ignore. Several of the students were starting to worry. Now they are wondering what if their Midoriya is hearing and watching all of this? Good God, they could see his reaction already. And it hurts them. Young Tokoyami. It doesn't matter if they can't stand with us. It is our duty to help them at least stand to face the day. Todoroki. The half-and-half teen stared at the shaking teen to his left but decided against bringing verbal attention to him. Instead, he spoke his mind. The quirkless should stick to safe jobs. The way that Izuku's head fell into his hands was not something the rest of the class could not ignore. However, the teachers pressed on. Todoroki flinched. His other self shouldn't have said that. It was obvious from Midoriya's actions. Young Yaoyorozu. Momo stared at Izuku, worry gnawing at her before clearing her throat to speak. Well, according to the statistics, the quirkless are good at being successful business owners. Most appear to live to be quite happy with the lot they were given. Mineta. The small boy shrugged, not sure why we're taking a class to go over this, but they can't be heroes. They should probably stick to safer jobs. Young Hagakure. The class blinked. Why did they suddenly skip 2 of them? So far, the teachers had been taking turns to call out each of the students by going up and down the rows. The invisible girl slowly stood up. I guess I kind of just agree with what everyone else has said. Aizawa nodded before looking directly at the irritated blonde behind her, Bakugo. The boy loudly pushed his chair back as he stood, hands shoved in his pockets. The quirkless need to stay out of the way. With that, he plopped back down. Behind him, Izuku looked like he was about to pull his green curls from his head. All right, Aizawa sighed, looking over all the students. So what you are all telling me is that you all view them as people that have to be protected. That they can't do that for themselves? The students are shaking their head as a no. Aizawa-sensei basically fight quirkless, and he's FENG pro. It was obvious the quirkless just need to work harder than anyone else. Support items exist for a reason. Power Loader exclaimed. Confusion washed over their faces. True, that was pretty much what they had said, but wasn't there still one of them that needed to answer? Tashinori sighed, pointing at the students. What would you all say if there was someone without a quirk that wanted to be a hero? That was the only thing that they wanted in their life. Both Bakugo and Tashinori thought of their Midoriya. He really did just want to become a hero. The students looked between each other. Some lingered over the shaking form of Izuku. What was going on? I guess it wouldn't be any different than someone with a weak quirk? It would be incredibly tough, but I guess it wouldn't be impossible? But it would be really unlikely, and they would have to probably stick to just patrols or recon. They probably wouldn't be able to really fight anyone, Mina rambled. I see, Aizawa rubbed his head. What the hell is with this questioning? Bakugo growled. He hated this whole class PRD, but he really hated that he could feel Izuku practically vibrating behind him. The DMN nerd was starting to PSS him off. We told you at the beginning. This is because Because of some no-name kid that none of us have ever met, Bakugo interrupted. Why are we talking about it? Several of the students winced. They couldn't deny that they too had been thinking something similar. The teachers frowned at the explosive teen. They opened their mouths to say something but were interrupted when Izuku flew to his feet. Everyone stared in shock at the freckle-faced boy. He gripped the desk as if it was the only thing that kept him standing. His heavy breathing was audible to all in the room as they watched his chest heave up and down. The visible quaking of his body terrified the students. What was going on? Midoriya, what's rho dash? I.C. Can I say something? Izuku yelled, eyes wide and face pale. Aizawa and Tashinori looked at each other before nodding. Of course, my boy. But you don't look so well. Would you prefer to sit? Tashinori reasoned. Do not push yourself. Izuku shook his head hard as if to convince himself. He took several deep breaths before pushing away from the desk. Several shaky steps later, and the small teen was standing before his entire class. His shaking hadn't stopped. Young Midoriya, do you dash? Izuku merely nodded, hand reaching into his pocket and pulling out one of the pills from the night before. He hesitated for a moment. Did he really want to do this? Just showing the pill in front of the class was admitting to a weakness that he hated. Even if he sat back down now, his friends would eventually corner him and ask him about it. But at the same time, what he was about to talk about was something that he knew was going to wreck his emotional state. It had been a spur-of-the-moment decision to bring some of his pills with him to class. He had hoped that he wouldn't have needed it, but he was feeling both emotionally and mentally unstable when he awoke and hadn't wanted to risk having another breakdown in the middle of class. Seeing the pill, Aizawa handed his student his juice packet. Normally, this would be a questionable thing to do, but the relieved look upon the boy's face erased any unease the teacher had upon the action. Quickly swallowing the pill, Izuku looked over his class. Hopefully the medicine would enter his system quickly. He was going to need all the help he could get. I think that the quirkless can do just as much as every one of us sitting in this room, Izuku announced, hands fiddling wildly. B, but I am biased in that opinion. B, because until recently the one for. All user took a shaky breath. I was Q quirkless. There was pure silence for seconds after his declaration. A pencil slowly rolled off of Todoroki's desk, the clatter sounding like the world crashing down around them. B, because of a rare genetic mutation, my quirk never manifested, Izuku went on, eyes locked firmly on his shoes. Even so, the only thing that I ever wanted to do was to become a hero. So I studied. I studied and analyzed every piece of information I could about heroes because if I didn't have a quirk, I needed something that would make me stand out. If I studied hard enough, I could impress as someone that could teach me something. Anything that might have made it possible. I tried to join the martial arts club in middle school, but they kicked me out because I didn't have a quirk good for fighting. When I tried to join a dojo, the kids would use me as a punching bag until I left after a day or two since I couldn't fight back as much. Everyone was screaming in anger. Their friend should never have experienced that. They all keep shouting profanities. Mirio covered Eri's ears every time, until Aizawa had to use his intimidation to shut them all up. In school, I was targeted because I was the only one that didn't have even a weak quirk, Izuku continued. He wanted to stop. He knew that he was going to say something that he was going to regret, but it was like he had been holding back a failing dam for years and there was no way to stop the water any longer. I was bullied. Relentlessly. When I was little, it was just name-calling. Insults tossed at me from everyone that I knew. And nobody wanted to play with me or be my friend B because then they would be a target too. As some of the teachers, early on, did try to stop it. One even let me eat lunch in the computer lab so that I could have a safe place. But others just stood there. Waved it off B because that's what kids do, right? They're mean. If they hurt others because they don't know any better. It'll be good for me, right? Toughen me up for the real world. Some probably J just didn't care because I was just some quirkless kid. Izuku liked his lips, fighting back tears as he continued. He didn't dare look up at his classmates. Couldn't look at them. He didn't want to see what he knew would be there. I could handle the verbal abuse. I can't remember how many times I would chant, "sticks and stones," inside my head. B, but that was wrong. I is wrong. Words can be just as sharp and deadly as knives. I didn't realize it, but by time I had gotten to middle school, I wasn't in a good place mentally. I stopped reacting as much to their taunts. I got to school late and left before everyone else so that I could minimize how much time I had to listen to them. And they noticed. It wasn't as fun anymore, I guess. Words could hurt, but if I was already numb inside, they didn't get the same thrill. One day, it escalated. Escalated? Someone whispered. He wasn't quite sure. It came from his right, so maybe it was Ida or Uraraka. Or maybe Azui. Whoever it was, they sounded unnerved. Izuku nodded, squeezing his eyes shut. The freckles on his cheeks scrunched together as he fought against his own emotions. It started with just getting pushed around. Accidentally, shoved into the wall. My shoes thrown into the pond. Sometimes, my backpack would be tossed into traffic. Then I would be tripped down the stairs. Someone gasped. Some had began covering their mouths with their hands. Eri has tears on her eyes. The teachers are mad. No child should be treated like that. The pushes and shoves started leaving bruises. Some would use their quirks if they thought they could get away with it. I have a divot in my leg from where a kid with a rock quirk launched one into my shin. I got used to having to walk through the day like I wasn't in pain. G got pretty good at hiding them from my mom and CL cleaning cuts and scrapes. They all looked at Bakugo. They saw that he was mad at he was hearing. He was certainly mad at himself. He shouldn't have started it. He should have just stayed by his side. He should have been the better friend. Everyone from the past. Himself in the past. Aizawa and Toshinori both clenched their fists in anger. They knew it had been bad. It had to have been to cause the seemingly always sunny boy to have thoughts of suicide. But hearing just how bad made their blood boil. The retired hero fought to keep from glaring at Bakugo. He knew that he had been one of the green-haired boy's tormentors. The explosive teen was gritting his teeth, burning his desk where he gripped it till his knuckles turned white. Anger fused with regret flooded his face. It seemed that he at least realized that he had made a mistake when they were growing up. I hid a few spare uniforms at school in case the day got too rough because I didn't want my mom to worry. Despite it all, I still wanted to be a hero, Izuku murmured, voice barely loud enough for the class to hear. Back then, I don't think I really understood what I wanted. I knew that I wanted to be a hero because a hero is someone that helps others. And maybe I wanted to help people like me, maybe I was being selfish and just wanted to help myself. What do you mean? Toshinori asked quietly. He had never heard this side of his student. Izuku sniffled, fighting valiantly against the tears as a few snuck through, and maybe back then. Maybe I clung so tightly to the dream of being a H-hero because nobody had been one for me. Several hearts broke at the boy's words. So was theirs. Was it really like that for their Midoriya? Did he really wanted to become a hero because no had been one for him? And nobody ever truly stepped in to stop them. The teachers eventually all gave up. They shouldn't do that. All of them just looked on as it happened. A handful would even laugh, Bakugo said with a pale face. Some even helped the students on doing that to Deku. A few started it before any students does. Now everyone was seething in rage. What kind of teachers are they if they all picked on the quirkless? None of my classmates stopped the bullies because they would be targeted too. And my mom tried. I can remember her going to the schools and pleading with the teachers to rein in the other students. She called parents. I listened to her cry herself to sleep because I was born without a quirk and she knew that my life would be hard. I hated it. Izuku hissed out the words, head hung low with his shoulders bunched up. I hated that I was the reason that she was crying. So I started hiding things from her. I wore long-sleeved shirts all the time. Studied up how to make bruises fade faster. I tried standing up for myself and that only got me punched harder. I ran away and that only got me a face full of gravel or concrete. I thought I wasn't faster than them. I wasn't stronger than them. I was weak. Izuku choked on a few of his words. All I ever wanted was for someone, anyone, to reach out and tell me that they were wrong. That what they did was wrong. What they said was wrong. That I wasn't a useless, quirkless kid that would forever be everyone's punching bag. Bakugo's eyes widened. He really did messed up. But on top of it all, I didn't want anyone to feel the way that I did because, some days I just wanted it all to end. More tears rolled down freckled cheeks, splashing on the cold floor. Several faces mirrored his own, pain echoing through the room. There was the slight smell of something burning, but it was largely ignored. On their side, there was something burning. Todoroki was seething in anger that he had to go out in the back to burn something in his anger before coming back. On those days, the only thing that kept me going was my dream. I poured everything I had into trying to become a hero so that I didn't have time to think about anything else. It was too painful to. So I filled out notebook after notebook, dreaming of the day that I could be like one of the heroes in them. Izuku had to stop. He had to get his crying under control. Stop before he revealed the one secret he had never told anyone. His mind screamed for his mouth to stop, but his heart, which had been hurting for so long, had taken control. He couldn't stop. But then one day, during my second year in middle school, I walked into the classroom and saw a vase with a red spider lily sitting on my desk. There Bakugo stood up in surprise, indicating that he didn't know that one happened, or if it did happen in this world too. Cries rang out through the room. Many of the students were openly crying. Ida and Uraraka had jumped up and looked like they were ready to tackle the boy when Bakugo flew up from his desk. The hell? Bakugo roared. Izuku flinched, drawing further into himself. I don't remember those FING side characters doing that bullshit. Bakugo snapped, but from how pale he was, they all knew that he believed their fragile friend. Their Bakugo was as pale as that one on the screen. It was the week you were gone for your grandfather's funeral, Izuku forced out. I never talked about it, so I didn't expect you to know about it. Baku bro, did you? I was gone for a week because my grandpa did die, the ash blonde hissed in anger. The teacher's eyes widened. So their Midoriya has the high possibility of being suicide baited. Shinso knew what it was like to be bullied. But never in his time that he was treated like that. He was just insulted behind his back. But for the only person who would think that he can become a hero was treated like that, he was seeing red. Hatsume didn't know how to react. The person who would accepted her weirdness and obsession with her babies was treated like that. Deku Squad no, Class 1A was seething in rage. Basically all of them watching at this point. Bakugo growled as mini explosions went off in his hand. He looked like he was going to charge Izuku, so Aizawa stepped between the two. Part of the teacher wanted to stop the boy from continuing but knew that with how stubborn the problem child could be that he would not be successful. That I think something broke in me that day, Izuku confessed, eyes losing their trademark shine. Oh, or maybe something had always been broken and I was just too stupid to notice. I don't know. I just remember seeing the flower on my desk. I could practically hear all of their taunting laughter. Like I should have seen this coming. Like it was my fault that it had come to this. I don't remember how I got home. I had been standing in the classroom just staring at that DMN flower, and then I was back home, staring myself in the mirror. I couldn't recognize myself, Izuku whispered. The person that was looking back at me couldn't have been me. They mocked me. The person in the mirror was everything that I had never wanted to be. Cold. Lifeless. Just a broken doll ready to be thrown into the fire. I hated it. I hated me. Staring into that mirror, I felt so much disgust for who I had become. I wasn't fair though. I couldn't help it. I didn't have a quirk. It wasn't my fault that I drew life's short straw. It wasn't my fault. But that it had to be someone's right? Izuku's voice squeaked out at the end before he bent down on shaky legs. Toshinori took a step forward, thinking that the boy was at his wit's end. He was stopped as he watched the boy slip off his left shoe. Everyone knows how doctors check for quirks, alright? Izuku asked. Silence was the answer. Doctors x-ray your feet to check if your pinky toes have 1 or 2 joints. If you have 2, then you are 99% likely to never develop a quirk. Oh God, Momo's quivering voice rung out. That's bullshit. Hatsume couldn't help but to exclaim in distress, I have that pinky toe joint, and I have a quirk. Power Loader tried consoling his own student who was clearly in distress about this one. Hatsume broke down and started crying. They all knew her as the enthusiastic support student. For her to break down like this would mean that Midoriya's encouragement and existence means a lot for her, as they both gotten close after the sports festival. Izuku bit down on his lip as he pulled the sock off his foot. Standing back upright, he slowly lifted his foot up for everyone to see. Uraraka dove for a trash can with Kaminari not far behind. Looks of horror reflected upon each student's face. Bakugo fell back into his seat. Aizawa stared with wide eyes as Toshinori stumbled into a wall for support. Balancing on one foot, Izuku held out his left for all to see. A long scar ran down the left side of it before merging into a mass of scar tissue at the base of the pinky toe. Said toe did not look like a pinky toe any longer. It was too small, a nub of what the toe should have been, like it had been cut off just below where a toenail should be. It also jutted out slightly to the left, sticking out from the rest of the foot. The scars were jagged, as if the toe had been sawed off rather than chopped. And, as if to mock all those that saw it, there was a single freckle sitting innocently near the top of the nub. His foot is like that. Kirishima whispered in horror. He went to the baths together with Midoriya before, and it was indeed like the one on screen. Shinso was also crying. Like Hatsume, Midoriya means a lot to him as well. He was the only one that believed in him, for that kind of person to be like that hurts him so bad. Midnight looked at her student in sadness. She went to comfort him. Izuku lowered his foot back to the ground but didn't move to cover it. That day, I did something that I truly regret. My brain latched onto the idea that it was because I had 2 joints in my toe that everything was so wrong. That those 2 joints in my DMN pinky toes made all the difference to the world. That it would get better if I just got rid of them. I remember going into the kitchen and carefully looked through all the knives we had. I wanted to make sure it wasn't one that my mom used often because then she would find out. Izuku bit down on his lip again, flashbacks of that day rushing forward. I thought that I could make it better. How much different would it be to treat this than all the other injuries I had treated myself? I cleaned the knife and my toes with alcohol, got some strong yarn from my mom's seacraft room to tie off the bleeding, and grabbed as many towels as I could handle. The room was suffocating for them. Some are already crying, especially Eri. The hands that had been clenched at his side the whole time finally came up to wrap themselves around himself. I can still remember it all so clearly. It made so much sense at the time. I sat down in the bathtub that way I could clean up the blood easily. And my mom didn't have to know, and this would finally make it all better, right? I chickened out twice before I finally made the first chop. Everyone gasped in horror. Quaking legs could no longer hold him. Collapsing onto the ground, Izuku did his best to fight against his urge to curl into a ball. It hurt so much. And there was so much blood. He began rocking back and forth. But at the same time, there was so much relief with that pain. It was the first time I had done it to myself. For so long it felt like everyone else held so much power over me, but I was doing this. I finally felt like I had control over something about myself. It felt euphoric. There were several more sounds of students retching. Toshinori and Aizawa weren't much better. Izuku laughed madly, bitter tears freely running down his face. But the knife was so dull. It couldn't cut through the bone. So I lifted it again. This time, it was so much easier to bring it down. I swung it down as hard as I could, but it still wasn't enough. So I tried to position the knife over the joint and saw through it. I lost my grip several times because of the blood. The only thing I was thinking was how good it felt despite all the pain and how I needed to hurry up so I could treat this foot and then do the same to my other before my mom got home. He seemed to realize how he was unnerving his classmates as he took several trembling breaths before continuing. During all of this, my homeroom teacher probably did the only heroic thing anyone had ever done for me up until that point. She called my mom and told her what had happened and that she needed to get home to see if I was there. I was almost all the way through my toe when I heard my mom come crashing through the front door. Panicking, I started to desperately chop off what was left. It didn't matter if I didn't get to the other toe that day. I just needed to finish before she came in, and then I could worry about it later. Izuku shivered at the memory that I don't think I have ever heard anyone scream the way my mom did when she threw the bathroom door open. I froze mid-swing and she dove for the knife. I refused to let go though. This was the first time that I felt in control of anything. Why did I have to give that up? We struggled for what felt like forever. I managed to break away from her and tried one last time to chop my toe off. My mom, her quirk lets her pull small object toward her. Desperate to stop me, she used it on the knife. So instead of chopping my toe, it sliced down the side of my foot before falling to the ground next to her. Izuku grew quiet, tears silently falling down their cheeks as their shoulders shook. Carefully, Toshinori knelt beside the boy and placed a hand on his shoulder. He couldn't take this anymore. Never in his wildest dreams did he think that his successor had been through such a traumatic experience. At his touch, Izuku launched himself into his mentor's chest, knocking the poor man back onto his behind. Wails echoed through the room. The cries. Oh my god, the cries hurt them so bad. I don't remember what happened next. And my mom told me that I screamed at her for stopping me, but I can't remember. She was so hurt by it all, but I can't even remember what I said. Izuku cried. I woke up in the hospital so confused by everything. And none of the staff trusted me and treated me like I was like a plague on their resources or something. When I first woke up, my hands were restrained to the bed so I couldn't hurt myself anymore. But I was so scared because I woke up with no one there and no one would listen to my pleas for help. It wasn't until my mom came in that they finally let me go to but she almost told them to leave them on. She was afraid of what I would do. I had caused my mom so much pain that she couldn't even trust me. Toshinori did his best to rub soothing circles into the teen's back. He was sure that other nearby classes could hear Izuku's cries. Looking up, he saw Ida and Uraraka coming to stand next to him. Tears rolled their faces before they kneeled beside him. Nodding, he let them wrap their arms around their weeping friend. He didn't do anything to fight them off. Though, Toshinori thought with a grimace, Izuku might not have even realized that they were there. The sound of crying was interrupted by the ringing of the bell. However, neither teacher moved to leave. Whoever tried to come in right now would have hell to pay for intruding on this sensitive matter. Izuku sniffled after about 15 minutes, body finally too exhausted to keep crying. But after that, I started going to therapy and put on medication. It helped, but nothing seemed to completely erase that hatred I had. I went back to school after a week more to try and cheer my mom up then because I was ready. Nobody at school was told about what happened and my life continued the way it had been. Probably wouldn't have made any difference anyway. Momo jumped from her desk. What do you mean that it continued? What about that teacher? Didn't they do anything else? Izuku shook his head, freckles running against the coarse material of Toshinori's suit jacket. When I showed back up, they figured that I was fine. I don't even think the kids really got in any trouble. That's just how my school was. That's horrible, Ochako whimpered, stealing the boy from Toshinori's grasp and burying her face in curly locks of forest green. Those BSs would even shrugged whenever the nerd would complain, Bakugo muttered, as his own squad heard him. They would say he was just saying that to get attention back in elementary school days. Hissing the last 3 words really did told him that their Midoriya was treated like that for years. Years, and no one even bothered to help him in any way. He merely sighed slightly, dull eyes locked on the ceiling. That I know that a lot of people who are quirkless don't have the same experiences as me, but there are those that do. And that kid that committed suicide, that I can relate too much with it all. As much as I wish to change it, the fact is that I still remember thinking along the same lines as they had. And looking back on it now, I hate those thoughts. I don't want them. I shouldn't still think them, right? I've got a quirk now. Everyone would probably think that I should be all better, right? Stop that. Ida snapped, having bolted to his friend, firm hands grabbing those tear-stained freckled cheeks and forcing Izuku to look at him. There is nothing wrong with admitting that you still are fighting these thoughts. It means that you know that there is a problem and you want to get better. There is no easy way through them. Fighting for this long has been hard, right? You know that there is no cure-all for it. Tears pricked at Emerald's yet again. That's right. Mina called out, also on her feet. Soon the rest of the class was standing as well. There will be bad days. But that's why you have friends. Totally. Kaminari nodded enthusiastically. All you have to do is ask and we'd all jump in to help you. Nobody should go through what you have, Tokoyami stated coolly. I apologized. I should not have ever thought that just because someone does not have a quirk that they cannot be strong. It seems that they have to be some of the strongest. But I was just one kid. Izuku hurriedly tried to soothe his classmates. The teachers shook their heads. Just like him to worry more about others, others might have had different experiences. That's not the point. Ojiro gripped his fists tightly. We were all thinking of the quirkless as weak. That because of that they should just be happy with what they were given and make the most out of that. That wasn't fair of us, Toru continued. They are still people. We shouldn't think of them as less. They don't deserve that. Izuku stared at his class with wide eyes filled with awe as the rest of the class echoed similar sentiments. The echoes of that fateful day at the start of his 3rd year of junior high coming up in comparison. Bitter laughs slowly crept up his throat until he was shaking his head at the irony. Deku-kun? Ochako asked, petting his hair. It's just funny. They would constantly tell me that it was useless because who would want to be friends with someone that was quirkless and that I should just give up. Izuku smiled slightly. Heck, someone told me once in my 3rd year that if I really wanted to be a hero that I should take one last dive off the school roof. And I couldn't help but to have thought that if they had told me that the year prior I might have just listened to them. They all gasped as well. If it was a year prior, then it was just before middle school ended. Bakugo was cradling himself, hands are covering his ears as he kept muttering words that they all could hear. I'm sorry. FING didn't mean it. I didn't want you to do that. I'm sorry. Don't effing leave me, you nerd. I'm so FNG sorry. Bakugo was having a panic attack. The previous ones set a trigger for him. Especially this one and the Mai R, they all hit too close to home. His group and Aizawa was trying to calm him down but he couldn't seem to hear them. He was too indulged of his self-hatred that he couldn't seem to breathe properly. Gasps escaped every student. Nobody paid attention to the fact that the window was now open or that a certain explosive teen was leaning out of it. Toshinori's eyes widened. "What? Why, you got to be kidding me?" Kirishima shouted. "What the F was wrong with your classmates?" Izuku nervously scratched his cheek. "That comment doesn't really bother me anymore. They didn't know any better. Dude, you guys went to the same school. What the hell were you doing during all dash?" Kirishima started to ask as he turned to Bakugo. He froze as he watched the explosive teen empty his stomach out the window. "Hada, what were you doing back then?" K-Kaken W wasn't dash." Kirishima's eyes widened. "Who were you when he was getting bullied?" "The FING biggest one." That explains why Bakugo was like this one. His guilt was suffocating him. "That's not true." Izuku scrambled onto his hands and knees, limbs too shaky to hold his weight. "Shut up." Bakugo snapped, jolting at his own outburst as he watched Izuku flinch. Just shut up." K-Kaken. Izuku chewed on his lip. "The F did you do?" Kaminari growled. He might have been part of the Baku squad, but nobody, absolutely nobody messed with Izuku around Class 1A. They overlooked the explosive teen's abrasive ways for the most part because the boy in question hadn't seemed to take them to heart. Plus, the blonde was rude to everyone. But this was different. The two might be on better terms now, but at some point in their lives, Bakugo helped make Izuku so depressed that he had physically harmed himself. And that could not stand. Bakugo refused to answer or even look at any of them. Tsuyu's eyes widened before launching her tongue out, slapping the boy hard with it. "You were the one that told him to jump, weren't you?" Their Bakugo was muttering more words as they tried to calm him down. The way Bakugo's shoulders bunched up ever so slightly and how frantic Izuku looked spoke volumes. "Midoriya, please," Todoroki spoke up, frost creeping down his right leg. "We need to know." But I was. That really confirms it. They would have to talk to both of them, but they had to calm the explosive teen first. K-Kaken. Izuku gasped, face pale. "What are you dash?" "I told you to shut up." Bakugo shouted, hands gripped tight to stop any explosions that might want to go off. "Why would you say something so cruel?" Momo whispered. "That I don't know." "You don't know," Shoji repeated, quietly before growing louder. "You don't know. What kind of answer is that? After all that Midoriya has done for you, you can't even give him an answer for why you would hurt him so much?" Jiro scowled. It's really not that big of a deal." Izuku pleaded. "It is a big deal." Uraraka countered. "You deserve an answer and he has to pay the consequence of hurting you so much." But I already forgiven him." Izuku whimpered, once again curling into a ball. Their Bakugo slowly starts to stop shaking, as he was now staring at the screen in disbelief. "The F dash?" Bakugo gaped. I mean, Izuku fidgeted with his fingers. "We've been friends for so long that I kind of just got used to it all." "How messed up in that shitty head of yours are you, Deku?" Bakugo breathed. I literally tried everything to push you away. Why didn't you just stop? "I don't know," Izuku's voice was barely heard. I. "You can't even answer that," Bakugo whispered. Izuku shifted to sit back on his ankles. But if it wasn't for K-Kaken that day I wouldn't have stayed after school and then I wouldn't have met the first person to tell me that I could be a hero." Aizawa was the only one to hear Toshinori's breath catch. "And their worlds all might too. The day that you told me to." Izuku gripped his pant legs as he trailed off. "I met with a hero that told me for the first time in my life that I could become a hero. If you hadn't, I might not have never had that chance. The memory of that day is something that I treasure. So thank you dash." "Don't." Bakugo growled, hands sparking. "Why the hell would you thank me?" Because it's true." Izuku insisted. And you've helped me before too." "It Deku. This isn't some stupid iffy game." Bakugo took one step toward the green-haired boy. That one step was one too far. The second his foot hit the ground, he felt himself being held back by Siro's tape. There was ice slowly creeping up his feet. Clicking his teeth, he decided against blowing off the offending quirks. "You're messed up." Bakugo! Several classmates shouted. Izuku flinched at his words, but that stupid wavering smile bunched up the freckles on his cheeks. I know. You are not. Ida ground out, forcing the boy to look at him again, his large hands pressed squarely against those bunched-up freckles. You are an amazing person, an immensely caring and wonderful friend, and you are already one of the most magnificent heroes I have ever had the privilege to meet. Ida is right. You are amazing. And loyal and cool and just the best friend I could ever ask for. Uraraka quickly added in. You're so smart. Denki was quick to add in his 2 cents. You are always happy to help us all with studying or just giving us tips. Yeah, and you're super nice. Mina beamed. The way that you mutter and get excited about quirks is so cute. Toru bounced, appearing to have nodded. You can be reckless and do seem to like to stick your neck out into situations that you don't need to. Momo rubbed the back of her neck before smiling sweetly. But the fact that you care so much about saving everyone that you can is something that I admire greatly about you. You are always there for everyone, no matter what it requires of you, Shoji stated with Tokoyami nodding. After all that you've been handed in life, you are still the you whose kindness knows no bounds. Todoroki stood up and crossed the room to kneel beside the boy. Out of everyone I have ever known, you are probably the most deserving of that same kindness being reflected back upon. Won't you let us do this and help you now when you are the one in need of it? Izuku's lip trembled as he futilely rubbed at his eyes to clear his emerald eyes of his tears. Everyone was shouting encouragement as tears were flowing down in their faces. They need to shower their Midoriya more love. You need to apologize, Bakugo, Kirishima demanded. It's the least that you can do. Bakugo clicked his tongue, refusing to look at his childhood friend. That it's okay, Kirishima. Izuku let out a slight sigh, shooting the blonde a small smile. Kaken's changed so much since we started here. It's been nice. I'm just happy to see him making friends that understand him. But that doesn't mean what he did was right. Kirishima snapped. I know, Izuku pulled slightly away from his cluster of friends, but like I said, I've already forgiven him. I've known Kaken long enough to when he is genuinely sorry about something, Izuku thought, rubbing his face. That seemed to calm him down. Bakugo let out an irritated sigh, or was it a growl? You aren't completely useless, you shitty nerd. Izuku blinked 3 times before he finally lost the battle at controlling his tears once again. This time, 3 sets of arms wrapped themselves around him, shielding him from everything, including his own doubts. That's not much of an apology, someone grumbled. He wanted to speak up against it, he really did, but the lump in his throat was currently making it impossible. He also wanted to say something, but he really can't. It's like the words are stuck to his throat. The class shifted uncomfortably in their seats as their peers attempted to comfort their resident ray of sunshine. It was all so much to take in. It was true that several of them had come to the conclusion that Izuku had to have had some sort of emotional trauma earlier in life to cause him to be in a near constant state of anxiety that they were used to seeing him in. But this was far more than they were expecting. Watching him completely break down, clinging to his friends as if his life depended on it, broke all of their hearts. Then came the sobering thought that he wasn't the only one that had to face those demons on a daily basis. That despite how much pain he was currently in, he was lucky. That despite all the pain he was going to face throughout his life, at this moment, he was one of the lucky ones. Because he was surviving. But others weren't. Knowing the kind-hearted boy like they did, they just knew that he probably felt guilty. As if it was somehow his fault or that he wasn't allowed to feel helpless against the dark whispers in the corners of his mind because others had it worse. So many of them had heard those words pointed at others and had done nothing to correct them. They had heard parents scold their crying children because they were crying about something in the mall with those words. Heard classmates diss on others that were having a hard time in life that they should just get over it. No consideration given because it was somebody else's problem. It didn't directly affect them other than witnessing the sniffling looks of the targets. There was the occasional pinprick of guilt, but nothing that couldn't be pushed aside. It wasn't out of malice that those words had been ignored. Rather, it was just something that they heard so much until they became ingrained in their minds to the point that they weren't registered as wrong. They were though. Those words were so wrong. They didn't just belittle those struggling with the demons of both their own creation and society, but they did kill. All it would take was to hear those damnable words at their greatest moment of weakness, and they became the straw that broke the camel's back. The students were suddenly forced to the realization that so many others had fallen to this astounding weight that they were forced to carry. And even worse, they had nearly lost their friend before they had even met them. There was no question in their mind that if Izuku had been successful in his attempts, it would have opened the trapdoor above a steep downward spiral that would have most likely led the boy to his death. It may have been the first, and they hoped, only time that Izuku self-harmed, but from his own description of the time was chilling. They all hoped so too. Their hearts couldn't handle him being like that. If he hadn't been caught, there was no guarantee that he wouldn't continue with those acts. Whether they would be as extreme or be small acts that would be easier to hide didn't matter. If he had continued and never received help, they might have seen a news broadcast similar to the one the previous day with his face painted across the screen. And they wouldn't have been any the wiser. Those hit them hurt. What if it did happen? Then what? Eventually, the crying died down to sniffling, the lump in Izuku's throat easing up enough that he could murmur out constant strings of apologies. Realizing that the boy was most likely trapped in an anxious cycle, Aizawa knelt beside the students sitting on the floor. Tenderly, he ruffled the boy's fluffy curls to draw his attention from wringing his fingers over and over. "How about I give the class the rest of the day off and everyone heads back to the dorm?" Aizawa suggested as he slowly stood back up. "None of you are going to be up for any of the exercises scheduled today." "I'm a stash." "Nope." Uraraka gently whapped the boy upside the head before standing herself. Smiling brightly at her friend, she held out a hand to help him to his feet. "No more apologies. We're going to go back to the dorms and then we're going to binge-watch Netflix for the rest of the day." Izuku looked between her hand, his own, and his classmates'. Eventually, a wobbly smile curled his lips and he took her offered hand. "Yay." Awkwardly, Sato asked if they knew what kind of food Midoriya likes. "I'll cook it myself," Bakugo spoke softly. "Auntie Inko showed me how to make katsudon just the way he likes it." Nodding, Bakugo did give him what other food does Midoriya likes. Even if their relationship was messed up, Bakugo still knew what the other likes and what he didn't like. "You're Izuku's reason for living." Inko's voice echoed. Toshinori looked up in surprise. Mrs. Midoriya did say that to him. Toshinori hadn't thought much about what those words had meant at the time. He had been so overwhelmed by the boy's actions and convincing his mother to continue letting him watch over her only son that the words had passed by unceremoniously. That night he had chuckled to himself thinking that he was flattered that the boy was such a huge fan of his. When his successor had moved into the dorms, he had been staggered by the sheer amount of all-might memorabilia decorating it. It had been sweet in a bizarre way. But that had been all the thought he had given it. Now though, with the discovery of Izuku's past, those words took on a whole new meaning. "You're Izuku's reason for living." She hadn't been exaggerating, had she? After his self-harm attempt, he had latched onto the only thing that gave him any kind of hope. Hope that it would one day get better. That so long as All Might was around, as long as he could dream of becoming a hero like his hero, that he could keep on going. He couldn't love himself, but he could love the dream of being a hero. Of being someone that would protect the smiles of others. One that would smile no matter how excruciating the pain in his own soul was. That hope was all that he had to keep going. And he told him that he could not be a hero and left him on the top of a roof. He shouldn't have effing said that at all. He should have just said something else other than being too focused of his time running out. Saying that he felt guilt crushing down on him would be an understatement. He wasn't sure that there was a word that encompassed just how much shame he felt for how he had acted when he first met the boy. No matter how irritated he had been about having a child, oh God, this boy was still just a child. How could he have overlooked something like this? Find out about his secret, he still should have escorted the boy off of the rooftop. But more than that, he had told him that he couldn't be a hero and left him there. The day he had been told to jump off a roof and end his life, he was told by his hero, the only thing keeping him alive, that he would not be able to reach his dreams and then left there. Alone. All alone on that DMN roof. Like Bakugo earlier, he hung his head low in shame. The guilt was so heavy that he can't seem to utter any words. Nothing he could ever do would ever make it up to the boy. No apologies or words of comfort would be able to erase his actions. The only solace he could take was that he had met his amazing successor and grant his wish. To be able to help him become the hero that he was meant to be. I guess I shouldn't be surprised to see you looking like someone just kicked your puppy in front of you. Aizawa sighed as he sat across from him in the teacher's lounge. He had just gotten back from checking up on the class. Don't know if it'll make you feel any better, but here. Looking up, he saw Aizawa holding up his phone to show off a photo he had snuck of the class. They were all crowded together in the commons with an assortment of blankets, pillows, and junk food. In the center of the mass was a laughing Izuku, cuddling with Koda's pet rabbit. Even Bakugo was present, though it was clear that the class would not be quick to forgive with him seated on a separate couch, present but apart from them all. It would take a while, but they all showed that they were willing to work through it all together. He did have one question though. Why are they all in my pajamas? Toshinori weakly laughed. Hey, that's a great idea, Mina voiced. We should do it tonight. Can we join? Setsuna asked, as her own class was looked on. Toru seems to make movement of agreement. Of course. I'm sure our teachers will allow it. Just as long as you kids go to class in time, the two class grinned. Hey, we want to join. Hatsume said, gesturing to her and Shinso. The more the merrier. I'm sure Midori would like it. No, never. Can we join too? Nijire tugged on Ajui's sleeves. Of course, Karo. What's a sleepover? Eri asked Aizawa. Well, it's a night activity where friends go over to their other friend's house to stay the night and have fun, Aizawa tried explaining. Can I join them? Eri asked. Aizawa nodded. Of course, I'm sure my class wouldn't mind letting you join. The thought of her sleeping beside her hero brought a smile to her face, causing Aizawa to smile slightly. Apparently it was Todoroki's idea that he brought up to Yayorozu, who made them all. Aizawa rolled his eyes, pulling back his phone and tucking it away. They're all worried, Toshinori nodded. Not that I can blame them. Mike was really worried too when he heard the kid crying while he was waiting in the hallway. Aizawa rubbed the back of his neck. We'll probably have to tell all the staff so that we can better keep an eye on Midoriya's mental health. He won't like it, but he should also take a day or two to rest, the former hero added. Good luck stopping him from training, Aizawa snickered. Quiet soon. Encompassed the two teachers. Over the last few months, they had come to admire each other quite a bit. They had also both become extremely protective of their class. They knew that their situation was strange. Aizawa was their homeroom teacher, but All Might only taught heroics to 1A. This was originally because of his time limit and had yet to be redefined. But since he was still a novice at teaching, so more often than not, Aizawa would help out as he didn't have a class at that time. As such, they had seen their students grow and experience so much together. It was a strange bond, but a bond nonetheless. As such, they both were extremely worried about Izuku's well-being, before this and definitely now. That I overheard Bakugo calling his mom as they all headed for the dorms. Aizawa sighed. He asked her to get in contact with his old anger management therapist. That seems to be a great idea. Bakugo said on his mind. He need to call him mom after this one. Toshinori was about to open his mouth to say something when his phone went off. It was an epic musical number, unlike all of his other ringtones that were quotes of his. He had purposefully set it as such when he had first met his successor because it was the first time in a long time that he felt hopeful for the future. Pulling out his phone from his pocket, he smiled at the screen. Midoriya, mini-me. His name on mine is actually Midoriya, my boy, Toshinori coughed. Just put, my son. Todoroki gave him a pointed look. Both of you are denying it when it's obvious. But he really isn't. Then Aizawa-sensei can go over with his joint custody then. Aizawa chalked on his spit. Kaken just told me he's going back to anger management. That's good news, right? Oh no. Well, how do you feel about him going back? Guilty? Like, it's my fault? Like if I had just stayed quiet, that everyone would be happier. But you wouldn't be. That maybe. Izuku, I know that it can be hard to accept, and most likely hypocritical of me to say, but you are not responsible for anyone else's happiness. The former hero frowned after several minutes without any response from his protege. The boy was always prompt with his responses. Would you like to talk? Yeah. Will you be all right till tomorrow? We can go to Dagoba Beach so that you can vent without worry for a bit. That actually sounds really nice. Can you meet me in front of the dorms around 6 a.m. then? Of course. See you then, All Might. Toshinori chuckled slightly as he tucked the phone back in place. Don't worry about keeping young Midoriya from coming to classes tomorrow. I've got it. Aizawa's eyebrows furrowed slightly. You know, you have never been good at hiding your favoritism for Midoriya. It hasn't affected your teaching too much, so I wasn't concerned, but the fact that the two of you know so much about one another is starting to become one. Just admit he's your son. Todoroki deadpanned. Toshinori stared at his coworker for a long moment before a self-deprecating smile curled into place on his bony cheeks. The hero that young Midoriya mentioned during his tale this morning was me. Aizawa did a remarkable job of not visibly reacting. He accidentally found out about my secret and impressed me, so I agreed to help him out with what I could to get ready for the exams. And he hasn't stopped impressing me and surpassing my expectations every day. All Might fibbed a little, stretching the truth where he had to. But nothing in his last sentence was anything less than the absolute truth. At this, Aizawa grinned and shook his head, figured it was something like that. The kids didn't notice, but you looked like a part of you died when you got to that part. There were no lies in that statement either. Toshinori smiled softly at that. Toshinori did his best not to fidget as he sat beside his student in the drab waiting room. The leather seats were slightly uncomfortable, but they weren't meant for long seating PRDS. Next to him was a basket filled with magazines showing off the best of homes or summer dishes. He thought about flipping through one for a moment before deciding against it. On the other side of the basket, Izuku sat clicking away rapidly on the brand new fidget cube that Present Mike had gifted him. The man had been all too happy to give him it. Izuku had been thrilled with the gift too, though that may have been because it was some of the radio host's merchandise. Still, listening to the constant clicking was both comforting and worrying. The boy was trying to put on a brave face, but the clicking and the wild swinging of his legs on the slightly too tall chairs gave him away. He was nervous. Or rather, as Toshinori was learning, he was anxious. Not that Toshinori wasn't anxious himself. Of all the favors that his successor could have asked of him, this wasn't exactly what he had in mind. Izuku, came a kind woman's voice as the door they were facing opened up, revealing a middle-aged woman with graying ash-brown hair tied in an updo and hazel eyes. Why don't you come on in? Izuku slid off of his chair, nervously glancing at Toshinori. Can my teacher come with me? The woman blinked before smiling kindly at the boy. So long as it is okay with you, it is okay with me. With a wobbly smile, Izuku crossed the room and through the threshold of the door. Toshinori followed suit, heart in his throat. He took the room in as Izuku got himself settled on the maroon couch up against the wall. The room was painted in neutral earthy tones with several bookshelves filled with books about psychology and a few figures of dolphins holding them up. On one of them, there was a cute dolphin wax melter that was currently melting a cube of what he assumed was the source of the slight floral scent of the room. Diagonal from the maroon couch was a swivel chair where the woman had taken a seat. Seeing as there were no other seats available, Toshinori sank into the couch beside his student. To admit that I was surprised to hear from you, Izuku, the woman smiled, glancing at Toshinori. Last time I saw you, you told me that you were training super hard to get into UA and that you weren't sure if you were going to have time to come and see me. Since you are here with a teacher, am I safe to assume that something has happened? The 2-1 for all users looked at each other before Toshinori laid a comforting hand on his protoge's shoulder. Izuku shot him a grateful smile before taking a steadying breath. Actually, there's a lot of things that's happened. And the screen shuts off. Hatsume released Deku from the machines as everyone was staring. When the boy woke up, Hatsume was the one who hugged him. Hatsume-san. He was even more startled when everyone else gave him a hug. It lasted like 5 minutes before his own squad was the one hogging him. Oi, quit hogging Deku, I want to talk with him, Bakugo snarled. Deku squad looked at one another before letting go of the greenette. Bakugo grabbed the boy by the wrist and lead him out the back, but he glanced at All Might first. The retired hero nodded as the duo left the room. All Might closed his eyes, sighing before opening them again. All right, Tashinori called for them all. I did say I am going to explain one for all, right? Everyone nodded as they all gathered around. It all started in the beginning of Quirks. What did you want to talk about, Kaken? Deku asked. With his back still turned, he sighed deeply. Turning to face the other boy, let me finish, all right? The greenette nodded, although still confused on why his childhood friend is acting like this. Did they saw something bad? I'm sorry, Katsuki said after moments of silence. I'm so effing sorry for the decade of how I FNG treated you. You don't FING deserve it. I beat up every single chance I get ever since my quirk appeared. Everyone was flaunting on me because of it, but you were beside me for me. And I didn't even effing realized it clearly and thought it was a weird effing obsession. The ash blonde was trembling, trying to keep his tears at bay. Memories of the horrible past are swimming through his mind. If you want to be a hero that badly, there's a quick way to do it. Believe that you'll be born with a quirk in your next life and take a swan dive off the roof. He remembered the Maiar world. He clenched his fist so tight, trying to keep his emotions at bay. Then the panic. And maybe that back then. Maybe I clung so tightly to the dream of being a H-hero because nobody had been one for me. Clutching his shirt, he cried, God damn it. Why don't you hate me? Why? I told you to jump off effing roof. So why? He was still crying. Deku reached out. MD tried hugging him. At first he pushed the younger one away, but melt into the hug. I'm sorry. He sobbed, clinging to the younger male. I'm so effing sorry, Deku. They've been in that position for 5 minutes or more, with the younger comforting the older male. I wanna earn it. He whispered. Deku and him pulled away, but the younger was still holding both of his wrists. The younger looked at him in confusion. I wanna earn your forgiveness, you nerd. Knowing that his childhood friend wouldn't take a no for an answer or he would just do it, he smiled. I looked forward to it, Kaken. There was a comfortable silence before they head back inside. And everything was a chaos. You goddamn show-off. You thought it wouldn't be important to tell me. His homeroom teacher that he got his FING quirk at the day of the FING exam. Aizawa-sensei shouted at All Might who were wrapped in his capture weapon. Well, the former number hero was getting chewed out by almost everybody in the common room. Which is a funny sight. It was still noon, so they had to have lunch first before continuing. Katsuki was the one who did the cooking. Oden, soba, for the icy hot BSRD as Katsuki said, tonkatsu, sukiyaki, kare raisu, and katsudon, for Deku only apparently. The teachers are impressed by the skills of their resident explosive student. He is a good cook. The teachers looking at the students. It feels like they are all one big happy family. They all smiled softly at them. A blonde-haired woman was watching them with a smile. Her ultramarine eyes are shining brightly in joy as she looked at the humans she has been looking over for so long. Everyone was joking with one another. Class 1B got their stuffs for tonight and ready to the big sleepover with their sister class. Eri was babbling in happiness on what she is expecting for her very first sleepover. Over to the teacher's side, they are mingling with one another. Aizawa chewing out Tashinori every chance he got. Hisashi acting like he's on his radio show. It was a good day. A good day indeed. Locating Multiverse. Multiverse found. You are now watching the anthem song. A song? I hope it's a nicer one, that's true. Maiar and the Lost Ones weeping were certainly not their jam. It was in class. Present Mike gave them a project. Find and perform any song from pre-Quirk era. Which is hard considering the songs from 2014 up till the start of second generation are all gone. Oh yeah! Hisashi shouted in excitement. It was actually on his lesson plan. Deku on the other hand. He already have a song in mind. You see, he found them accidentally and now he wanted one particular song to come out to them. Come out? Someone asked. Bisexual with bun-gender pronouns. That's who he is. His mom accepted him easily, because no matter what he is still him. There are different pronouns? Kaminari asked. People used to change their pronouns to something they are emotionally connected to, Jiro explained. This Midoriya uses bun pronouns, so instead of referring Midoriya as him, Midoriya will be referred as bun, or bunny, or bun. Oh, everyone said at the explanation. Author Kim is bi with bun gender. Pronouns, smiley face. This is Bun's book as well as the other Ma book's pleading face, but I still wrote some of the chapters. But I will use he/him pronouns so no one will get confused. Deku has discovered his gender during last year of elementary school. He came up across a song, and now that is his jam every day. Everyone is performing one by one. Some didn't manage to find one, so they had to do an extra credit. Midoriya is the last one to perform. He sighed and shook off his nervousness. This is called the bisexual anthem. By Pride Stand Up. Jiro, Kaminari, Momo, Aoyama, Todoroki, Tokoyami, Uraraka, Siro, and some from Class 1B stood up. Midnight did too. I like girls, I like guys. I like to eat the PP, then again I like to ride. All jaws dropped. Holy shit. Yeah, I love kissing on girls and then I put the D inside. I'm bisexual beach and I ain't got nothing to hide. Hell yeah. Midnight cheered loudly. The bisexuals in the class are cheering too. Holy hell, there was a bisexual anthem back in pre-quirk? Yeah, these beaches hatin' on me cause I'm confident in me. Better not forget the B in LGBT. Jiro has been recording since the beginning. There is no way in hell she is going to pass something as golden as this bop. And y'all like to say we selfish, yeah, y'all say we like to cheat. But I don't date both at the same time, haters have a seat. I like girls, oh my gosh, big booty, big melons. I like guys too though, super CC big D. And if you hating on me ho, then I'm down, big sheet. And if you curious I got you baby girl, quick fix. How the F you date a guy when you're bi? You're a fake but dyke, I don't like you, I won't lie. You cannot date both, pick a side. Pick a side, he quote unquote with an attitude. Do you like fucking girls or do you like fucking guys? I like both. By Pride Stand Up. I like a girly little thing and my dude manned up. Walk into the strip club and then I throw my bands up. Then when he give me sloppy top, he like to throw my hands up. If I wanna date a girl and we don't work out then it's cool. Sexuality is fluid, it's okay to date a dude. Preach. Siro and Kaminari shouted. And if I date a fucking guy and we break up? It's okay to date a pretty girl, ain't no fake love. I like girls, I like guys. I like to eat the PP, then again I like to ride. Yeah, I love kissing on girls and then I put the D inside. I'm bisexual beach and I ain't got nothing to hide. At this point, everyone is singing along since the song is repetitive. Yeah, these beaches hatin' on me cause I'm confident in me. Better not forget the B in LGBT. And y'all like to say we selfish, yeah, y'all say we like to cheat. But I don't date both at the same time, haters have a seat. I like girls, oh my gosh, big booty, big melons. I like guys too though, super CC big D. And if you hating on me ho, then I'm down, big sheet. And if you curious I got you baby girl, quick fix. I met a cute little shorty way back in '08. It was Bakugo who he approached. I was really in denial, I was like, no wait. I met a dude up in high school, I was so confused. Next it was Todoroki. How the F? Do I like girls? Then I started liking dudes. Then I realized ain't no rules to this sheet. Ain't a crime to like PP, ain't a crime to like D. Ain't a crime to be whoever, whenever man I'm sick. I'm a bi girl beach, lil fly girl beach. BI to the SEXUA. It's AL if you hating on me, beach I slay. No I am not gay and no I am not straight. I'm the B in this beach, by Pride all day. I like girls, I like guys. I like to eat the PP, then again I like to ride. Yeah, I love kissing on girls and then I put the D inside. I'm bisexual beach and I ain't got nothing to hide. Yeah, these beaches hatin' on me cause I'm confident in me. Better not forget the B in LGBT. And y'all like to say we selfish, yeah, y'all say we like to cheat. But I don't date both at the same time, haters have a seat. I like girls, oh my gosh, big booty, big melons. I like guys too though, super CC big D. And if you hating on me ho, then I'm down, big sheet. And if you curious I got you baby girl, quick fix. Yeah, I'm bi, I'm bi. And I like, am both, I got pride. Yeah, I'm bi, I'm bi. I'm the B in this, you know why. Yeah, I'm bi, I'm bi. I'm the B in this, you know why. Everyone was cheering as Deku was playing with the hem of his shirt. Say, little listener, what made you chose that song? Present Mike asked. Well, I wanted to come out to everyone. Deku was playing with his fingers, looking down. Since elementary, Mom is the only who knows. Everyone is silent until Jiro exclaimed. Completely valid. Hell yeah. I'm definitely gay, you stupid Deku. You should have said something, Bakugo smirked. Everyone turned to their Bakugo. He blushed madly. I am. Now shut up. The viewing ended. Locating Multiverse. Multiverse found. You are now watching Ken and Barbie. Hey, the title seems nice. Everyone else hummed in agreement. Summary. Hatsume announced, Midoriya is well. Gay however. His father is homophobic, his mom is dead in this world, and this is during second year. Oh come on. Not Mama Midori. Deku is going down the elevator with a ukulele. He was shaking in nervousness as he go to the common room. Poor guy. Jiro held her phone up and starts recording. This is probably one of the songs she won't pass up. Deku-kun. Uraraka greeted, and noticed the ukulele in his hands. Oh, you play ukulele? He nodded, not looking at her in the eyes. She called everyone. Coincidentally, teachers are around for an inspection. They are gathering around him as he took a deep breath. He strummed a bit and then, two little boys met each other on the playground. Just like the rest, didn't stick out from the crowd. But between themselves, they knew that they were different, but they pushed it down. 'Cause nobody would even listen. Their parents always saying, boy, when you grow up, you're gonna find a nice lady. Make sure you act tough. You'll be living a life like Barbie and Ken. Come on, isekai it up and forget this nonsense. Hey, you can't just force someone who they don't want to be. If he's gay, then he's gay. Exactly. I dare you say that in front of my old hag. Bakugo snarled. Aizawa and Yagi shivered. What if he wants Ken, not Barbie? Why should he have to say sorry? Sweetie, it's okay, Midnight said. Your old man? A.N. The pain I feel on writing Midnight's name. I hate it. Exactly. If he's homophobic, go to me and show. Yamada said. Hell no. I'm taking him. Midnight argued. Tell me, do you even listen? To all the dumb shit you're slipping? We can love who we want to. Don't say he's not supposed to. If he loves Ken, not Barbie, he doesn't have to say sorry. No, not to you. Not to me. Not to anyone. Not to you. Not to me. Not to anyone. Exactly. Midnight nodded. Now come to Mama. 17 years old. Feeling like a stranger at home. Keeping his head down low. Hide away so that nobody will know. Avoiding mom and dad. When they're asking, who's your girlfriend? 'Cause Lord forbid they see his true identity. I will put the chancla if you want to keep testing me, P. Midnight shouted when it showed Hisashi's shadowed face, holding up her high heel shoe. His parents always saying, boy, when will you see? You'll be happy, I know. It's just a woman you need. You'll be such a great Ken. Just gotta find your Barbie. Make sure you act like a man. It's what you're born to be. Yeah, if you, Bakugo flipped off the on-screen Hisashi, if you dare say that to my face, I'm gonna kill you. What if he wants Ken, not Barbie? Go ahead, sweetie. Take all the Ken you want. Midnight exclaimed with tears. Why should he have to say sorry? Tell me, do you even listen? To all the dumb shit you're slipping? We can love who we want to. Don't say he's not supposed to. If he loves Ken, not Barbie, he doesn't have to say sorry. That's when the gay students and others sang along. No, not to you. Not to me. Not to anyone. Not to you. Not to me. Not to anyone. Owen. He doesn't have to say sorry. He's never gonna say sorry. He always wanted Ken, not Barbie. He never ever has to say sorry. And nobody is gonna listen. To all the dumb shit you're slipping. We can love who we want to. Don't say he's not supposed. He'll always love Ken, not Barbie. And he doesn't have to say sorry. When the song ended, Deku looked at them nervously. The audience is quiet. Tears were pooling in his eyes when someone hugged him. It was Hisashi, Shoyuta, and Nemuri. They were all hugging him comfortingly. Soon after, everyone else did. The poor kid had to grow up in a homophobic household. Much like Shoto with Endeavor before Kamino, but the guy is trying to prove himself. Why you're not mad? Everyone smiled at him. Hell no, kid. Why would you think of that? Hisashi gasped. My dad said gay people aren't meant to be loved and should be thrown away. If I come out, everyone will throw me away. That stir and anger within their body. Don't worry, young Midoriya, we won't do that to you, Toshinori assured his successor. This school is LGBTQ+ friendly, and it very much welcomes and accepts every gender, Shoyuta told him. Just tell us if you are living in an abusive homophobic home and we'll take you away. Deku sniffed and nodded, okay. It only took them a week to take him away. By default, it was Aizawa who took him in, seeing he is the homeroom teacher. As I should, Aizawa smugly said. The screen turns off. Locating Multiverse. Multiverse found. You are now watching Reviver. Aizawa-sensei. What about your injuries? Midoriya exclaimed when he opened the curtain to his room, saying checked everyone. I had 10 stitches. Come with me. Aizawa answered. Aizawa and Midoriya walked down the hallway, Aizawa saying, sorry I couldn't be with you when it counted. It's all right. Midoriya assured, asking again, anyway, how's everyone else? Kirishima has bruises and lacerations on his whole body, but he'll live. Aizawa replied. Hell yeah I did. You look worse than Aizawa-sensei after USJ, Jiro commented. The mummy boy. Siro and Kaminari laughed. His injuries will leave a scar. Aizawa said about Amajiki, adding before how he broke a bone in his face before continuing. Fat Gum has broken bones in a few places, but he seems fine. Luckily, the blade that stabbed Rock Lock didn't hit any vital organs, so his wound won't develop into anything serious. I'm so glad, Midoriya sighed before asking, what about Eri? She's still feverish and sleeping. She's being quarantined right now. Aizawa answered. Quarantined? So, I can't even see her? Midoriya questioned. Apparently, it was decided based on the information we got from you about her. She can't control her quirk that rewinds people. If something activates it again, I'm the only one that can stop her. You were able to touch her by continually destroying your whole body, right? Aizawa told Midoriya, pressing a button for the elevator. Exactly. If he didn't, he would have died. People who could do that. Even if there was someone who could, if that girl's quirk became powerful enough to surpass that, Aizawa said about not being able to as they entered the elevator. Yeah, if you hadn't erased Eri's quirk, I don't know what would have happened, Midoriya agreed. This is basically what happened after the rescue. What's the difference? Aizawa questioned. Didn't work on the buildings or the ground, but only on people. Training to teach her control isn't something we can approach lightly. Thinking about her emotional state on top of the unknowns, right now, it would be the most logical to keep her quarantined. For her sake as well. Aizawa told Midoriya while they exited the elevator before stopping in front of a room, adding, in other words, we cannot depend on her quirk. Huh? Midoriya questioned. All we can do is accept it. Aizawa continued as the doors to the room slid open, adding, he also just arrived. Midoriya looked ahead before gasping at what he saw. All Might. And Recovery Girl. Midoriya gasped, running inside to see them along with Bubble Girl and Centipeder, and a nurse and doctor. Standing next to All Might, Midoriya asked, why? I'll make tissues just in case, Momo said. Mirio had covered Eri's eyes and ears. If she hears, who knows what would have happened. Please do. Talking about All Might, Bubble Girl choked out about Night Eye as she started crying. Awada. Centipeder handed her a handkerchief. There's nothing else that can be done. Honestly, it's mysterious how he's even still alive, the doctor explained. There's nothing I can do with my healing at this point, Recovery Girl added. Unfortunately, I don't think he will live to see tomorrow, the doctor stated. While the doctor left, everyone else went into Night Eye's room, his stomach filled with tubes in the hole the spike made. Night Eye, All Might uttered. Night Eye opened his eyes, glancing over at All Might as he whispered, All Might? You finally felt like seeing me on my deathbed? There's nothing I can say to that. I've done terrible things to you, All Might choked. Night Eye, but do your best. Midoriya pleaded. You're being very respectful. I don't resent you at all. Because all I wanted was for you to be happy. If you've decided to fight, then Night Eye mustered. You should fight too. Please let me atone for all I've done until now, All Might begged Night. There was already sobbing in the room. I can do something. I can save him. Midoriya clenched his fist. Wanted to change the future where you were killed, so I kept looking for ways to change it. But it was to no avail. But today Midoriya showed me. I think it might have to do with energy. A strong vision with no room for doubt. Energy that wished for a future. I'm sure it wasn't just Midoriya. Everyone believed strongly in it and brought it together. So I thought it could be the result of that energy converging on Midoriya and being released. The future is uncertain. You have changed my thinking. That's enough for me. Night Eye explained as Togata entered through the doors, a nurse trying to stop him. Night Eye continuing, My only regret is... Sir. Togata exclaimed, limply walking over to Night Eye's bed. Togata? Midoriya whispered. You can't. Please live. You can't die. Togata begged, tears in his eyes. Mirio, you suffered so much because of me. If only I had been, Night Eye started. It was because you taught me that I was able to become strong. It was because you taught me that I'm living like this now. Please teach me more. Togata pleaded as tears rolled down his cheeks. Mirio, forgive me. At first, I only lured you in as a vessel for One for All. But you followed me and believed in me, and before I knew it, you became my pride. Mirio, you'll be, I thought as he reached his hand out for Togata, using his foresight. Sir. Mirio cried as Amajiki and Nijire comforts him. Togata blinked as Night Eye rested his hand on his cheek. Night is sighing, "That fine. You'll become a finer hero than anyone else." Togata's tears rolled down Night Eye's arm while he continued. This is the only future that shouldn't be changed. Night Eye rested his arm back down, smiling softly. So, smile? Togata continued crying while gripping Night Eye's bed. Smile. A society without cheer and humor. A tear rolled down All Might's cheek. That will not have a bright future. Night finished, the color in his eyes fading away while the heart monitor next to him went flat, smiling as he took his final breath. All Might was full on crying. Seeing it again hurts. No! Midoriya pushed everyone back. He can do this. He can revive Sir Night Eye. Holding the hands of the newly dead hero, Midoriya starts to mutter, Duh. What is he saying? Hold on a sec. Hatsume said, as she turned on the translator. I beg of you, Angstrom. Give this man his life back, in exchange of a year of my life. Please hear the plea of your child, grant thy wish, O Angstrom, the creator of all, please grant it. Angstrom? They turned to the Holy One of Class 1B. I don't know, Shoizaki said. The body created a gust of wind, shocking everyone in the room, sans Midoriya. The others were pushed back to the wall as they heard a melody-like voice. O child of mine, what is your plea? Everyone was shocked like the ones on the screen. A voice of a creator. I plea for this man to not cross the river of Styx and live on. Midoriya answered the voice with determination. O child of mine, you are aware of this price, yes? Nodding. A year of my life is yours. All Night's eyes widen. A year of his life. He tried moving, but his force of wind was so strong. Very well. The body of Sir Night Eye was glowing white. The tubes that supported him flew out of his body. The injury was closing as Midoriya was glowing as well. Everyone was quiet until the heart monitor made a noise, indicating the man is alive. By sacrificing a year of life, Midoriya-kun brought back Sir. Mirio was crying as he was holding on to Eri. Child of mine. You truly are one of a kind. The voice of Angsaram said, "For this, I refuse to take a year of your life. But, instead, if you ever cross world, I do wish you tell me the tale of your adventures. Tale of my adventures. Of how you have become. I have decided to change religion and worship Angsaram." Mina kneeled in a prayer position as the rest of Baku Squad sans Bakugo copied her. "They do know that we aren't sure Angsaram exist here too, right?" Vlad whispered to Aizawa. "I have learned to not question everything these problem children do," Aizawa grumbled, "so I just sit back and observe." Did he just made a vine reference? Hisashi finished Namuri's words and nodded. Yes, he did. Of how you become the greatest hero, symbol of peace and hope. All Might took a sharp breath intake hearing that. Angsaram. From what he knows, Angsaram is the creator of all. The god of life and death. And I have decided to worship even more, Mina screeched. The wind disappeared and everything was back to normal. Midoriya-kun. What was that? Mirio stuttered as the beeping sound from the monitor can be heard. Midoriya fall into his knees, gasping, one hand holding onto the rails of the bed, the other was clenching the part where his heart is. Calling Angsaram always took a toll on him. Young Midoriya, All Might, Recovery Girl, and the nurse and doctor approached him in worry. He gasped, "I'm fine." Reviving the dead has always been hard to do. Always? Recovery Girl echoed. Does that mean he has been doing this growing up? You mean? I tried it to humans only once. Midoriya cut her off, clenching his teeth. I did it to Kaken. But I told his parents and my mom to not ever tell him, so please don't tell Kaken. Everyone looked at each other. If the word that he can revive the dead got out, the commission would do everything to train that power. But All Might's concern is that Midoriya told him that he was quirkless. Seeing the confusion in his mentor's face, he answered, "There are two types of reviving the dead, necromancy and absolute resurrection. But both isn't a quirk." Necromancy is given to Mom, I had absolute resurrection. Necromancy revive the dead, yes, but they aren't completely alive. They are alive as long as the caster is alive, he explained as he turned to look at them sitting down the ground. Absolute resurrection, as it implies, it completely revive the dead, like they didn't die in the first place. There are also no time distance for both, as long as it's a dead body, be it new or very old. Giving them a smile, this is why the Midoriyas are called the revivers. Then the video ended. Locating timeline. Timeline found. You are now watching. More than anyone, you were a hero. Huh. Hatsume is confused. A paper appeared from the machine and she read it out. This world will not involve the catalyst. This world is from yours. It is few months in time. The future, huh? Nizu hummed as Hatsume keeps reading. Midoriya just shrugged. More information for me. Some of these will be the future events or origins of some, be warned. Oboro Shirikumo died during the internship we were doing together. Aizawa's voice startled them. But the students are confused. Oboro? They turned to Aizawa and saw him deathly pale. So is Hisashi. Oboro was a tall boy of average stature with light blue, wavy hair that was swept back to flow upwards above his head, two shorter, ear-length tufts left hanging downwards to frame his face. He usually wore an expression of excitement, possessing a large, teeth-bearing grin and semicircular, inward-tilting blue eyes that were often squeezed shut. He wore the standard male uniform, a light gray blazer with dark turquoise trimmings over a white dress shirt and dress pants, along with a red tie, as well as a small rectangular bandage over his nose. I bet the three of us together, Oboro said, pointing his thumb to himself, can solve any crisis thrown our way. Let's all form an agency together. Oboro's voice exclaimed. I've said this before, but Shoyuta is really great at seeing the smaller details. It happened just after he said those words. As long as we're not fightin' over the money. Mike laughed. He got caught up in a collapsing building. It all happened too abruptly. At one time, the three of them in front of the UA gates laughing. We strove to become heroes together. Kumo. Aizawa was close to tears. Oboro Shirikumo, hero name, Loud Cloud, Midnight said, sadly as she told the students. He's a friend of Aizawa and Yamada. As this said, he died during their second year. That's a nice hero name. He could have been a cool hero too. In other words, a voice said. Now, President Aizawa and Hisashi are in front of a strapped Kurogiri with Tsukachi and Gran Torino behind them. Kurogiri is a Nomu, Tsukachi said, and Shirikumo's corpse served as a base for it. That possibility is very high. Aizawa and Yamada are wide eyes at it. The others in the room gasped as well. A late student of UA was turned into that by villains. What the F dash? We used to be called the Three Stooges of Classe. Hisashi was silent before shouting, what the hell am I supposed to make of this? What does it mean? UA is a bundle of top-tier quirks, all for one's voice said, so the logic adds up, doesn't it? It's like inconspicuously scrounging for leftovers from a 5-star restaurant, or so he said. Gran Torino told the two. What the hell? Aizawa is clenching his fists. Hisashi was shaking in anger. Their friend was made to be a monster. Most likely they swapped out his body for another during the cremation process, and then transformed him into one of their sickening playthings. A Nomu, Gran Torino explained, searching for a meaning in that. Would be fruitless, DJ. Because of his effing quirk isn't? Hisashi shouted that startled everyone sans Aizawa and Nizu. All that's left inside him, it showed the unconscious Kurogiri, is evil. I can't wrap my head around this. Hisashi shouted. So do I. The Hisashi with them shouted. We knocked him out, Tsukachi said, turning his body to the open door, because he was trying to use his quirk. Why did you call us here? Shoyuta said, finally speaking, if you're expecting some miracle to happen because of our strong bonds. I'd say you've watched one too many movies. With a strong enough basis, even a miracle becomes possible, Torino said, then showed a different Nomu. According to the reports, the Nomu Endeavor defeated in Kyushu had a distinct personality. It had an attachment to or obsession with fighting strong adversaries. And from the burnt its original body corpse's DNA test results. We learned that was from a thug who made his living in underground cage fighting. A muscular man with notably long teeth, distorted eyes, black shaggy hair, and a visible tattoo on his left shoulder. So that fucker is a grave robber now? Bakugo growled. So you're saying it retained his personality from when he was human, Aizawa summarized, but I'm sorry to say that I already battled Kurogiri at UA once. And not only did he speak differently, but he also didn't react in the slightest when he saw me. They may have experimented on him, so that his altered or perhaps erased memories have an effect on him that forces him to carry out orders. I'll say it once more. If we can get him to talk, it will help tremendously with our investigation, Tsukachi told them, leading them inside a room. Present Mike, Eraserhead. We want you to bring back. Now, the pair are sitting, a wall separating them and Kurogiri, Oboro Shirikumo's lingering attachment. Oh God, this is gonna be painful for them. So you're just asking us to take a nice stroll down memory lane, is that it? Please. What about his family? If you two are unsuccessful then. Aizawa stared, then closed his eyes, then activated his quirk. I'll be dead if I let his family hear this sickening story. A sound. He's awake. You may begin, Tsukachi said into the mic. Oh. He yawned. A rare visitor indeed. I haven't seen you since the UA attack. Even with Eraser looking at him, that fog isn't dissipating. Mike thought. In other words, his actual body is now made up of that stuff. Your lit theory has gotta be OFF the mark. This guy's got absolutely nothing in common with Shirikumo dash. Hisashi shouted at them, pointing at Kurogiri. Exactly. Hisashi shouted in his normal voice. That guy is AF walking vape smoke. Tell me, how is Tamura Shigaraki? Kurogiri asked. Is he well? He hasn't been captured, has he? As if I'd tell you. As if I'd tell you. He shouted with his future self. I see. What a pity. Are you worried about Shigaraki? Aizawa asked him. But of course, looking after him is my mission, Kurogiri answered. Aizawa said nothing. Well, sucks to be you then. Hisashi said. I can't think of a shittier mission than looking after that Imopunka. He stopped and looked at Aizawa. Everyone looked at Aizawa as well. He was looking down, shadow was covering his eyes. Eri got out of Mirio's hold and went to Aizawa's side. Mr. Zawa. Eri called softly, holding his hand. Aizawa looked up and gave the little girl a smile. She smiled back and hugged him, then placed herself onto his lap. To her, she wants to give him comfort. Playing a little with her fingers, she looked up and saw that the man was smiling thankfully at her. I don't resent my mission at all, Kurogyari said delightfully. The view was on Aizawa, who was staring as Kurogyari was still talking. I just can't leave him alone. It's my nature. Aizawa rubbed his nose and had a hand massage half of his face briefly. He spoke. Even when I walked straight by a stray kitten without picking it up, you were the kind of guy who would take it without a second thought. A memory of Shirikumo with the said stray kitten on his shoulder and him telling the cat to hang in there, with a grin on his face. Shira. I'm not sure where you're doing with this, Kurogyari said as he looked away. Why did you come here today? No reaction, said the person with Tsukachi. I always hesitated and left things half done when it really mattered, he said. So, you're Shota? Shirikumo asked him, leaning to get a closer look from his seat. I'm Shirikumo. Nice to meet ya, Shota. Shota. The dining hall's gonna filled up. Shirikumo told him as Hisashi was gesturing for him to go faster. Shota was always so slow. Hisashi chuckled. The dining hall ended up being full anyway. But in spite of that, his eyes were getting dry. I'll lend you my goggles. That way you be able to close in on bad guys while protecting your eyes. A pair of yellow goggles was lent to him. Oh. Now we know how he got it. Now we match. A smiling Shirikumo who was wearing the same goggles. You always pulled me along. I'm sorry, but you seem to have mistaken this place for a confession booth or something, Kurogyari said, looking back at him. God damn it. Midnight exclaimed, get a reaction. You always lit up a room, Aizawa continued, ignoring Kurogyari's statement, and kept looking ahead, without worrying about the consequences. Even though when you die, a second-year Aizawa who is injured standing in the middle of ruins, medics are assisting a body buried underneath a building, there's no second chances. Aizawa was hugging Eri for comfort. He and Hisashi may talk about Shirikumo once in a while, but it is still a sensitive topic. Yamada and me, we're teachers now, he told Kurogyari, calming down for a bit, and I'm always strict with my students. I did hear that he's got a long list of expulsions to his name, Gran Torino said. On paper he does, Hisashi said. Transitioning to UA, Class 2A. Hey, did you see? A student said. Mr. Eraser walked out with a real mean look on his face. So same as usual then? No, it was even worse than usual. It was like when he expelled us. So, not as bad as when it happened to us then. That still gives me nightmares. I seriously thought my life was over. A girl with light-colored hair that reaches down to her shoulders, her straight bangs parted to the left, tucked behind her ear, and left to fall over her eye on the right. She has round, dark eyes that slope slightly downwards towards the sides of her face, framed by rather long eyelashes and noticeably dark eye makeup, their light pupils appearing to be shaped like small stars or clouds. But we've all grown a lot thanks to his strict teaching, haven't we? She said. Exactly. Kaminari grinned tearfully at Aizawa's direction. Oh come on. You can't go and expel people just to warn them. Because of Crazy Head, our permanent records are scarred forever. So, which one of y'all want to bash their head? Katsuki grinned viciously. The FNG ball to call our dad like that. Intenta decer eso de nuevo, mi cinta estera en tu trasero. Try saying that again, my tapes will be on your butt. I dare you call Aizawa-sensei that in front of us. Do it if you're manly enough. Who wanna bet how much my acid is painful to humans? You'll see your furniture's in the sky. It was Baku Squad plus Uraraka. But the entire class 1A are mad too. Should I make a call to my parents? Suddenly want to pull a my old man on them. Do you think they'll like my cheese? I'll Detroit smash their buttes to the moon. He shushed his students, but deep inside he appreciated their antics. These DMN kids. Mr. Zawa isn't crazy. Mr. Zawa is so nice. These kids are rubbing on Eri. You want the authority to expel and re-enroll your students? Nizu's voice said. This self-sacrifice is not the same as throwing one's life away, Aizawa answered with a smile. I would like all these misinformed young men and women to experience what death is like, if only once. It shows him standing, that should allow them to strive to reach even greater heights. I suddenly appreciated the threats. Staring at Nizu, the Chimera answered, well, our selling point at UA is our flexible learning culture, so. I want you. He exclaimed as he started to take off his goggles. I want people like you to become heroes who can pull other people along. I want you to live long, he told Kurogiri as the view shows the villain, fulfilling lives. So that is why. Shirikumo, Aizawa shouted as the view shows his hand gripping at the goggles. If you're still in there somewhere. Everyone is silently praying for better results. Kurogiri was showing reaction and the machine picking it up. The view shows him, tears falling down. Then let's become heroes. The three of yous together. Goddamn it, please react. I wanna pull a Bakugo on all for one all of the sudden. Get in line, copycat. Locating timeline. Timeline found. You are now watching Hopeful Heroes. Finally. The machine that shows his brainwaves were showing a lot of reactions. Detecting unusual brainwaves, the man said as he went to check it all. Meaning? Gran Torino exclaimed. He's agitated. Where are the NMU manufactured? Where's Shigaraki hiding? Tsukachi shouted. Not the time UF walking lie detector. If what they said is true, then I'm seeing right here used to be Shirikumo. Aizawa's thoughts are running wild as everything was going on. That's my friend's corpse. Aizawa and Hizashi are griping their legs in anticipation. Is it really? Even though he's dead and gone. A vision of him on the right, Shirikumo on the middle, and Hizashi on the left smiling. Never to return. The two smiled at the picture. Who did this to you? Aizawa shouted, still presenting the goggles. Where'd they tinker with your head? Didn't you feel anything when you attacked us at UA? I haven't the... Kurogiri stammered, slightest idea about. Hizashi was looking in between anxiously. Answer me, he shouted. Shirikumo. I am Kurogiri, the villain said, the one who protects Tamura Shigaraki. You were a member of UA's Class 2A. Aizawa screamed, we wanted to be heroes together. Oboro. Hizashi started to call out for him too, Shirikumo. Come on, Oboro. Hizashi called out. Fight it, Shirikumo-san. Come on. Aizawa-sensei and Yamada-sensei are waiting for you. Come on, Kumo. Aizawa called out. Again, I haven't the faintest idea what you may. Their jaws dropped. That's when more tears came down from Aizawa and Hizashi. It's him. Midoriya gaped in shock. It's really him. Shira. Hizashi was speechless. The shape of the fog. Quiet. Oboro tried talking. Sh. Fight it, Shirikumo. You're strong. Slamming a hand by the glass, Aizawa exclaimed, Fight it. The machine kept making noises. I mean, the three of us together? Even if one of us screwed up. It shows Hizashi, Aizawa, and Shirikumo in their classroom. The other two can pick up the slack. Hose, Oboro stuttered. Pidal. Keimo. Hizashi and Aizawa exclaimed. Did you wrote it down? Katsuki asked Midoriya. Midoriya nodded. I did. Burn in hell. Shiozaki screeched. What the oh holy one said. Burn in hell, you saggy potato. Twice. Why is Hawks with them? Probably a spy. The screen turned off. Everyone was silent until. Dr. Tsuba? Everyone looked at Midoriya. Why you know that, doctor, little listener? Hizashi shakingly asked Midoriya. Midoriya nodded, still in shock. Unable to form words, Katsuki answered for him. That's Deku's quirk doctor. The very same one who diagnosed him as quirkless. Everyone gasped in shock. What'd that mean? If that doctor walks for all for one, wouldn't that mean he faked Midoriya's quirk result? Monoma asked, wouldn't that also mean all for one actually took Midoriya's real quirk? If that's the case, Aizawa stole Snipe's gun. Eri went to comfort Hisashi ever since the end. We just gotta beat the living shit out of that potato and get the quirks he stole. Locating Multiverse. Multiverse found. You're now watching Get Mad. Bakugo's the highlight on this IC. Shut up, Icy Hot. The first time that Eri remembered having any kind of meaningful encounter with the loud boy with scary eyes had been during UA's cultural festival. What do you want to do now, Eri? Mirio asked cheerfully, Eri's little fingers wrapped around his enormous hand as they strolled around outside. It was very colorful, with booths and streamers and lots of happy people and loud noises and yummy smells. It had been overwhelming at first, but curiosity overpowered any lingering fear she might have had. She'd never seen anything like this before. Ah, the girls cooed. Deku had run off somewhere not too long ago, but he promised he'd be back soon, so she wasn't worried. All that mattered to her was how happy he and Mirio had been when she finally figured out how to smile. That's what Mirio said they'd wanted in return for rescuing her, so now she could give it to them and make them happy. Eri looked around UA's courtyard, surrounded by more colorful booths. There were lots of things to eat, but she wasn't hungry quite yet, and she wasn't sure what the other booths were for. What else is there? Well, Mirio hummed. We could watch people doing the obstacle course, we could go to a cafe and get drinks, we could find a place that sells toys, we could dash. What's that? Mirio's eyes followed where she was pointing, his face lighting up at the sight of a bright stand where two students were handing out balloons. They're handing out free balloons. Would you like one? Eri's eyes sparkled at the bright, pretty colors blowing in the wind. From her memory, Chisaki never got her any balloons. Just those random dolls and other toys like that. She never asked why they kept getting her stuff, but honestly, it didn't matter. She didn't want to think about them anymore. Yeah, she responded, realizing that she'd gone quiet. She didn't like the crease of worry in Mirio's brow. Yeah, I'd like a balloon, please. His face eased, his own smile returning, and Eri could do nothing but smile back at the happiness radiating from his face. For as much as they wanted to see her happy, she just as badly wanted to see him laughing and smiling and glowing with joy. A moment later, they were making their way through the crowd towards the balloon stand, Eri's eyes staring up at the colors in amazement. The first time she'd seen such vibrant colors was the striking green lightning of Deku's quirk, crackling through the air as the building came crashing down and the two of them shot up high into the sky. She vividly remembers the cloudless blue sky being just as beautiful. Do you think there's some outside? Koda asked. I legit forgot I had the WWPC and Koda here grinning face. Can I have a green one? Eri asked, holding tightly onto her hero's hand as they approached the stand. Her response was a wink and a thumbs up as Mirio began chatting with the people behind the stands. They were friends, apparently. Eri looked around at the other stands around them, letting go of Mirio's hand and standing on her tippy toes to get a better look. There were lots of people, so it was hard to see everything that was going on around her. From far away, the sound of a crowd cheering could be heard, likely another event taking place somewhere, and Eri watched as other children ran around with toys and snacks. A little ways away, there was a stage where a couple of people were singing and playing instruments for everyone passing by. It wasn't as cool and exciting as the music that Deku's class played, but it was still very soothing. Bouncing on her heels, Eri looked up at the next door booth, another food stall where they were making mochi by hand. Curious, she skittered over and attempted to peer over the stand, watching in fascination as the students worked on folding and hammering the dough. It seemed that a couple of other kids and families had become interested in watching as well, gathering around as loud, excited students ran up to the front and offered everyone free samples. Despite not being very hungry, Eri's mouth watered at the sight of them, remembering Deku's friend, Uraraka, she remembers, talking about how sweet and yummy mochi was and how much she loved it. Eri had never had mochi before, so she was especially interested. I have some mochi. Be right back. Uraraka exclaimed before dashing off to get some for the little girl. Luckily, the student noticed her staring, smiling down at her as she wrapped up 2 small dumplings in a tiny paper bag and handed it to her. These are free samples, so you don't need money. Eri gasped happily as the little bag was placed in her hands. Thank you, miss. Here you go, Eri-chan. Eri inspected the food in her hands, giving it a small squeeze. It's soft. She was blinking in fascination before taking a bite. She could hear snaps of cameras. She looked at the people around her and saw them taking a picture of her eating a mochi for the first time. Did you like it? She nodded happily. I love it. Thank you. The girl nodded kindly as she turned away, her attention now on the other kids standing around the booth as Eri looked inside the bag. There sat 2 little balls of warm mochi, freshly made with a tiny white flower nestled between them and a white powdery substance sprinkled on top. Eri's eyes shone brightly as she stared at them, a giddiness welling up inside her. They looked so good. But there were only 2, and Deku would be joining her and Mirio again soon. She deflated at that. Of course she was planning on giving the other one to Mirio, but then Deku wouldn't have any, and that made her feel bad. She could ask the nice girl at the booth for another one, but that would normally cost money, and she didn't want to take it from her. Or she could just give hers to Deku. She gasped at the realization. Of course, she could give these to Mirio and Deku as gifts. She'd never been able to do much for them after they saved her, so even if it was just a little thing, it was still something, and to her, that meant the world. Besides, she could always ask for her own mochi later. Maybe Uraraka would be willing to share with her. That's so adorable. Help, she's so cute. When I say I want to beat up Chisaki, I want to beat up Chisaki. You ain't special, so am I? With her mind made up, Eri briskly turned back to the balloon stand, where Mirio was still happily and enthusiastically chatting with his friend. Eri always liked seeing him and Deku like this, all excited and smiley and talking so fast that she didn't always understand what they were saying, but she nodded along anyway, because she loved their smiles just as much as they loved hers. She blinked, looking down at her empty hands in confusion. It took her a moment to realize what was missing, swiveling around in a panic as she searched for her missing package. For a moment, she feared that her quirk somehow activated and rewound the little bag and its contents into non-existence, though she didn't think that her quirk worked on non-living things. But then her eyes landed on a small tuft of fur, the flicking tail of a black cat pulling at her attention as it looked back at her, her dumplings held securely in its mouth. Hey! She shouted, running after the cat as it took off. Those are mine for my heroes. Give them back. Mirio were smiling happily. Her heroes. She called them her heroes. Midoriya-kun would be so happy. Help, that was so cutex. She didn't even think about the consequences at the time, purely focused on the disappearing form of the cat and her hero's dumplings as she gave chase. In a way, she almost felt like a hero in that moment, saving the day as she weaved through the crowds and kept her eyes squarely on the small little animal carrying her treats away. The only thought that ran through her mind was repaying her heroes, finally having a way to give back to them after everything they've done for her. Her little legs began to hurt as she lunged, the cat startling and sprinting out of the way so fast that Eri didn't even see which way it went, letting out a quiet oof as her stomach hit the dirt and left her winded. She coughed as dust swirled in her face, waving it away as she slowly pulled herself up. Next to her, the little paper bag sat in the dirt, dropped in the cat's frantic attempt to get away. Whose cat is that? Why the hell there's a cat? That isn't mine, Shinso said when Hatsume looked at him. My cat is color gray. With a loud gasp that had her coughing all over again, she scrambled for it, quickly crawling over and snatching it before someone could accidentally step on it. Shakily pulling herself to her feet, she looked over herself, cringing at how dirty her pretty red dress had gotten. Aizawa wouldn't be happy about that. Everyone glanced at Aizawa for a sec. He stared at them back. But heroes' costumes get dirty and torn all the time, she supposed, carefully peering into the bag and sighing in relief at the mostly untouched mochi sitting comfortably inside. The cute little flower had been thrown around and crushed under one of the dumplings, but she didn't dare reach in and fix it, worried about getting any dirt and grime in the bag and ruining them. Wrapping the top of the bag closed and a triumphant grin on her face, she turned to find Mirio and tell him about her grand heroic endeavors. And suddenly realized that she didn't know where she was. Her smile fell as she craned her neck to look through the crowd, but she couldn't see Mirio from here. She didn't even know which direction she'd gone, so she couldn't even retrace her steps. She was lost. Terror filtered in slowly, spinning around to look for any familiar faces: Deku, Aizawa, Uraraka or Kirishima or Azui, anyone that she knew. Almost reluctantly, curling into herself and clutching the little paper bag close to her chest, she tentatively began walking forward. "Mirio?" she called out nervously, stumbling through the crowd. "Mirio? Deku? Where are you?" The loud, steady murmur around her was her only response. Biting her lip, she looked back. Going forward would only get her more lost, so the most logical course of action would be to go the other way. With that in mind, she turned and started jogging forward, eyes scanning everything in front of her for anything familiar. A part of her was scared that being out here alone, surrounded by so many people, would mean that they would be able to find her. She didn't want to go back. "No, sweetie, you'll stay with your heroes, okay?" Kendo told her and pointed her thumb at Monoma. "We all just have Monoma sick them." The dark side of UA. The Baku squad laughed at Eri's statement. "The dark side of you," Kaminari and Siro laughed. It took a few seconds for Class 1B to realize, then they started to laugh too. Vlad was trying to not laugh. But she was still at UA, with safe people. Even if there's a lot of strangers everywhere, she was still with the heroes and at a hero school. It should be safe here. It still didn't sit well with her. Standing close to the booths, she noticed a group of children gathering in front of one ahead of her. Anxiously, she stepped forward, looking up at the student manning the booth. There were a plethora of toys in the booth, mostly little dolls and stuffed animals that the students were handing out to the kids surrounding the booth. She stood quietly in the back, peering over as an older girl handed off a tiger plushie of some kind. Another boy reached up for a Fat Gum action figure and made Eri smile a little bit. He had helped her too, if she remembered correctly. "Little miss." Eri startled, clutching her bag as she stared up at a student with wide eyes. The boy's smile was kind, eyes soft and sharp at the same time as he held a doll in front of her. "Would you like a toy?" She remembered, in the back of her mind, a dark room with toys scattered around messily. She remembered the cutesy decorations and light filtering through the crack under the door, bandages around her arms and legs as Chisaki's friends would come in and give her toys, dolls and playsets and other things after cutting and tearing and again. Arf arf bark 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 arf bark 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 woof arf bark woof woof snarl bark bark arf arf woof 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 bark bark woof arf bark bark arf woof arf woof woof. Did Monoma just? "Oh God, Bakugo." "Understandable." "And no thank you," she stuttered, quickly backpedaling away and diving back into the crowd in a blind run. She could feel eyes on her everywhere, strange adults looking down at her with uncaring eyes, bright lights shining down on her with muttering and humming machines, and it hurt. They're coming after her again. Everything hurts. "Mirio," she cried, tears in her eyes as she ran as fast as her little legs could carry her. As long as she kept running, they wouldn't catch her, and then the heroes would come and save her. "Mirio! Aizawa! Where are you?" They were going to take her away. "Please," she sobbed, running blindly. "Please help me. Aizawa. Dash." The impact was so unexpected that it knocked the wind out of her, sending her flailing in the air and to the ground on her back. She blinked in her daze, staring up at the beautiful blue sky as the sun shone brightly against her face, forcing her to squint against the light. For a moment, everything was quiet, nothing but the stirring of rubble and her own thundering heartbeat, hands gripping the open air where Deku was supposed to be, where she'd been clinging to his back as he fought tooth and nail against Chisaki so she wouldn't have to go back with him ever again. Where did he go? Wait, she wasn't even on that battlefield right now. There was no rubble anywhere. This was UA. Breather. She was safe. She was safe. She was safe. Mirio took the liberty to whisper those words to her as well. "She's safe now." Chisaki wouldn't get her. Deku and him would be there to save her again. Slowly, shakily, she pushed herself up, her eyes searching for her mochi bag before she noticed what she'd run into. She found herself staring at a pair of legs as the crowd flowed past them, paying them no mind. Tentatively looking up, she instantly recognized the bright orange shirt, a big white A plastered on the front, marking the person as a band member for Class 1A's concert. That meant that this person was from Deku's class. And that meant that this person was safe. She tried to make herself relax as she looked up, a pair of red eyes like hers looking back down at her. His eyes were scary, sharp and piercing and glaring at her with the power of the sun itself, and she almost felt as if she was being burned. His posture was slouched, shoulders low and hands deep in his pockets as his mouth twisted into a deep frown. She has met the Kaken. Kaminari, shut up. She bit her lip, head swiveling around until her eyes fell on the little bag, thankfully still closed and full, and quickly snatched it, jumping to her feet and stepping back. He was facing her now, the slightest bit of curiosity shining through his angry expression as he raised an eyebrow at her. Eri, still coming down from whatever bout of panic she'd just slogged through, could do nothing but curl into herself. She started, searching for words. Her mouth was suddenly really dry. You're in Deku's class, right? Quit scaring the poor girl, Baku bro. What's that supposed to mean, shitty hair? The other brow shot up, both high above his hairline. Eri swallowed. Can you help me? I'm lost. Scuffling her shoe against the ground, she looked away from his narrowing eyes, choosing instead to stare at the cracks in the grounds. The silence was uncomfortable as she rocked on her heels, back and forth as she clung to her bag. Glancing around her, she tensed up at the different people around them stopping to stare, stealing looks or blatantly watching them, and suddenly she felt exposed, inching closer to Deku's scary-eyed classmate for some kind of protection. Scary-eyed. There was a loud sigh above her. Follow me, brat. She flinched at brat, but wordlessly obeyed regardless, reaching up to grasp the hem of his shirt as he stepped off to the side. He weaved through the people and stands effortlessly, many people even kindly and very quickly getting out of their way. Looking around, Eri still couldn't recognize where they were or where they were going. Entering a clearing with chairs and people with aprons running around, the scary-eyed teen pulled out his phone as they made their way to an empty table near a stand. What are you doing? Eri asked carefully, taking the hint and crawling onto a chair. Deku's classmate took a seat across from her as he poked at his phone screen. He glanced at her, Eri shying away from his intense gaze, but he was looking back at his phone screen a moment later. I'm texting Deku. It'll be easier to meet up here than wander around aimlessly. So, you do have Midori's number. My hag wanted me to save his number, so shut up, Pinky. Oh, Eri nodded to herself. That made sense. Okay. The two fell into silence after that, Eri swinging her legs around and quietly looking up at the sky. Every once in a while, Deku's classmate would either growl or snort at something on his phone, but other than that, he was just as quiet. More often than not, Eri's eyes would fall on the little cafe stand a few feet away from them. She swallowed, wincing at how scratchy her throat felt. In her panic from earlier, she'd forgotten all about how much it was starting to hurt. You want something, kid? Eri jumped at the sound of his voice, looking up at his neutral stare. As Midoriya said, Kaken in neutral, Mineta said. When the did the nerd said that? When the other department blocked the doorway before sports festival, duh. It was the least scary that he'd looked so far, so she allowed herself to relax and nod. Something to drink, please? He stared at her for a moment longer, a pause between them, before he abruptly stood up and strode over to the cafe stand. At the sight of him, the girl at the counter went wide-eyed, tearing her hat off and throwing it at the girl next to her before she dove behind a dispensing machine of some kind. With a sigh, Eri set her paper bag on the table, biting her lip as she slowly pulled it open and peered inside. At this point, one of them had been slightly squished, filling slowly being pressed out of it, while the flour had been smashed into the other one. Eri's lips wobbled, shoulders sagging as she rolled the bag back up and sat back, staring at it dejectedly. In her mind, she knew that they would still taste the same, but they were still messed up and no longer worthy of paying her heroes back for everything they've done for her. Actually, now that she thought about it, even if they were still completely untouched, they would still never be enough to pay them back. Too little ball of dough and bean paste could never even begin to pay them back. Which meant that this whole mess was completely pointless. Eri sniffed, rubbing at her damp eyes. This wasn't something worth crying over. Don't worry, Eri-chan. It's more than enough. Mirio told the pouting girl, who was actually trying not to cry at the same line of thought. I actually love those. So getting them from you would mean a lot. Eri looked at him. Really? Mirio nodded. And Eri-chan went through all that trouble to have Midoriya-kun, and I have that as a payment. Those and you being happy is more than enough. A clink against the table pulled her out of her thoughts as her new companion sat back down, angrily tapping on his phone with a threatening snarl on his face. Blinking in confusion, Eri looked down in front of her, her eyes going wide at the sight of a tiny little cup of milk. And 3 colorful balls of mochi on a stick. What's this? She asked in wonder. She'd never seen such colorful desserts before. The scary-eyed boy glanced at her with a raised brow, but focused back on his phone a moment later. It's dango, he said. Eat it. They were so pretty, white, green, and pink dumplings stacked on top of each other with 2 little cherry blossoms sitting on the side of the dish. Eri's eyes sparkled, looking between the plate and her bag with a smile growing on her face. Eri drooled a little, much to the amusement of her guardians. This was perfect. It fixed everything. With the most delicate precision that her little fingers could manage, she pried the mochi off of the stick, putting the pink one aside before opening her bag and picking up the green and white mochi to put inside and replace the messy ones. The hell are you doing? Deku's classmate asked, confusion and slight annoyance painting his face. Eri froze as if she was caught doing something wrong, and shrunk back, putting the 2 mochi back on the plate. I'm sorry. Why are you sore? His voice came out rough, startling her, but he paused, closing his eyes and taking a deep breath before he looked back at her. Don't apologize. I'm just curious. This is why you can't curse in front of Eri in that tone. Oh. Eri let her shoulders relax, her eyes dropping back to the colorful mochi he'd given her. Well, when I was with Mirio, a nice person at a nearby stand gave me mochi, and, I was gonna give it to him and Deku. You know they say thank you. She frowned, looking over at the bag with a forlorn expression. But then a kitty stole it, and I chased after it until I got lost, and even though I tried to protect them, they still got messed up. They were so pretty, but now they're all messy. She wrung her hands nervously. I thought that since these ones were still pretty and perfect and stuff, then I could give these ones to them instead. Deku's classmate stared at her for a long time, brows furrowed in thought, but a moment later he reached over and carefully opened the bag, craning his neck to peer inside. He hummed. They still look clean, he observed. You should give them these ones anyway. Eri blinked in surprise, straightening her back and tilting her head. You think so? He sighed, considering his words carefully. Look, knowing those 2 sentimental idiots, or at least Deku, the 2 first ones will mean more. They're more special, I guess. Why? His face contorted into something resembling a sneer, and for a moment, Eri wondered if she'd upset him somehow, but he closed his eyes against and sighed. Because you put effort into getting those. See, Eri, Mirio smiled at her, your efforts like that is enough for us too. Reaching back over and plucking the bag off the table, he held it up between them, almost as if emphasizing something. Those 2 were just handed to you, but these? Sounds like you went through a lot of SHT to get these, just to pay him back. He handed the bag back to her, Eri taking it and setting it in her lap, staring at it as he continued. They put an effort into, helping you, right? You putting that much effort into giving back, it just means more. Trust me, I've known Deku for a long time. He'd like the ones in the bag more. I agree with my other self, Bakugo turned to Eri. Me growing up with Deku is enough for me to know that no matter what the gifts you give him will be enough. Because for him, the effort and the thoughts count more than the price and the appearance. Dios mio, that was so sweet I might cry. Shut up, flex tape. So Deku would like that drawing I want to give him? Eri thought. Eri considered the bag in her arms, looking between it and the colored machi on the table as if deciphering an intricate puzzle. The new machi were a lot nicer and prettier, with colors and perfect shapes. The ones in the bag didn't look nearly as nice as the ones on that plate. But she'd gone through all this trouble to get the bag back, so save the machi she'd originally gotten just so she could somehow start to say thank you. In a way, his words were starting to make sense because even though the new ones were pretty, the first ones had an effort. It was the thought that counted, as she'd heard people say sometimes. Aizawa said something along those lines when Eri mentioned all the toys that Chisaki would get for her. Eri gasped. Loudly, eyes wide in sudden realization. It was the thought that counted. The toys were pretty and cute and expensive looking, but she'd hated them. She hadn't wanted anything to do with them, but she could never figure out why. Was it because they weren't given out of love? With a determined face, Eri thought. I will give them to Deku tomorrow. As well as the one for Mirio. The machi in that bag was her effort to give something out of love. Oh, she muttered, shaken to her core by this new epiphany. Her eyes lit up with astonishment. Oh! It all made so much sense now. Slowly, a smile crept over her face shining as she looked back at Deku's scary-eyed classmate. I think I get it, she squealed excitedly. She then gasped, remembering the treats in front of her. Oh, and thank you. She quickly popped the pink machi into her mouth, the filling sweet flavor hitting her immediately. She giggled, her hands over her mouth as she chewed, legs swinging happily. A moment later, she was gulping down her milk, licking her lips and sighing with satisfaction. She eyed the green machi for a moment, her mind already made up as she quickly grabbed it and shoved it into her mouth as well. Sato sneaked out to the kitchen without the little girl knowing. Machi and candy apples for Eri coming right up. Just because she could, she stuck the last one back on the stick just so she could eat it the way it was served. It didn't change the taste, but something about it just made it more fun. She hummed happily, looking back over at Deku's classmate, head leaning against his hand as he stared off at nothing. He'd check his phone periodically, but didn't say anything, his face mostly expressionless. Eri watched him for a moment, eyes wandering around before she looked back at him, releasing a breath she didn't realize she was holding. I'm Eri, she suddenly said, the older boy only glancing at her in response. What's your name? He studied her for a moment. The crease in his brow was back as he leaned back in his chair, as if he was deep in thought. Eri waited patiently, gently hugging her bag to her chest as the silence stretched on. After a moment, he scoffed, shaking his head, but she never heard what he was about to say. Eri, a voice rang out. Eri gasped, swiveling around to see two familiar forms bursting into the clearing and racing towards her. With a cheer, she leaped off of her chair and ran to them, meeting the boys halfway as Deku lifted her up into the air. I'm so glad you're okay. You shouldn't run off like that. You scared us. He suddenly turned to where his classmate was. Thank you so much, Kaken. We really appreciate you looking out for her. Kaken, huh? God damn it, Deku. It's all my fault. Mirio exclaimed, near tears. I should have kept a better eye on you, but I got distracted. I'm so sorry, Eri. No, it's okay. Eri quickly cut in. She didn't want her heroes to cry. I'm okay, see? Your dress is dirty. Deku noticed, setting her down. What happened? Did you fall? Are you hurt? No, I'm okay really. With a smile, she held out her little paper bag. Here. These are for you. Deku and Mirio exchanged looks of surprise before Mirio gingerly took the bag. Eri's smile grew. I got them all by myself. But then a kitty came and stole it, but I wanted to give back to you guys somehow because you've helped me so much, so I chased it, and I did fall and I got scared, and they got a little squished, but I got them back. I tried really hard to keep them safe so I could give them to you. Eri. Deku breathed. I hope you like them, she said softly, wringing her hands. I worked really hard to keep them safe, and Kaken said dash. She called him Kaken. Dios mio, that is also so cute. Is that his name? Kaken? Bakugo didn't have a heart to correct the girl. Well, if dash. Well, Kaken is Midoriya's nickname for Bakugo. Aizawa answered her question, then looked at Bakugo with his usual grin. But if you asked, maybe you can call him that too. She looked at the scary-eyed friend of Deku in wonder. Tisuch, call me whatever you want. Okay, Kaken. When she turned and pointed, she paused, finding the table cleared and her new friend gone. Eri's shoulders sagged. She never heard him leave. Eri turned back around when she heard a rustling sound, watching in anticipation as Mirio took one of the dumplings and popped it into his mouth. His face instantly lit up, making a noise of delight as he chewed. No way! These are Shiriko's recipe. She makes the best mochi dishes ever. Oh man, she already left for the day. I thought I wouldn't be able to get any. He clapped excitedly once Deku had taken the bag. Eri, this is wonderful. Thank you so much. Carefully, Deku peeled the little crushed flour off of his dumpling, eating the pastry a moment later with an excited smile. Eri blinked as Mirio knelt down in front of her a moment later. This was very kind of you, Eri, but next time, please don't run off by yourself. We were worried about you. Well. Eri kicked at the ground, staring at the cracks by her feet. I was worried when you fought an overhaul. Mirio gaped at that, clearly unsure of what to say. Deku cut in before he could figure out what to say. We can discuss that later. What matters right now is that you're safe and that we're very grateful for your gift. That was very thoughtful of you and they were delicious. Eri beamed. Now then, let's go get you cleaned up, okay? Eri nodded, taking Deku's hand as they left the little cafe set up and went back into the crowded rows of booths with a new skip in her step. It wouldn't be until many days later that she would see Kaken again. When Eri heard that she would be living at UA under Aizawa's supervision for the unforeseen future, she'd been ecstatic. She'd come to feel so safe and happy with Aizawa and Mirio and Deku and everyone else, and now she was going to be living with them. It was like a dream come true. Sometimes, she was terrified that she would wake up from this dream, back in that dark room with toys scattered across the floor as light poured in through the crack under the door, footsteps echoing down the hall outside. No, she's safe now. Most of the time, Eri stayed in Aizawa's living quarters, or with present Mike when Aizawa was teaching or patrolling. However, over the weekend, there was always a chance that both of them would be called out on the field for one reason or another. Since Mirio's class was often just as busy as trainees at different agencies, she couldn't stay there during these weekends, either. So, it was decided that in those circumstances, she would stay in an extra room on the ground floor of Deku's dorm building. But Eri-chan is living with us. Why is she living with 1A Luz? Is the dark side, Kaken? Yeah, but the dark side deserves it. No sooner had the decision been made did it come into play, several teachers being called out for a major raid taking place near the border of the Chiba prefecture. Because the site was farther away, Aizawa and present Mike wouldn't be on campus for the whole weekend, leaving Eri to wander Deku's dorm building. Honestly, she didn't mind, though she hoped that Aizawa was careful and that everybody came back home safe. The dorm's common room was very green and comfy, with lots of Deku's classmates running around doing all sorts of different things. Some people were in the kitchen making something sweet-smelling, while others sat on the couches with board games, or just watching TV. On screen, Eri overheard stuff about the big raid in Chiba, but no names that she recognized were mentioned. Eri yawned, barely glancing at the time shown on the TV before Uraraka was taking her hand and ushering her down the hall. It's getting late, Uraraka said, opening the door and flicking on the lights. The room was simple, with a clean white bed and bland beige walls. There was a dresser off to the side and a chest for any belongings that she might want to stash away. On the wall opposite to the door was a small window hidden away by plain curtains, a little fan, and a cute little star-shaped nightlight. Eri looked at the little nightlight in awe. She'd never had one while held in Chisaki's base, leaving her in complete darkness at night. In a way, she was excited to sleep with a tiny, pretty little light illuminating a new room. Would you also like a nightlight tonight for the sleepover, Eri-chan? Kodai asked. Eri nodded. But can I sleep beside Deku too? It's totally okay. She looked at Bakugo and asked the same question. It's fine if you sleep beside the nerd. Squirt, what makes you think we wouldn't let you? She smiled at him. Wordlessly, Eri crawled up on the bed, Uraraka pulling away at the covers. Maybe we should talk to Aizawa about decorating this place a little bit. You know, paint the walls a different color, nicer sheets and curtains, stuff like that. What do you think? Maybe. Eri thought aloud. She wasn't all that concerned about it, but the idea of being able to choose that for herself was still very appealing. Now that I did think about it, Aizawa said, causing Eri to look at him, what do you want for your room? Eri made a thinking face. Can I have something that reminds me of the people that helped saving me? You mean, Aizawa glanced at Mirio. The blonde-mouthed Midoriya-kun made plushies. He might give them to her later. He nodded at him. I want the walls be like the color of Mirio and Deku's hair. Mirio was flustered. So a lime color? Then, she played with her fingers a bit, can I also have that yellow thing you sleep in? Aizawa blinked at her. You mean my sleeping bag? She nodded. I want one in the same color as your hair. Aizawa blushed, much to the amusement of the others. The stern Aizawa was flustered. Nestled in her bed, Uraraka tucked her in with a warm smile. Would you like me to tell you a bedtime story? Or I could ask Jairu to sing you a lullaby? With another yawn, Eri's eyes began to droop, and suddenly, she was sinking into soft sheets and fuzzy thoughts. Uraraka sighed. Or you can just go to sleep. That's okay too. Quietly, Uraraka turned on the fan, the low white noise soothing to Eri's ears, before carting her fingers through Eri's hair and slipping away. Good night, Eri, she whispered, turning the lights back off and slowly shutting the door. Sleep tight. Eri smiled, heavy eyelids shut as she nestled into her warm, cozy bed and drifted off to sleep. Everything was static. Her bare feet pitter-pattered against the cold tile floor, or was it a sidewalk? She couldn't see past the encompassing darkness around her to tell, and the blinding white light drowning out the world ahead of her. There was no color, and Eri felt herself missing it. Now look what you've done. She ran as fast as her little legs could carry her, not daring to look back. She couldn't look back and see him slowly walking after her, as if he already knew. There was nowhere she could run. Look what you made me do. The light brightened, and for a moment, one beautiful, traitorous moment, she thought that she made it, that she could escape. You forced my hand. And then she reached the other side. And suddenly she didn't miss color anymore. Because all she could see was red. Red on the walls, red on the floor, red on her clothes. Red on the bodies. She recognized every single one of them, even when they were all in pieces. She tried to speak, but no words came. Just the tears streaming from her horrified eyes. Almost in a daze, she stumbled to the closest body, unrecognizable if it wasn't for the stray red sneaker, and wondered for a moment if it was possible for her quirk to fix this. If only she knew how. Poor little Eri. Leave me alone, her mind begged, her hands shaking as footsteps approached her from behind. She didn't need to look. She already knew. Know how to fix this. She sobbed. Softly, almost lovingly, a gloved hand rested on her shoulder, gently pulling her back, away from her heroes, away from her freedom. Away from her everything. Come along, Eri, he whispered, guiding her back down the dark path she'd come from. Let's go home. With a loud gasp, Eri toppled right out of her bed. Monoma, sick him. Kendo exclaimed as they all saw how Eri was whimpering in fear, hearing Chisaki again. Arf arf bark 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 arf bark 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 woof arf bark woof woof snarl bark bark arf woof 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 bark bark woof arf bark bark arf woof woof woof. Good boy. She grunted as her little body hit the floor, her nightlight momentarily blinding her and the fan doing nothing for her but blow out into her face. She scrambled to her feet, her vision blurry with tears as she took in the room around her. Beige, plain, moonlight. No toys. No bandages. No darkness. No echoing footsteps. Despite the breeze the fan was making, it was way too hot in her room, the walls seemingly closing in on her. Suddenly, the nightlight felt far more dim. Shivering, wiping the tears off of her face, she stepped forward, slowly reaching for the doorknob. A part of her was terrified, wondering absent-mindedly what Chisaki would do if he caught her outside of her room again. Opening the door was like proofing it to herself, proving that she was safe. She was still at UA with her heroes. She didn't go back. She got away. This is her home now. Peering through the crack in the door, she was greeted with a pitch-black hallway, carpeted and stretching out towards where the common room was. Carefully, Eri stepped out, the carpet under her bare feet more grounding than anything else. Since she lived in a dark place for so long, the darkness of the hallway didn't scare that much, even though her nightmare was making her heart beat rapidly in her chest and her eyes water all over again. The closer she got to the common room, the cooler the air became, a relieved sigh leaving her lips. Peeking into the dark, empty common room, Eri blinked in confusion at the soft light streaming through the room. She walked out cautiously, tilting her head at the sound of a faucet running. She didn't know what time it was, but she didn't think that anyone else was supposed to be up at this time. For a moment, her breath hitched at the thought of an intruder, but Aizawa had been talking to her about logical thinking, and if she thought right, then rummaging around the kitchen would seem kind of silly to do. "You're a smart kid," Aizawa had told her. "Wise far beyond your years. Be sure to make use of that head of yours." Lost in her thoughts, she didn't think about what she was doing until a spike of pain ran up her leg. She cried out, falling back as she clutched her throbbing foot. Tears building up at the edges of her eyes, she lifted her foot to inspect it, biting her lip at the sight of a staple digging into the bottom of her foot. Thinking back, she'd felt much worse pain than this, but at least then she'd been ready for it. With a whimper, she pulled it out, watching in horror as blood began to seep from the little hole, dripping down and staining the carpet. "Kid, what the HL?" She gasped at the unexpected voice, shuffling back as she stared up at the new person wide-eyed. It was hard to make them out, their face shadowed by the bright kitchen light, but the halo of spiky blonde hair was enough to calm her down. "Kaken?" The figure slightly startled at the name, but crouched down in front of her a moment later, his red eyes practically glowing against his darkened face, and Eri finally let herself relax. He clicked his tongue at the staple in Eri's hand. "Of course. Those F-king idiots. You say a lot of bad words." Eri mused. Kaken raised an eyebrow at her, but said nothing else as he scooped her up, wordlessly carrying her back into the kitchen. "It's just his personality," Kaminari snickered. "That's not my entire personality, Pikachu." There was a kettle sitting on the stove, a light boiling sound coming from inside. Off to the side, a black mug with more bad words all over it sat by itself, a tea bag of some kind sitting inside. Eri found herself being set on a stool, Kaken roughly pressing a towel against the bottom of her foot. Eri tried to hide her wince when he looked up at her. "Hold this here. I'll get bandages." Eri nodded numbly, watching as he went and rummaged through the cabinets, reaching for a white box. She was quiet as he pulled out different supplies other than bandages. "What's that?" she asked carefully, eyeing the spray bottle nervously. "Rubbing alcohol," he responded simply. "So you don't get an infection. It'll sting a little." Eri curled into herself at that, but nodded anyway. The pain was never as bad when she was ready for it. And he wasn't wrong. It did sting, a little burning feeling around where the tiny puncture was, but the next thing she knew he was already wrapping bandages around her foot, and suddenly it didn't hurt anymore. "Oh," she thought aloud. "That was okay. I've hurt a lot more than that before." The wrapping paused for a moment, but Kaken didn't say anything. Her foot was all bandaged up before she knew it, the squeal of the kettle cutting off any questions or comments that might be hanging in the air. "Fear. You have a broken humor, Icy Hot." Eri studied his work with interest, rubbing at the soft gauze with a shine in her eyes. Even if his hands were somewhat rough compared to Deku's, the wrapping was soft, almost like her fluffy pillows back in her room. She grimaced at that. Aizawa might get upset if he found her still up so late at night. At least she felt better. Not as scared. "What are you even doing up, anyway?" Kaken suddenly asked, peeling what Eri realized with excitement was an apple. "You should be in bed." He made a funny face, but neither of them said anything about it. Eri, frankly, wasn't sure what he was thinking. She just shrugged. "Bad dream," she said simply. Kaken hummed in acknowledgement, grabbing a knife and skillfully chopping the apple into slices. He was quiet for a long moment, a contemplative, distant look in his eyes. Do you not want to talk about it? The remnants of icy fear crept up her spine, faint static images of torn-up bodies and blood-soaked walls lingering in the back of her mind. Piercing, loveless eyes watched her from the darkness. No, she said quietly. Another hum was his only response. Eri's eyes went from clouded to glowing when a plate appeared in front of her. She stared at the peeled apple slices in wonder, her mouth slightly watering and a "thank you" on the tip of her tongue when a callous hand placed a tiny cup of a sticky-looking golden-brown substance next to the plate. It smelled sweet, almost like candy, and Eri couldn't help but tilt her head in confusion. "What's that?" she asked as Kaken sat down across from her, nursing a steaming mug in his hands. "It smells good." "Caramel," he said simply, taking a sip of his drink. Eri winced at the heat she could feel all the way from her spot by the counter. "It's what they use to make candied apples." Eri lit up at that, her smile growing as she quickly grabbed a slice and dipped it into the cup. "Is this right?" A small nod from across the counter and Eri shoved the slice into her mouth, squealing in delight. Yum! She ate in silence after that, enjoying her snack with a grateful smile while her companions stared off to the side with calculating, guarded eyes. A part of Eri wondered why he was up this late, but she ultimately decided that it didn't matter. He was older, so he could do stuff like stay up late to make scolding hot drinks that burn your tongue. She didn't remember how long they stayed there, the comfortable silence intermittent with little quips and one-word answers to throwaway questions. She didn't remember cleaning up her mess either, even though she would come back the next morning and find the counter completely spotless, as if they'd never even been there in the first place. She barely even remembered her nightmare anymore. Bakugo going soft for Eri? More likely than you think. All she remembered was her eyes growing heavy and strong arms carrying her back to her bed, not with the tenderness of Deku's or the warmth of Mirio's, but with a strength and firmness that, for some reason that she couldn't explain, made her feel just as safe. The rest of her dreams that night were filled with candied apples and friendly smiles. In the following weeks, Eri quickly realized that she'd made a new friend. The common room of Deku's room building was always busy during the evening time, when the sun was just about to set. The people who came through were always different, though. Sometimes she would see rowdy boys playing games on the TV, and if Kirishima was with them, he would invite her to try. She'd never even seen a video game before, so she wasn't very good, but it was still very fun. Kirishima's friends promised to teach her. Other times, all of the girls would be together doing each other's hair, and Uraraka or Azui would offer to braid Eri's. Their friend with the long hanging earlobes, Jiu, she thinks, would also often sing to her. Sometimes, she would see people with bird heads and engines in their legs, while other times, she would see people with funny-colored hair and lots of arms. Sometimes, she would go to Deku's room and he would tell her stories about their adventures as heroes and how much they were learning, or he would tell her stories about All Might, who he said was his hero, like how Mirio was hers. Eri knew that he was leaving out details in some of his stories, but she never asked him to elaborate. Even a kid notice. They were really never subtle about it. All Might was coughing out blood in shock. Every once in a while, though, if there weren't very many people in the common room and she peered into the kitchen, she would find Kaken off by himself, making something that always smelled amazing. The first time she found him in there, neither of them said anything. She simply wandered in, peering around his side and earning a quick glance and a nod in acknowledgement, and she watched him work, trying to keep up with his quick movements and careful measurements. She happily took the offer when he gave her a free sample. Sometimes, she would go find him, and Kirishima and his friends would be there with him, along with the pink-skinned girl. When he was with other people, he would yell and scream and curse a lot, and at first, it made Eri nervous, but he never hit them and they never seemed afraid, so she could only assume that everything was fine. It was just something to get used to. He was always so quiet with her. "Oh, come on, man," one of Kirishima's friends, the bright blonde one, whined. "Just a little bit? Please? You've cooked for us before." "That doesn't mean SHT. I never even invited any of you bastards in here." Kaken yelled. "Hey bro," Kirishima spoke up with a shushing motion. "You're cussing in front of Eri." "I don't give a rat's ass about that," he shot back. FCK off all of you. Another classmate, the tall guy with engine legs, suddenly appeared in the kitchen doorway. Bakugo, please refrain from using such foul language in front of young children. Nobody invited you either, for eyes. Kaken shouted. He barely gave him another glance before turning back on the other four. Get out of here, you vultures. I'm busy. But, blasty, the four cried in unison. Out. Eri is being dragged to our everyday life and seeing this. Eventually, he managed to shove most of them out of the kitchen with sheer brute strength alone, though Kirishima left on his own, his bright toothy smile still plastered on his face. His cheeriness made Eri feel more at ease around such ferocity. End of the hallway before. From there, she followed Kaken up the stairs, observing her new surroundings with curiosity. At the top of the stairwell was a door, light pouring through a small window that had her squinting her eyes. The door was pushed open, and suddenly, a cool, comforting breeze was blowing through her hair. Eri stared in awe at the darkening sky, slowly turning different shades of pink and orange. She hadn't even known that there was a door that led to the roof, but being up so high reminded her of the bright blue sky, clinging onto Deku's back, draped in Mirio's cape, soaring through the air with green lightning and soft yellow energy dancing around them like a veil. The memories of exactly what happened during that battle were fuzzy, but she still thought of it fondly. It was the day she started to become free. With a long sigh, Kaken made his way to the high ledge, taller than she was, anyway, and sat down against it, staring up at the same sky she was mesmerized by. Eri joined him a moment later, taking the offered apple without complaint and happily chowing down on it. Apparently, he'd brought himself a snack as well, a big red pepper that he bit into like how she ate her apple. She thought it was strange, but she didn't say anything about it. She was starting to really appreciate these quiet moments with a strong presence by her side. It was sweet and kind like Deku or Mirio, but it was strong, steadfast, and she hadn't realized how much she wanted something like this until now. Deku really had some amazing friends. Why aren't you mad? The question startled her. Glancing over at Kaken, she found him staring off again, glaring coldly at the open sky above. Eri turned back to her apple, taking a bite as she mulled over the strange question. Was this what Deku was talking about? It didn't really make sense to her, thinking about it. What was she supposed to be mad about? Sato came back with the mochi and candy apples and some other snacks for everyone. Eri happily accepted hers with a smile and thank you to the teen. Everyone else thanked the boy for making them food. What do you mean? She finally asked. Kaken side-eyed her, and she almost flinched from the intensity of his stare. After everything Overhaul did. Why aren't you mad? Eri pursed her lips, fingers tightening around her apple. She shuffled nervously against the little wall, pulling her knees to her chest with faraway eyes. I don't know. He was watching her now. She could feel his eyes boring into her. I mean that's just how things always were. She doesn't really remember what her parents looked like. She thinks that there was a time long ago, before she was given this cursed power, that they loved her. My quirk is dangerous. I'm dangerous. People who tried to save me always got hurt. Mirio collapsing from his injuries. Deku falling to the ground, struggling against the effects of her quirk. Do you want them to die, Eri? Her breath hitched. It's just how it was, she sobbed. There was nothing I could do, so I just dash. That's bullshit. I don't appreciate the language, but I share the sentiment. Me too, Idakuin. Eri jumped, turning back to him. He was snarling at the ground, teeth clenched and grinding together, and she tensed at the uncontrollable ferocity. She tried. Chisaki said dash. FCK Chisaki. Another jolt ran through her system as he leaped to his feet, pacing around angrily. That's all bullshit. Don't listen to a single word that Overhaul Kerr ever said. His burning, piercing eyes turned back on her, and she swallowed thickly as he stomped his foot with a resounding slam. None of that was on you. SHT was FKed for everyone, but that wasn't on you. He took your freedom. He took your childhood. He hurt and manipulated you, and that's straight F kid. You should be P said. Eri stared at him with wide eyes, trying desperately to register the onslaught of words being thrown at her. That's a lot of bad words. It's his personality. You lobes. Kaken continued to seethe, something far and cloudy in his eyes. The look he was giving her was calculating, almost contemplative, like he'd seen this somewhere before, and Eri wondered just what he was seeing. Because there was passion behind his voice. He spoke like he meant every single word. He hurt you and everyone you care about, he said heatedly. And then he tried to pin it on you. Kid, how does that make you feel? Eri's thought process abruptly spiraled. How does that make you feel? He wanted to hurt them, he emphasized. How does that make you feel? Eri thought that she might have bitten into her lip. There were tears welling up in her eyes. She started, but the words were caught in her throat. Emotionless eyes watched her in the darkness, gloved hands reaching for her uncaring form, and she watched on, accepting, understanding, giving up. She always just took it. All she was ever allowed to do was just take it. Mirio's warm embrace. Deku's smile. She doesn't have to take it anymore? I can. Am I allowed? To be upset? Bakugo grinned dangerously, wild and crazed. You have every demon right, kid, he said proudly, radiating with conviction. You have every right to get mad, so get mad. Bakugo teaching Eri with one emotion he's been using. I'm so proud of our boom boom boy. F you all. Am I really allowed to? Eri looked at Aizawa. Aizawa nodded, just as that Bakugo said, what happened to you wasn't your fault. Those deaths weren't also your fault. If anyone is to blame, it's Overhaul, so you have every right to be mad for what happened to you. Something was burning in her chest. It felt like a fire roaring to life, as if the world was opening up to her all over again. Just like that day at the festival, after Deku's class performed their hearts out and everything lit up into something bright and beautiful, and the upward movement of her lips had just come so naturally. And now there was a new emotion there, one that had her bouncing on her heels, puffing out her cheeks and squeezing her fists. She pumped her arms, a more growl-like hum erupting from her throat, and suddenly, she felt like she could run forever. Get mad, she mumbled to herself, determined. How do I do that? I want to get mad. Teach me how. His grin became impossibly wide. Well, kid, it's a good thing you're talking to a certified expert. Get mad. I am mad. I said get mad. I'm mad. Get angry. I'm angry. FCK Chisaki. Oh god no. FFFFFFFFF dash. One more time. Apparently, Aizawa was not very happy with Kaken teaching Eri bad words. After screaming her throat raw, a flood of pent-up sadness and hurt that she'd never even known about until now fueling her, Eri found herself quickly ushered out of the dorm building by a cackling present mic. She was sore for days afterward and she didn't see Kaken at all for a long time, but that first night, she'd slept better than she ever had in her whole entire life. Or at least, as far as she could remember. She found herself smiling more, found it easier to accept kindness and to come to Aizawa when she had nightmares, found more joy in her time spent with her heroes and their friends, and all of a sudden, it really did feel like home. Kaken, can you teach me how to be mad? Eri asked the feral boy. He doesn't know how to respond, because Aizawa was glaring at him. You know what if the kid needs to learn how to be angry. She needed to learn more feelings because this was a change that she really, really liked. Her loved ones seemed to agree. When she did see Kaken again, coming back to the dorms one evening due to an unexpected late-night patrol for Aizawa and finding him just entering the common room, she immediately ran up and hugged him as tightly as she could. He didn't hug her back, but that was okay. She didn't mind. He did seem to mind some of his classmates laughing at him for it, but Eri had learned by now that when he screamed at them all to die, he didn't actually mean to literally die. That, and he even let her help him and the big sugar guy cook dinner. When Azui tucked her into bed that night, Eri couldn't help but smile as the cute little nightlight and the new pink curtains adorning the window. It wasn't much, but it was more than enough for her. Everything that everyone has ever done was more than enough for her. Eri, don't stop. Keep running. Pitter-patter, pitter-patter. Where are you going, Eri? I don't want to go back. You don't have a choice. I won't. There was blood on the walls, bodies in pieces, weeping and sobbing. It hurts so bad. Please stop. You know what you have to do. She shook where she stood, unable to breathe as she took in the carnage, recognized every single corpse. Bizawa, Mirio, the Kaken, all of their friends, all of her family. You did this to them. Please. You need to come back now, Eri. This isn't. She sobbed. This isn't right. This isn't fair. Clenching her teeth, she fell to her knees, gripping her hair as tears fell to the concrete floor. It was almost like a realization. Enlightenment. I hate you, she breathed. I hate you. That's it. Hate his F-butt. The lights in the common room were still on. Eri stared in confusion, squinting through the bright lights assaulting her vision. There were still fresh tear tracks on her cheeks, glistening in the warm light, but she ignored it as she crept out into the spacious room. It seemed that the kitchen was empty, lights off and every left where it was supposed to be. It was odd, and it had her wringing her hands anxiously. Hello, she asked tentatively. Kaken? Something stirred behind the couch, Eri jumping at the sudden movement. A familiar tuft of blonde hair peered over the side, matching red eyes locking with her own. Oh, it's you, a tired voice rumbled. Something was different. Eri watched silently as Kaken pulled himself up, slowly wandering into the dark kitchen with Eri trailing him. He rubbed at his eyes sluggishly, flicking the light on as the little rewind quirk user pulled herself up onto her usual seat. He was mumbling something to himself, almost like Deku but more viciously as he searched around the kitchen for something. With a long, tired sigh, he eventually came back with what she realized was a peeled, sliced peach. No apples tonight, kid, he muttered tiredly. We're all out. He was slouched low, head and crossed arms resting against the countertop and gaze going right through her. If she looked close enough, she could see the beginning of dark circles under his eyes. Are you feeling okay? She asked worriedly, stuffing a peach slice into her mouth. His eyes shifted as if he was seeing her for the first time. He stared at her like that for a long time, to the point where she wondered if he was falling asleep. Don't worry about me, brat, he finally said, going back to his 1,000-yard stare as Eri quietly ate the rest of her snack. Neither of them said anything else that Eri could remember. She did know for sure that he'd carried her back to bed after she'd eaten all of her fruit. It wasn't as good as apples, but she was still grateful. She didn't have any more dreams that night. The room was cold. That's the only thing he could tell from where he was. The room was cold and his hands hurt. But he knew exactly where he was. The underlying smell of mold and alcohol was all the evidence he needs. He couldn't move his hands, held in place in front of him and leaving them shaking and freezing. Tightly clenching them over and over gave him an old sense of control, forced feeling into them when the restraints padding was so tight around his arms that he swore it was cutting off blood circulation. He didn't realize it was dark until a cloth was pulled away from his eyes, the dimly lit bar and the psycho girls. Toothy, demented grin predictably greeting him. She didn't say anything this time, but frankly, she didn't need to. On the other side of the room, Hansi was watching him curiously, unmoving as the world itself held a certain static texture that left him with ear-splitting white noise. But he bore it. He'd done this song and dance enough times to do so. Just wait it out. You're a stubborn one, aren't you? He went to cuss him out, to yell, throw back some smart quip to annoy him, but he couldn't, a familiar muzzle strapped around his mouth. He felt his blood pressure spike. That was new. Always so stubborn. He glared back, refusing to wince at the intense static noise when the small TV across the room suddenly turned on. Today, Japan mourns the loss of its greatest hero. He breathed in harshly, bowing his head and squeezing his eyes shut. The memorial service will be held in dash. He almost jumped at the sudden blare of noise, hunching over further and forcing air to keep entering his lungs. Katsuki. FCK off. Look what you did, Katsuki. He knew what he would see if he looked. He knew. The scarred hand digging into his hair didn't give him a choice, forcing his head up. His eyes snapped open at the sudden movement, falling on the pile of bodies in front of him. He recognized All Might's weakened form immediately, something in his chest twitching painfully. Bright red and stifling green hit him a moment later, yellow and pink and black painted with blood and deep inside a pile that seemed to grow larger and larger the longer he stared. What hero, Hands Bestarred spoke smugly, would do such a thing? He was standing, staring down in horror at the blood completely coating his hands like gloves. He felt like he was soaked in it from head to toe, shivering at every droplet sliding down his face, his back, his neck, falling down into the puddle pooling around the feet. Drip, drip, drip. Through the static, if he listened closely, he could hear the jeering crowds, booing and screaming and crying out in fear and disgust. Villain! 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 The muzzle was still there, immovable as he struggled to rip it off of his face. It hurt as if it was attached to him, fused to his skin, as if it was welded on. He wanted to scream, to yell, to curse everything to the ground. Anything. You're no hero. Was that All Might's voice or Aizawa's? Or maybe it was Kirishima. Or it could have been Deku. Maybe it was all of them. Maybe it was everyone. The FCK, does it matter? There were hands on him. Dozens of them, all clamping around his arms and clothes and head. He could feel one wrap around the nape of his neck, yanking him back and sending him into a panic. Struggling only seemed to make their grips tighter, like a moth tangling itself in a spider web. In the distance, a tall man in a dark suit simply grinned at him, a hand on Hansy's shoulder as they watched him disappear. You're nothing. What does it matter? There's nothing left but darkness. And it hurt. Everything hurt. Everything hurts. Next thing everyone know. Bakugo was at the hug pile his class gave him. Eri was distracted by the food, thank God, because she doesn't have to see Shigaraki's crusty butt. Toshinori approached him and said, "Young Bakugo, I assure you that what happened to you wasn't your fault at all. I was already at my limit when I gave my quirk to young Midoriya." Bakugo looked away. Whatever. Peering into the common room that morning, Eri found it almost completely empty. She'd woken up more rested than she'd been expecting, pulling herself out of bed and wandering out to find if anyone else had gotten up yet. The sun was pretty high up in the sky, so she could only assume that she'd slept in pretty late. She saw a flash of bright red in the kitchen, Eri smiling as she ran over and peered in. She almost laughed at the comically panicked look on Kirishima's face, sprinting around the otherwise unoccupied kitchen with smoking pans and burnt food. He rubbed his forehead as he dumped charred, brickhead bacon into a trash can, a look of frustration painting his face that had Eri feeling bad for finding it funny. He didn't seem to notice her, stepping past her and out into the common room as the front door creaked open, a mop of green hair poking through curiously. "Why do I smell something burning?" Kirishima groaned dramatically. "I tried to cook my own brunch. Turns out, I destroy everything I touch. Don't worry. Whenever I'm around, hands are broken." "What? Like the hand crusher or something?" "Yes. Todoroki-kun, that wasn't your fault." Deku looked somewhat amused, tilting his head with a lopsided grin. "Have you tried asking Kaken?" Biting his lip, Kirishima wordlessly pointed at one of the couches. As Eri, still hiding in the kitchen, craned her neck to get a view of whatever he was pointing at, Deku's eyebrows shot up high above his hairline. Kaken was asleep on the couch, face slightly contorted in discomfort. Thinking back to how tired he was last night, it didn't surprise her that much that he'd fallen asleep down here. It was still strange, though, since she'd never seen him sleep before. In her 6-year-old mind, she'd wondered if he ever slept at all. "How long has he been here?" Deku asked, a hint of concern in his voice that had Eri tensing up. "No clue." Kirishima responded, rubbing the back of his neck. "I found him like this. He's been here for hours at least." Deku hummed, biting his lip. "It's so late in the morning, almost noon. Is he sick?" "He's sweating a lot." Gingerly, Kirishima stepped forward at the question, resting the back of his hand against the ash blonde's forehead. He didn't even stir. "No fever. Maybe he's overworked himself." "Maybe," Deku mumbled. "He's always been so strict about taking care of himself, though." "Yeah." Eri's lips wobbled. He'd been so tired last night. Was he not feeling well? And he'd stayed up to comfort her. She felt confused, wondering if she should be feeling guilty or not. Between everything that she'd always known and everything she was learning now, she just didn't know how she was supposed to feel. Worried for sure. Maybe a little guilty. Cautiously, Kirishima rested his hand against the sleeping blonde's shoulder, gently shaking him. Hey, bro, you might want to wake up. Kirishima. Look, he's gonna wake up cranky either way. Might as well give him the chance to go to his room before the others find him, if nothing else. Or that you could carry him? That I could. All of them jumped at a sudden low Kaken sluggishly shifting in his sleep. Deku, for some reason, was slightly startled, skittering away to watch from a safer distance, while Kirishima seemed to hold his shoulder tighter, brows creasing in worry as he shook him harder. Dude, wake up. There was a whine, like a high keening sound, and Kaken shifted again, his face twisting into one of pain. Kirishima's breath hitched. Come on, wake up. You're dreaming. Deku took a step closer, one good look making his shoulders tense. That's no dream. Loud crackling had Eri leaping back in fear, Deku's eyes going impossibly wide as he almost instinctively scrambled away. Kirishima, meanwhile, lunged forward, a look of horror in his eyes and a curse under his breath as he grabbed his classmates' hands and yanked them towards his own hardened body and away from the sweat-soaked couch. The sound that followed was the scariest thing she'd ever heard. It was loud, like when Deku threw his strongest punch and the air practically split apart. Even as she pressed her hands against her ears, it left them ringing against the sound still reverberating from the walls, almost enough to distract from the bright spots dancing in her vision. She heard something crash a moment later, a yelp from Kirishima that sounded more surprised than pained. Terror seizing her heart, Eri dared to look back in at the chaos taking place in the common room, only to backpedal so fast that she tumbled right over as Deku sprinted past, not caring what he knocked over as he yanked a giant plastic mixing bowl out of one of the bottom cabinets and shoved it under the faucet. Out in the common room, Kirishima was shouting, the blaring crackling noise and much smaller boom. Nearly drowning him out. Daring to peek back out, she could see Kaken thrashing wildly in Kirishima's iron grip, eyes shut tightly and teeth grit as he fought. Bakugo! Kirishima yelled seemingly right in his ear. Bakugo, you're okay? It's just a nightmare. Wake up. Baku bro. I'm fine, shitty hair. Eri blanched. This is a nightmare? She didn't even notice Deku leave until he was out of the kitchen and skidding to a stop at Kirishima's side, the mixing bowl now filled to the brim with what Eri could only assume was freezing water. Eri didn't like seeing Deku look so scared, but frankly, she was scared too. Vision blurring, she darted back into the kitchen, curling up by the counter as she desperately pressed her hands against her ears. It was getting harder to breathe, the world spinning as she roughly rubbed at her eyes, a sob escaping her throat. She was terrified. Above the crackling noise, there was a count to 3, followed by the piercing sound of a wall of water splashing violently against a solid surface. There was a loud yell, a body hitting the floor. Whoa, dude. Calm down. It's just us. With a small cry, Eri quickly pushed herself to her feet and looked back out into the common room just in time to see Kaken back himself into the foot of an adjacent couch, eyes wild and unseeing and chest heaving. He had one hand tightly gripping the back of his neck, the other stretched forward with more bright lights and crackling noises. Kirishima had his hands up defensively, shirt burnt and soot coating his torso. Deku, meanwhile, was pressed up against the wall, expression caught somewhere in between fear and relief. It's just us. Kirishima repeated soothingly, struggling to catch his own breath. And then it went quiet, save for Kaken's heavy breathing and the noise from the sparks in his hand. Absent-mindedly, Eri realized that she'd never known what his quirk was. After what felt like an eternity, watching as Kaken's eyes refocused and the wildness was replaced with a big wall of rage, the elevator dinged, the big guy with lots of arms leaping out as soon as it opened with his fists raised. At the same time, a girl ran down the stairs, she remembered, looking particularly pale. What happened? The big guy demanded, gaze flickering between all 3 of them. Deku tried to respond, a flood of unintelligible syllables spilling out of his mouth, But Kaken acted first, shakily jumping to his feet and darting out of the room before anyone could say much else. Deku looked somewhat panicked, jolting at the slamming of a door, but Kirishima had a hand on the freckled boy's shoulder a moment later. It went deathly quiet all over again, Deku fidgeting awkwardly as everyone else just stared at each other. Jiru was the first to break the silence. Was that a nightmare? Kirishima huffed tiredly. You can tell. Yeah, she responded coolly, though there was still a crease of worry. I heard him a lot for a while after Kamino. They were rarely that bad though, I think. Maybe once or twice. You guys were loud. Eri pursed her lips. Kamino? Yeah. Kirishima breathed. Yeah, it's been a while. Last time he had one that bad was months ago. And not down in the common area, the big guy commented. Deku continued to fidget in discomfort. I mean, Jiru shrugged. He has been coming down here by himself every other night. I assumed it was cause of the nightmares. Eri gasped, followed by a whimper. Kaken has nightmares? She flinched as all eyes locked onto her. She curled into herself, arms pressed against her chest as she took a step back. If she thought Deku's eyes were wide before, they were about to pop out of his head now. Eri, his voice wobbled. How long have you been here? She looked down at the tiled kitchen floor, looking away from the two less familiar students. She tried, tears she didn't notice had been welling up falling from her eyes. I'm sorry. Oh no. Deku hushed, quickly walking over and pulling her into a tight hug. Don't apologize. You didn't do anything wrong. Eri sniffled, face stained with tear tracks as her breath hitched miserably. Why does he have bad dreams? She suddenly asked. Deku's grip tightened. Everybody has bad dreams sometimes, he explained. It's normal. No, but, she muttered, haunted. He looked so scared. The other three all gave each other unreadable looks. Eri fidgeted in Deku's arms. I have bad dreams about bad things that happened to me. What happened to him? Eri. What happened? She cried, pulling back to look him in the eyes. His expression became pained at the sight of her tears. What happened? Why was he scared? What happened down here? Someone shouted from upstairs, cutting off Deku's response as his classmates began to filter into the common room, all wide-eyed and nervous. Deku cringed, unsure of what to say, while Jiru and the big guy went to calm everyone down, explaining what they knew to the best of their ability. Kirishima, meanwhile, had disappeared completely. Eri, realizing that no one was gonna answer her question in all this chaos, decided to leave as well, hoping to be able to clean up her face and gain some semblance of control over her emotions. And then she was gonna figure out what was going on. People really didn't like talking about this Kamino. That was the first red flag. What happened? Eri tried asking as well, why was Kaken having nightmares? What happened at Kamino? No one answered. What happened? Why was Kaken in pain? Did something happen? Kid, don't worry about, Bakugo was the one who answered. But that you is in pain. Like Deku said, everyone has their own nightmares. Bakugo said, I'm fine. But I'll be fine, Eri. Since it was the weekend, nobody was going to school, and Aizawa wouldn't be back until Monday, so Eri had all the time in the world to investigate and ask questions. She tried to pester Deku and Kirishima about it, but neither of them would go into detail, simply giving her sad smiles and telling her that she didn't need to know. That Kaken would be fine. It didn't help as much as they seemed to think it did. She went to Uraraka and Azui next, shying away from the haunted looks hidden in their eyes. Uraraka had snapped out of it first. Where did you hear about that? Eri fiddled with the hem of her sweater. Because he's been helping me after my nightmares and, she swallowed. I didn't know that. That he was helping her get over her nightmares while dealing with his alone, all at the same time. It made her want to cry all over again. Uraraka smiled sadly. Kamino was not a scary and sad time for everyone. Eri felt Azui's hand cart through her hair. You already carry a heavy burden, she said. Please, don't force yourself to carry someone else's too. Bakugo's really strong. Uraraka added. He'll be okay. Eri frowned, but was still ushered away. She simply pouted, lingering tears still welling up in her eyes, and pressed on. She was determined to. When she talked to Kirishima's friends, they all went wide-eyed, giving each other shocked looks before they tried to change the subject with jokes and forced laughs. When she talked to the rest of the girls, they said the same thing as Uraraka and Azui, the girl with long black hair having an especially distant look in her eyes. Everyone else simply turned her away, reassuring her that it was in the past and that everything would be okay. She wondered if Deku and Kirishima were asking people not to talk about it or if they just didn't want to. She decided on the latter. She trusted them. She was getting desperate and frustrated, especially the longer that Kaken was nowhere to be seen. Even into the evening, he was off by himself somewhere and she had no answers. Something in her chest was growing hot and her heart beat strong against her chest. She'd never been so determined to do something before. She'd never had the strength to be determined before. And that determination finally paid off when she approached the boy with funny-colored hair. She approached icy hot. She'd entered the elevator with him, little hands balled into fists as she pouted harshly. Looking up at the guy next to her, she took interest in his blank stare and big burn scar. He looked back down at her, giving her a small wave before he returned to staring at nothing. She started, scuffing her foot against the floor. He glanced back down at her. Can I ask you a question? He tilted his head, quiet for a moment. Okay. She twiddled her thumbs, staring at the floor for a moment before looking back up at him. What's Kamino? His head whipped back towards her so fast that she wondered if he hurt his neck. It was quiet between them for a moment. It's a place. They continued to stare in silence, Eri beginning to feel strange as he wordlessly watched her. Eri looked away first. What kind of place? Not a good place, he said solemnly. Wait, do you mean Kamino Ward, or the Kamino Ward incident? Eri looked back up at him confused. Standing right next to him like this, he was very tall. Not as tall as Mirio, but she still had to crane her neck to meet his eyes. What do you mean? The elevator dinged, the boy with funny hair stepping off. Eri followed him as he continued to stare ahead. Kamino is a district, Kamino Ward is a building, and the Kamino Ward incident. He hesitated. That is something that people don't like talking about. Eri's eyes glowed with determination. That, she said. The dot incident. I want to know about the incident, mister. Shudo, he offered, opening the door to his dorm room. Eri gasped, staring in awe at the beautiful room. It was very different from Deku's or Uraraka's, with wooden walls and tatami mats. It's so pretty, she whispered. Thank you. He responded simply, kneeling down. Eri sat down in front of him expectantly as he stared off to the side. Kamino, huh? Haven't thought about that place in a while. Why do you want to know about it? Because, she started, swallowing heavily. Because I want to know why Kaken has nightmares. Shudo's eyes widened minutely. Eri essayed in a long breath of air. He's been helping me with mine and I never knew that he had them too, about this Kamino place. I want to help. Whenever someone was about to distract her, she did what Aizawa has been doing too. She shushed them. She want to know. She want to know what Kaken was having nightmares. He's Deku's friend. So he's her friend too. Shudo hummed, leaning back to stare up at the ceiling. Eri didn't know what he was thinking, but he hadn't told her to forget about it yet, which was the farthest she'd come to answers so far. I suppose that adds up. He can be weird like that, acting like he only cares about himself, only to take care of everyone except for himself. I'm surprised that so few people have noticed. That I don't get it. It's okay. I don't either. Eri stared at him with a matching blank expression. Right, Kamino. Shudo sighed. Well, there's more to it, I think, but I suppose the bad stuff really started when we all went to a secret camp to train our quirks over the summer, and a bad guy called Shigaraki had this idea. Eri let out a shuddering breath, realizing all at once that she was really about to get her answers. She sat there, enraptured by Shudo's story, gasping and awing as he told of him and Kaken, fighting against a villain called Moonfish, about getting control of Dark Shadow, of blue flames, of a scarred hand wrapping his hand around his neck. The portal closed, Shudo paused in his story to reminisce, expression sad, and everything crashed into Eri all at once. They took him away. Bad guys took him away. She went cold, rigid, eyes wide and expression blank. Did they lock him in a room? Give him toys that meant nothing? Strap him to a chair? Tell him lies? Did they hurt him? Did they hurt others? And tell him it was his fault? Eri gasped in shock too. Kaken was what? All Might led the raid to rescue him. Shudo explained. He's Midoriya's hero, but I think he's Bakugo's too. Eri nodded along numbly as he spoke of a battle, of this All Might, throwing everything he had into saving one person. Of losing his quirk because of it. Eri noticed belatedly that it was getting harder to breathe. She tried to listen to how the story ended. About who was okay and who wasn't. About how those villains got away and were still out there somewhere. In the end, it didn't matter to Eri. All that mattered was one singular thing. That bad people took him, and they wanted to use him to do bad things. And they hurt his hero. Look what you made me do. You don't want them to die, do you? You know what you have to do. There was a burning feeling in her chest, running through her veins and making the room feel unbearably hot. There was a distant ache, a pain that she both wanted to cling to and make go away forever. She clenched her teeth, staring down at Shudo's tatami mats with tight fists and furrowed brows as teardrops fell to the floor. She was used to bad things happening to her. She'd accepted that bad things happened to her, and she could endure it. She could live with it because she had to. There was never another option. She'd had no choice. It was different when it was someone else. It was different when it was someone else who was hurting like she did. It was different when it was someone else who had to carry that burden. It wasn't fair. It wasn't right. It made her feel sick to her stomach. It made her want to yell and cry. It made her. She bolted to her feet at the realization, tears forgotten as she spun on her heel and charged out the door. A dash. Thank you, Shudo, she cried out as she shut the door, leaving the bewildered teen behind in order to gather her own thoughts. She needed to see Kaken. She needed to see Kaken now. Eri went to Kaken, staring at the boy who was quiet. He gave her a teary grin. Don't worry about it. Bad guys took you away. That's because they thought I would be like them. But you aren't. That's right, because I'm going to be a hero. A hero that win to save and save to win. But she'd already looked everywhere for him, searching as she questioned people, in the kitchen, in the common room, outside the dorm building. She even loitered around the bathrooms for a little while. At one point, she dared to peek into his room, only to find it empty. She left soon after, unsure as to whether or not she was welcome in there. She sobbed in pent-up frustration, kicking at the carpet for good measure. She didn't know who she was mad at anymore. Was it the villains for doing bad things? Was it Deku and everyone for keeping secrets? Was it Kaken for never telling her about this? Was it Chisaki? Was it herself? Alone in the hallway, she didn't know anymore. So she began to cry. She wept silently, not wanting to bother anyone or make Shudo feel like it was his fault. She just didn't know how to feel about all of these feelings, all of these emotions and new things, and everything's changed so fast and so suddenly, and her head whipped around, suddenly locking onto the staircase at the end of the hall, the one that led up to the roof. She hadn't even realized that she was on this floor. It didn't matter, though. She was stumbling her way up anyway, as fast as she could without tripping and falling. Because he had to be up there. He had to be. The door was already ajar, so she had no problems tackling it open. She stood there, catching her heavy, quick breaths as she took in the setting sun. A breeze blew through her neatly combed hair, tickling her horn and drying over her tear tracks. The sky really was beautiful. Face still contorted in foreign emotions, fists clenched and breathing ragged, slowly turned, eyes landing on a lone figure sitting by the ledge of the roof. He had his back propped up against the little wall, leaning heavily against it as he watched the same sunset that she was. She couldn't see his face, but she didn't like how still he was. It felt like an eternity before he acknowledged her, matching red eyes barely offering her a glance. His glare softened when their eyes met, but not even a moment later, he was looking back at the horizon. "What are you doing here, brat?" She exhaled in a shuddering breath, pushing herself to walk up to him, to stand in front of him and face the past. What happened to him? What happened to her? Why didn't you tell me? Her voice shook, and he finally looked at her. His sharp features shifted into something strange, a cross between confusion, annoyance, and concern, but he didn't say anything, simply staring up at her. She clenched her teeth, wondering how many tears were left for her to cry, and she took a deep, shaky breath. Why didn't you tell me you were like me? Eri starts crying. Bakugo hugged her, trying to comfort her. But he needs to be comforted as well. He was like her. Something startling flashed across his eyes, but it happened so fast that she missed it. So many emotions passed over his face that she couldn't even count them all, let alone figure out what they were, but he eventually decided on the scariest-looking pout she'd ever seen. It's not important, kid. Just forget about what happened today. No. I can't, she cried. Why didn't you tell me you had bad dreams too? Why didn't you tell me people hurt you? Kid dash. Why didn't you tell me that they tried to use you too? For a moment, there was actual fear in his eyes, and it scared Eri more than anything else had you ever had, but it was smothered just as quickly as it came, replaced by a nasty sneer. It's not the same thing, he snarled. They wanted to use you, she yelled. They wanted to make you do bad things. I didn't live like that, he spat. Don't go comparing yourself to me. I can actually take care of myself. That's mean, she shot back, forcing her wobbly voice to work through the tears. And that doesn't matter. They still hurt you. Those F-curs never touched me. That doesn't make it any less bad and scary. Just drop it, kid. It doesn't matter, so just forget about it. It does matter. It doesn't. Aren't you mad? He jolted at that, blindsided. Eri pressed on. They hurt you and people you care about, she cried. How does that make you feel? That's low, kid, he growled. They took you away. You're allowed to be mad about that, aren't you? You told me I could be mad, so you can too, right? He wouldn't lie to her, would he? We're allowed to get mad, right? She sobbed. So get mad. Yeah, be mad, Kaken, Eri sobbed. We're both allowed to be mad. She heaved from the effort, forcing air into her lungs as he stared at her with wide, disbelieving eyes. The silence that followed was deafening, only the soft, cool breeze and Eri's own huffing and puffing accompanying them. She didn't like how quiet Kaken was being, his gaze slowly falling to the floor. With a tch he turned away. It's not the same, he forced out. But dash. It's not, he said. Bad things happen to you for no reason. Bad things happen to me because I did bad things too. Eri went quiet at that, watching as Kaken glared harshly at the setting sun. Heroes aren't always nice people, he said cryptically. Eri pouted, staring down at her shoes and the wet droplets by her feet. Wringing her hands, she searched for the right words, for something to say. Anything. He can be weird like that, acting like he only cares about himself, only to take care of everyone except for himself. She still didn't quite get it, but that didn't sound like a bad person to her. Kaken was staring off at the sunset again, expression worn and tired. Eri sniffed, looking back at her feet, back at the floor, and felt herself tense up all over again. She felt that heat, that energy that made her want to yell more, to be loud and make people understand. She wanted him to understand. Understand that the bad guys were bad, not him. That the bad guys did bad things, not him. He should be mad. He should be angry. He should... Eri's expression hardened, resolve sound as she took one more deep, loud breath, pulling in as much air as her little body could possibly handle. And standing on her very tippy toes, fists high in the air, she screamed as loud as she could. FCK Shigaraki. I should be mad, Aizawa sighed, but they both needed that. So, I'm allowing it here too, Aizawa cut Toshinori off. If it means letting out the emotions that kept hidden, then let them be mad, let them curse. The villains f'd them up, whether they admit it or not. Kaken's eyes snapped back to her, the only readable expression on his face being that of shock. He blinked dumbly, mouth slightly agape, staring at her as if she'd grown 3 more heads, while Eri held her pose, face set with conviction and pride. He let out some kind of strange, soft wheeze, still in the throes of disbelief, but Eri didn't even give him a chance to recover. "Get mad," she demanded, stomping her foot. "You're good at being mad. Get mad." Kaken sputtered, desperately trying to regain his composure. "I'm always mad," he huffed. "Then get mad." He grit his teeth, eyebrow twitching and veins popping. "I am mad." "You should be," she cried. "They took you. You should be. Fkingichel kid dash. Get mad." "I am mad," he roared. Eri threw her fists back in the air, seemingly satisfied. "Get angry." The expression crept through the look in his eyes as he pinched the bridge of his nose as he got to his feet, clearly knowing exactly what she was doing. For a moment, Eri thought he might just leave, but then he leaned back, took a deep, resounding breath, and opened his palms, loud crackling sparks dancing along his fingers. "I'm angry," he screamed, so loud that birds were scared out of the nearby trees and Eri thought her ears were ringing all over again. But she grinned, hands pressed against her ears and tears in her eyes. "Now repeat after me." A lot of people were not pleased with their FCK Shigaraki chant that lasted well into the night. And neither was Aizawa, who heard about it as soon as he got back. Eri didn't see Kaken again for a while afterward. However, she still cherished that time after they were done, lying on their backs with sore throats staring up at the stars, even if the conversation was less than pleasant. "Did they lock you in a room?" she'd asked. He was always quiet for a moment before he answered. "No. Got strapped to a chair, though." Oh. That didn't cut me open or anything." "Effing Chisaki did what?" Bakugo shouted. "Oh hell no." "Oh, that's good. Was he ever nice to you?" She frowned. "Yeah. Almost always said things in a nice way, with a kind voice and he'd give me lots of toys. I think he wanted to make me want to stay." That's stupid." "Yeah. Were they nice to you sometimes?" I guess. They wanted me to feel comfortable. They wanted to make me want to stay too." "Oh." They went back and forth like that for a while, until Jiru had come and found them. Eri had to leave soon after. It was okay, though, because for the next few days after, she didn't have any nightmares. Sleeping was easier, and talking about her nightmares was easier. Talking about her past was easier. Hadu told her one day that she seemed happier, like a blooming flower. Eri didn't notice the difference, but she did feel better, so maybe that was it. Deku and his friends would say similar stuff whenever they saw her roaming around the campus with Aizawa or Mirio. Even when the nightmares came back, at least she could still go find Aizawa, or whoever was there, and she could ask them for apple slices and caramel. The next time she saw Kaken, coming to the dorms for a visit and finding him just cleaning up after making something in the kitchen for Kirishima and their friends, she immediately ran up and hugged him as tightly as she could. This time, he hugged her back. "Dios mio," I cried. Ciro wiped the tears away. "That was so cute, like please. Just chant them on the rooftop or outside. We wouldn't be mad." "I'll join too," Todoroki said. "I've been wanting to scream something too." "Oh," Bakugo blinked at him. "Welcome to the mental trauma club then." "That's a club. Y'all made a club because of your theories, only fair for that to be a club." "Point taken."